Another night on the Dreamland Encounters channel. I love sharing stories about extraordinary encounters that might help you relax and drift off to sleep. Before we start, drop a comment and let me know where you're listening from. Get comfortable and let's begin. Late spring had delivered a brutal workday, and as I left the office, the sky suddenly erupted into a thunderous downpour. This wasn't the light drizzle from earlier in the week. This was the kind of rain that could soak you through in seconds. Without an umbrella, I pulled my jacket tight and quickened my pace. The streets were slick with rain hammering the pavement and bouncing off car roofs. Most people hurried by with heads down, trying to escape the wet as fast as possible. I was no different, wishing I'd remembered my umbrella. Near a corner store with a flickering neon sign, something unusual caught my eye. A man stood under a street lamp, perfectly dry despite the intense rainfall. He wore a dark suit and seemed completely unaffected by the water cascading around him. Not a single drop touched him. Curiosity slowed my steps. As I approached, he looked directly at me, his expression a mix of confusion and genuine inquiry. "Is this normal?" he asked. His voice carried a strange, measured tone. "What do you mean?" I responded. He glanced upward. "The rain. Is this weather typical?" I looked up too, seeing the thick, low clouds and relentless rainfall. I couldn't tell if he was serious or playing some strange game. "Yeah, spring storms are common here," I replied. He nodded slowly, almost as if processing an entirely foreign concept. "It's strange," he murmured. "Where I come from, this doesn't happen." Something in his tone suggested he was carefully selecting his words, or perhaps struggling to articulate something fundamentally unfamiliar, strange about him. The way he looked at me felt like a scientist examining a new specimen. I wasn't sure how to react. Just another rainy day, I thought. His smile was faint and didn't reach his eyes. I continued walking, assuming he was just some odd stranger or someone lost. That's when things got truly weird. People rushed by with umbrellas and jackets, but nobody seemed to notice the man in the suit standing right in the middle of the sidewalk. When I glanced back, he was still there, perfectly dry. No one bumped into him or even looked his way. The street lamp flickered, its yellow light blinking erratically before steadying again. I started feeling watched, not by the motionless man, but by something unseen. My pace quickened, yet the street felt unnaturally long. City sounds, distant car horns, conversations, footsteps became muffled, as if I were underwater. Even the rain seemed to grow quieter. I pulled my jacket tighter and stopped. The suited man had vanished. I scanned the block. Nothing. The street was empty except for me in the rain. Was this real? Or just my tired, stressed mind playing tricks? Then I saw it. A small wet imprint on the sidewalk. Unlike any human shoe, it was perfectly oval. Smooth, damp, pressed into the concrete. No tread, no pattern. I touched it. Cold and wet from the rain, but distinctly odd. Suddenly, I realized I'd lost track of time. The sun was almost set, the rain letting up. Street lights flickered on one by one. As I walked, shadows seemed to slip between buildings at the edge of my vision. But when I turned to look, nothing was there. Home at last, I locked the door and sat down. Still uneasy, checking my phone, I was stunned. I'd been walking nearly twice as long as usual, at least 45 minutes, though the distance remained the same. I was out for my usual evening jog through a quiet cul-de-sac in Portland's suburbs. The autumn night was clear and cool, with air that carried hints of wet leaves and wood smoke drifting from nearby chimneys. Street lights flickered on one by one, casting long shadows across the pavement as the sun disappeared below the horizon. I prefer this part of town because it's peaceful, not much traffic, and houses are spaced out with big trees that make the area feel almost park-like. I wasn't in any rush, just trying to maintain a steady pace. About halfway through my usual route, near the end of Cedar Lane, something strange happened. A man was running toward me, which was unusual for that time of evening. What truly caught my attention was how perfectly he matched my pace, literally step for step, as if he were a reflection or shadow, keeping perfect time. He looked normal enough. Mid-30s, average build, wearing plain dark running clothes. His face was blurry in the dim light, but I could make out a sharp jawline and slicked back hair. Something didn't feel right, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly what. I kept glancing over as we passed, but he said nothing, just kept running without breaking stride, like he was studying me. I felt his movements were deliberate, as if he were matching me for a specific reason. When I slowed down, thinking he might pass, he didn't. When I sped up, he did too, exactly the same. It was almost like we were connected by some invisible rhythm. Finally, I stopped right there on the sidewalk, catching my breath and trying to understand what was happening. The footprints from that encounter have stayed with me, along with the man's echoing voice asking, "Is this normal?" I've run that route many times since, during dry days and rainstorms, but I haven't seen him again. No strange footprints either. Still, on rainy nights, I sometimes wonder if I'm being watched, or if that man is out there somewhere, waiting to ask the same question again. I was out jogging my usual route when something strange happened. There was a guy running ahead of me, matching my pace perfectly. I expected him to slow down or stop, but he just kept going. What really unnerved me was how completely silent he was. No footsteps, no clothing rustle, nothing. It was like he was gliding above the street. The neighborhood was eerily quiet, with just a distant car hum in the background. I blinked, and suddenly he was halfway down the block. Another blink, and he had vanished completely. No shadow, no sign of where he might have gone. Just gone. I stood staring down the street, but there was absolutely no evidence he had been there. When I got home, I told Sarah about it. She gave me her usual skeptical look, and I get why. It sounds crazy when you say it out loud. The next day at work, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I checked the neighborhood security camera at the corner, but the footage just showed me running alone. That night, I went out again, hoping to understand what happened. My smartwatch started acting weird, freezing, showing incorrect times, jumping randomly ahead despite me resetting it twice. Scout, my dog, was unusually on edge. He kept whining and staring out the front window, ears perked, tail stiff. I tried to laugh it off, but something felt off. On my next run, the neighborhood seemed abnormally quiet. No cars, no kids playing, no background sounds. Near Cedar Lane, I heard a faint, low humming, almost like a drone, but when I stopped to listen, it vanished. The street was empty, with trees gently swaying. I couldn't shake the feeling that something unexplained was happening. The street behind me was empty when I turned around fast. No one in sight. My pace quickened, hairs standing up on my neck as I jogged home. Light patches had flickered between houses moments earlier, almost like windows glowing with a weird bluish tint. But when I blinked, they vanished. Inside, Sarah was already asleep. I sat on the couch trying to calm my racing heart while the house's silence felt heavy. Over the next few nights, I ran the same route, hoping to find the mysterious figure again, maybe to get an explanation or confirm what I'd seen. Strange occurrences continued to pile up. Once, I caught a glimpse of a shadow moving just beyond the trees, watching me. When I stopped and called out, silence was the only response. Another time, I discovered footprints on the sidewalk, barely visible, like someone was gliding on their toes. But these weren't human tracks. The prints were longer, narrower, almost like claws, yet no person was around. I kept these experiences to myself, knowing no one would believe me. About a week after the first encounter, I spotted him again near the park at dusk. The sky was a dull orange, heavy with rain's approaching smell. This time, he didn't run. He stood still on the sidewalk, waiting. As I approached cautiously, our eyes met. His face was pale, too smooth, with empty eyes that seemed soulless. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" I asked. His response was a thin, slow smile that never reached his eyes. Then he turned and walked away, disappearing down a side street. I never saw him again. Since then, I've been trying to make sense of it all. The perfect timing, the silence, how he vanished, the strange lights, the unusual footprints. Nothing adds up. Some nights I still run that route, half hoping for answers, but it's just me, the empty street, and quiet shadows that never quite feel alone. My work day at the small hardware store began like any other Wednesday. Just one floor with aisles packed with tools, paint and garden supplies, nothing unusual. After almost 3 years here, I know the regulars, routines, and most of the inventory by heart. Dan, my coworker, was supposed to open with me but called in sick that morning. Management said that they'd send someone. When I unlocked the doors around 8:30, a guy showed up who looked out of place. His black jacket, dark jeans, and boots seemed too pristine for a hardware store. He nodded at me silently and pulled out a name tag without actually clipping it on. "Hey, you must be the replacement." "I'm Mark," I said. He simply nodded. "Yeah, I'm here for Dan's shift." Something felt off immediately. He barely spoke, helping customers quickly and quietly without any small talk. His movements were precise, almost too perfect. When customers asked questions, he answered exactly like Dan would, but better. It was as if he was running a mental cheat sheet. What really caught my attention was how much he knew about my personal life. When I mentioned my backyard deck project or the new lawnmower I'd been considering, he knew intricate details. He even knew about my thoughts of switching to organic fertilizers because of my daughter's worsening allergies. I hadn't spoken to Dan in weeks, and I certainly hadn't shared these details with anyone else. During a quiet moment near the paint aisle, I finally asked him directly, "Where did you learn all this?" He looked at me, or maybe through me, with empty eyes. "I've been trained," he said flatly. "Trained by who?" I pressed. He didn't answer, instead turning away to organize shelves. I tried asking about his background, hobbies, or previous work, but he consistently dodged my questions. When I requested identification or a work badge, he just smiled tightly and said, "I don't carry that." This made me uneasy. Our store had strict security rules about employee badges, yet no manager seemed concerned. He moved like a shadow, seamlessly blending into the store. During my smoke break, I stepped outside, and when I returned, he was standing just inside the front door, watching the parking lot intently. I caught his eyes on me for a second. The whole day was strange. His movements were too precise, almost robotic, yet somehow natural. When a kid knocked over a stack of boxes, he didn't react like a normal person would. No surprise, no urgency, just watched and then bent down to help without a word. His skin seemed too smooth, like plastic, but not shiny. His voice was low and hollow, as if someone was trying to imitate a human without quite getting it right. By mid-afternoon, I was on edge. Other employees came and went, giving him curious glances but rarely speaking to him. When I tried to discuss my suspicions with the manager, she simply shrugged and said, "He's filling in." Toward closing time, old Mr. Sadder, old Mr. Sadder, old Mr. Sadder. Harper from the hardware store across town wandered in. He's usually friendly and chatty, always ready with stories about fishing or the old days. Mr. Harper approached the replacement and started asking about a rare tool I expected him to be stumped, but instead he rattled off detailed specifications, alternative brands, prices, and even suggested where to find one in the next town. Mr. Saw, Harper's eyes went wide, like he'd seen a ghost. He muttered something and left without buying anything. The replacement just went to the back room and closed the door. During the last hour, I was alone at the counter. My phone buzzed a text from Dan. "You sure that's the replacement?" "Doesn't sound like me." I didn't answer, just kept watching the back room door. When closing time came, I locked up and went outside. The parking lot was empty except for one car, the replacement's. As I walked past, I thought I saw him standing just inside the tinted windows, watching me with those empty eyes. Driving home, I kept thinking about how much he knew about me, the store, even people I hadn't mentioned in years. He never gave me a real answer about himself, like a ghost wearing a mask. I told my friends later, but they laughed it off, said I was tired or overthinking. Maybe they were right. Not here's the rewritten text. My neighborhood is pretty standard, mostly families and retirees on the edge of Portland, Oregon. Nothing fancy, just regular houses and occasional barking dogs. I've lived here about 4 years, the kind of place where neighbors barely register, unless you're chatting on the sidewalk or borrowing sugar. There was this guy named Martin who lived 2 doors down. He wasn't super social, but always polite. We'd exchange quick nods or brief hellos when our paths crossed. Martin apparently moved out late last fall, saying something about relocating for work. After he left, his house sat empty. I'd noticed mail piling up, but no signs of occupancy. Then one evening just after sunset, walking my dog as streetlights flickered on, I saw a figure in Martin's driveway. The sky was that dull grey typical of early spring. At first I thought someone had moved in, but it was Martin looking exactly as I remembered, maybe slightly paler. He waved and called out, "Hey." When I mentioned his supposed move months ago, he seemed confused. "No, I've been here the whole time." He laughed. Must be some mix-up. I pressed him, mentioning I'd even collected his mail during the winter, when the house looked abandoned. He frowned, staring down the street like trying to make sense of my words. That can't be right. I've been around. The next day at work, something equally strange happened. A replacement worker appeared, but when I asked about him later, no one seemed to know anything. The security camera footage from those hours was mysteriously corrupted. This replacement worker seemed to vanish without a trace. No official record, no manager acknowledgement. I still don't understand what happened, but I know one thing: I never want to see either of them again. The house was clean, but not in a lived-in way. It felt more like a sterile set for a TV show, neat and artificial, lacking any personal touches or typical household clutter. Martin greeted me at the door, but something seemed off. His smile didn't reach his eyes, and his movements were too precise, as if he was consciously trying to act normal. We sat in the living room and I attempted small talk. When I asked how he'd been, he simply replied, "Good. Working mostly." I kept noticing strange things. I mentioned the seemingly empty house, but he acted like I was speaking nonsense. When I asked if he remembered leaving or being away, he looked genuinely puzzled. "I haven't left," he said. "I'm not sure why you'd think that." Over the next few days, I saw him constantly walking a dog I'd never seen before, doing yard work, sitting on his porch reading. Yet every time I tried discussing his apparent absence, he'd either change the subject or look completely baffled. Then came a pivotal moment at the grocery store. I overheard neighbors discussing Martin, and when I asked about him, they were adamant he hadn't lived there for months. I told them I'd seen him almost daily. They just shook their heads. Something wasn't right. One evening, I returned to his house. When he opened the door, he seemed expectant. "Hey," he said quietly. I confronted him about the neighbors' claims. He hesitated, then smiled, saying he wasn't sure why they'd say such things. His eyes didn't focus properly. They seemed to drift past me, as if he wasn't fully present. When I suggested a walk, he agreed. As we moved around the block, I noticed his speech was strange. Odd pauses, occasional word repetitions. The entire encounter felt surreal, like I was talking to someone who didn't quite understand the situation, or was hiding something poorly. Martin seemed different from the start. He avoided certain topics and grew tense when asked about local history or past events. One moment stands out. He gazed at a tree and asked, "What kind of tree is that?" When I answered, "A maple," he nodded slowly, as if processing something unfamiliar. Something felt off. His shadow didn't quite match his movements when he raked leaves, seeming slightly out of sync. I caught him staring at walls for unnaturally long periods, completely motionless. Conversations with him were always vague, his responses never quite adding up. The photo on his mantel caught my attention. It showed a younger Martin, smiling and looking normal. But the image felt strange. The colors seemed washed out. In the corner, I noticed a bizarre symbol, a triangle with 3 dots inside. When I asked about it, he smiled awkwardly, claiming it was just part of the frame. Yet the frame looked brand new. The most unsettling moment came late one night. I saw Martin on his porch moving in a jerky, unnatural way, like a glitching video. When I called out, he didn't respond. Then he turned toward me, face blank, and said, "I'm right here," in a flat, recording-like voice. In an instant, he was normal again, smiling faintly. I tried to understand what was happening, but Martin never provided straight answers. He remained in the neighborhood, acting as if nothing was wrong. Sometimes, during night, I glimpse him standing in shadows, but when I approach, he vanishes. I still don't know what he is, or what he wants. He's just a man who never left, yet never truly belonged. My phone rang at exactly 3:33 a.m. The time is etched in my memory, perhaps because late-night calls are rare, and this one was strange. From the beginning. Half asleep, I fumbled to answer. Note, I reached for the phone when it lit up on the bedside table. No caller ID showed on the screen. Heart racing, I hesitated before answering. "Hello?" A calm voice responded, not unfamiliar, but not someone I could immediately recognize. The tone was quiet, smooth, steady. "Do you remember who you really are?" The words made me sit up straight, pulse quickening. Who was this? Silence followed, then the same measured voice repeated the question. Then the line went dead. "I'm Ethan, living in a small house just outside Flagstaff, Arizona. where desert meets forest and the night sky reveals every star. By day, I'm a software engineer with what seemed like a completely average life. No weird history, no enemies, no hidden past. At least, that's what I believed before that call. Sleep became impossible. The question haunted me. Who do I really am? I scrutinized my memories, examining my childhood, my parents, everything I thought I knew. Nothing seemed out of place, yet something about that voice suggested it knew something I didn't. Strange phone calls followed over the next few days. Always at odd hours. Always the same voice. Always that single question, do you remember who you really are? No context, no explanation. I told no one. Who would believe such a bizarre story? Instead, I started observing myself closely. Weird memory gaps emerged, not just typical forgetfulness, but strange blank spaces that felt like missing film clips. One afternoon while hiking near Kendrick Peak, everything felt different. The cool, windy weather normally brought me joy, but not today. I could have sworn I heard footsteps behind me. Yet each time I turned, nobody was there. Tree shadows seemed distorted, stretching impossibly, or failing to align with their sources. That voice seemed to be watching me, transforming from what initially felt like a prank into something more sinister. Checking my phone logs revealed something unsettling. These calls weren't coming through standard networks. Strange data scrambling suggested something unusual. I contemplated contacting authorities but hesitated. There was no explicit threat, just that repeated, haunting question. A week after the first call, while lying in bed with eyes closed, my phone buzzed again. This time I didn't answer. Instead, I stared at the ceiling, trying to push the voice from my mind. Then I saw it. Outside my window, just beyond the porch light, a tall, slender figure wearing a dark jacket and a baseball cap pulled low, obscuring their face. No, something wasn't right. At first I thought it was just a neighbor or jogger on my porch, but the feeling persisted. When I blinked, they disappeared, but they weren't quite human. Just waiting, watching. Work became strange that same week. I'd sit at my desk and suddenly lose track of everything. My coworkers noticed I seemed distracted, zoning out. My computer screen would flicker with static-like interference, then return to normal when I blinked. My boss pulled me aside. "Ethan, are you okay?" I lied and said I was just tired. Driving home, the sunset cast long orange shadows across the highway. A pickup truck sat by the roadside, its door open and empty. As I passed, I thought I glimpsed the same figure from my porch, standing in a nearby field. I started documenting everything odd in a journal, the calls, the mysterious figure, the memory glitches. 2 weeks after the first encounter, a 1 a.m. knock came. No one was at the door, but a small folded paper lay on the doorstep. Its neat handwriting asked, "Do you remember who you really are?" Shaken, I called my best friend Mark the next morning. He was skeptical at first, thinking I was stressed. But when I described the paper and the figure, he grew concerned. "That's weird. Want me to come over?" We spent the night investigating. We checked phone records, the paper, even my doorbell camera security footage. Nothing unusual appeared. The mysterious calls continued every few days, always the same voice, always the same cryptic question. More papers arrived, in my mailbox, on my car dashboard. I began seeing the figure during daylight, always at the edge of my vision. When I tried to look directly, they vanished. Their movement was unsettling, smooth and deliberate, like someone awkwardly imitating human walking. I stopped hiking alone. I locked every door and window, but the calls never stopped. Every day, almost like clockwork, I noticed a guy standing at the street corner of 9th and Alder in Tacoma, Washington. It was late October, with days growing shorter and a steady drizzle making everything feel damp and gray. I had just moved into the neighborhood and was still settling in, unpacking boxes and getting used to my new job and unfamiliar streets. Between 4:15 and 4:20 in the afternoon, he'd be there with his camera, taking pictures of the same spot. Whether I was driving home or walking my dog, I'd see him crouched down or adjusting his lens, capturing images of the cracked pavement, street sign, and faded crosswalk lines. Most people didn't seem to notice, but I found it strange. At first, I assumed he was a hobbyist photographer working on some project. But after about a week of seeing him in the exact same spot every single day, I began to suspect something more was happening. On a cloudy, cold Tuesday afternoon, I decided to approach him. I parked my car a little down the street and walked over with my dog on a leash. He was there, as usual, camera pointed at the street corner. When I said hey in a casual tone, he didn't jump or seem startled. He looked up slowly, as if he wasn't expecting anyone, but wasn't displeased either. "Hi," he replied calmly. About a month later, something different happened. I was home alone, sitting at the kitchen table when the phone rang. This time, I answered immediately. "Do you remember who you really are?" the voice asked. Before I could respond, a soft buzzing filled the room. The lights flickered, the temperature dropped, and I rubbed my arms. Then the voice whispered, "You're closer than you think." The line went dead. After that night, the call stopped. The figure outside never came back, but I still feel watched sometimes. The missing pieces in my memory remain, and occasionally I wonder if I'm truly the person I believe myself to be. Not every day at the same time, he would be there, camera in hand, focused on an empty street corner. I'd noticed him before, always precise, always careful. When I first approached him, his responses were measured, almost rehearsed. "What makes this corner so special?" I asked. He paused, then said simply, "It's important to document." But something felt off about his demeanor. His movements were too calculated, his words too deliberate. "Simon," he told me when I asked his name. His handshake was cool, mechanical. We talked briefly about why he photographed this particular spot. "Sometimes the most ordinary places hold the most significance," he explained, sounding like he was reciting from an art manifesto. Over the next week, I watched him. He'd appear at exactly the right moment, camera ready. No phone, no bag, no additional equipment. Stranger still, no one else seemed to see or acknowledge him. When I mentioned him to coworkers, they looked at me like I was crazy. "There's nobody like that around here," they said. "Especially not on 9th and Alder. That's a dead corner." One afternoon, I approached him again. "Do you know how rare it is for people to walk down this street?" I asked. He looked up, genuinely confused. "People walk here?" he responded. When I explained that I and my neighbors walk here all the time, he just blinked slowly. His presence remained an enigma. Always there, always watching, always photographing a corner that seemed utterly unremarkable. And yet something about Simon suggested there was more happening than met the eye. The neighborhood used to be familiar to me, but something felt off about Simon. I'd tell him about the local bakery's morning lines and the kids playing outside, but he'd just look more confused. He said he'd never seen any of this before. Something wasn't right. Simon wasn't on the neighborhood Facebook page, and no one seemed to know him before I did. When I asked where he lived, he was vague. "Not far, but I don't stay in one place long," he said. His answers didn't add up. A few days later, I decided to follow him after his usual photo-taking routine. He walked slowly down the street, then suddenly vanished into a narrow alley between two houses. I waited, but he never emerged. When I checked, the alley was completely empty. Back home, I reviewed the security camera footage. Simon appeared at 4:17, camera in hand, snapping photos. He walked down the street and entered the alley, but after that, nothing. No movement, no shadows, no trace of him leaving. I rewound, sped up, slowed down the footage. Still nothing. I asked neighbors about Simon. Some remembered seeing him, others didn't. An elderly woman suggested I was imagining things. The phone number I once had for him. It didn't exist. Days passed without seeing him. Then one evening at dusk, I caught a glimpse of Simon standing across the street, staring up at my window. I blinked, and he was gone. Weeks later, around 11:30 p.m., a soft tapping at my front window startled me. Simon was there, looking in. I didn't open the door or window. The mystery of Simon lingered, unexplained and unsettling. Now I work at the public library in a small college town in Vermont. It's a quiet place where everyone knows each other, especially during those late afternoon hours, after classes end but before most people have returned home. For about 3 years now, I've been the assistant librarian, mainly helping students find research materials in environmental science and forestry, the field I studied and still feel passionate about. One afternoon, just before closing, something unusual caught my eye. In the back corner of the reading room, a man sat facing away from the main floor. He was someone I'd never seen before. His appearance was neat dark jacket, jeans, neatly combed hair, but his posture seemed almost unnatural, stiff and uncomfortable. What first drew my attention were the books spread on the table. They were incredibly specific: botany, old forestry techniques, plant ecology, exactly the kind of materials I typically help students locate. Yet something felt off. None of these books had due dates stamped, and they didn't appear to be checked out at all. His behavior was peculiar. Whenever I glanced over, he'd be looking down at the table, not the books. But when I turned away, he would quietly reach out, flip a page, and immediately set the book back down. No notes, no bookmarks. He never made eye contact with anyone, seeming to almost hide. Even as the library grew quieter and other patrons left, once I tried to engage him. "Hey, do you need help finding anything?" I asked, walking over casually. He didn't respond, continuing to scribble something in his notebook. Neat, methodical handwriting with numbers, letters, some sort of cryptic system. Weeks later, that corner remained empty. I never saw him again. But sometimes, walking my dog around, sunset, I catch a shadow at the edge of the street, just standing there, watching, and I can't help but wonder who he was and why he was so intensely interested in this unremarkable corner. Over the next few weeks, something strange started happening. A student began showing up almost every day at the same time, always sitting in the same spot with the same pile of books related to my field of study. But these books never moved. They stayed on the table, untouched. His notebook was always present, and I noticed the pages kept turning, yet no notes were ever taken. One afternoon, the power flickered briefly. When the lights returned, he had vanished. I searched everywhere but found no trace of him. The books remained exactly where they had been. I thought he might have left early, but the next day he returned. Same spot, same routine. When I asked other students and staff about him, no one had seen him. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air. Then something peculiar occurred. While shelving books in the environmental science section, I discovered one of his books sitting on the floor between shelves. It was in a completely different area and hadn't been there the day before. Flipping through the pages revealed nothing unusual, but a small mark on the inside cover caught my attention. A faint, barely noticeable symbol resembling a triangle with 3 dots inside. I brought the book to the desk and compared it with other copies. None of them had this mark. The cataloging librarian was puzzled. She suggested it might be from a previous owner, but these were library books from a set we'd acquired years ago. No one should have been writing in them. Days later, while shelving new arrivals, I caught him looking at me. He was facing the wall as usual, but his head was slightly turned. Our eyes met briefly. His were grey and oddly empty, as if something was missing behind them. A chill ran through me. When I looked back, he was pretending to write in his notebook again, motionless for a long time. The next day, the books he'd been reading had completely disappeared. No trace remained in the library. I checked the checkout logs. No one had checked them out. I searched through the stacks, but they were simply gone. I noticed something strange at the library. A man I'd never seen before would sit in the same corner, silent and motionless. At first, I thought nothing of it, but odd things started happening. I asked around, the cleaning crew, other librarians, if anyone had moved some books. No one knew anything. When I told Sarah, my girlfriend, she thought I was being paranoid, but I didn't feel paranoid. Over the next week, I watched him closely. Sometimes he would stare at the wall for minutes without moving. Other times, he'd flip through book pages without reading them. One afternoon, I found an old forestry manual in his stack, a book that wasn't supposed to be in our library. It wasn't in the catalog, which was weird. I tried following him after he left. He walked slowly down the street and then disappeared into the thick woods behind the library. I waited, but he never came out. That night, I discovered my front door unlocked, and I was certain I'd locked it. Nothing was missing inside, but the same forestry manual sat on my kitchen table. I hadn't brought it home, and Sarah confirmed she hadn't either. I put the book back in my car, planning to return it the next day. Back at the library, the man was in his usual spot. I wanted to talk to him, to ask who he was, but I couldn't. He never looked at me, never spoke. I left the book near him and walked away. He glanced at it once, then resumed staring at the wall. After that, strange things began happening. Papers on my desk would move. My computer clock would shift by minutes. Once I saw a figure outside my window late at night, something that didn't look quite human, standing under the porch light before vanishing. I never saw the man again after that day. The books he'd touched slowly returned to the shelves, with no sign of who moved them. The manual disappeared from my car. I still wonder who he was, why he chose those specific books, and what he wanted from me. But I never got any answers. Just the quiet library, an empty chair, and the feeling that something was watching from the shadows. No. I woke up in a small, almost minimalist apartment. Nothing felt right. I didn't remember getting here. A faint but distinct smell hung in the air, old wood mixed with lavender, nothing like my own place. My head throbbed as I slowly sat up. The space was sparse, a narrow kitchen with a few clean dishes, a living area with a cheap couch and small wall-mounted TV. Pale grey walls seemed to hold a strange, heavy silence, as if the apartment were holding its breath. I tried to recall how I'd arrived, but my memory was blank. No phone sat on the bedside table where I usually kept it. In fact, I couldn't find a phone anywhere. Checking my pockets, I found my usual items: wallet, keys, lighter. Then I discovered a small folded piece of paper with neat handwriting. Meet me at 7:30 tonight. 213 Harberstadt. No name, no context. I attempted to call my number from the kitchen's landline. It rang endlessly. No voicemail. This entire situation was bizarre. I'm not someone who parties or blacks out, and I certainly don't wake up in unfamiliar places, though this one felt weirdly familiar. The walls displayed landscapes, abstract paintings, and beach photos, none featuring people I recognized. No family pictures, no books, no clutter. It was like someone had constructed a staged version of my life. When I decided to leave, I found the door unlocked. The hallway was unnaturally quiet. No open doors, no voices, just a faint air vent's hum. Downstairs, an old lobby with wooden floors and a faded rug carried a different smell, more metallic, like old plumbing. Outside, the street looked almost familiar. A residential area near water, with small shops, a cafe with a faded sign, and a florist with wilted flowers. Overcast skies brought a chill, and I pulled out my phone, still trying to make sense of where I was. The lock screen revealed a couple of photos of a man, not me, but someone who looked oddly familiar, like a distorted version of myself. A name caught my eye: Elliot. The last text message was simple: "Are you coming tonight?" The address on the paper led me to 213 Harst, an old apartment building near the docks. Peeling paint and rusty mailboxes marked its weathered exterior. A strange pull drew me toward the door. I buzzed the apartment, and it clicked open. Stepping inside, my heart raced faster than I wanted. The dark hallway carried a familiar lavender scent. I climbed to the third floor and found apartment 7B, its door slightly ajar. Pushing it gently, I peeked inside. The space was empty but neat, with a single chair facing the window. Grey water and swaying boats stretched outside. "Did you find the note?" A voice behind me broke the silence. I spun around. A man in his early 30s stood there, dark hair, green eyes, calm yet intense. Dark jeans, a light jacket. "Who are you?" I asked. "I'm someone you need to talk to." "I've been waiting for you," he said with a faint smile. "Waiting. I don't know you. I don't know how I got here." He nodded, unsurprised. "That's because you don't remember everything, but you're close." "Close to what?" I felt more confused than ever. "Do you remember who you really are?" His voice was quiet but firm. I shook my head. As he stepped closer, something felt unnatural. His eyes were too steady, too sharp. "I don't expect you to understand now," he said, "but you've been elsewhere. You've been somewhere you don't belong, and that place is trying to pull you back." My throat tightened. "What does that mean? What place?" He glanced toward the window. "Not here. Not there either." I felt cold. "Why are you here?" "To remind you," he answered. "Elliot," I asked, recognizing the name from the phone. He nodded. "Maybe you don't know what you want from me," I said, "but I don't know who you are or why you're here." This time his smile was softer. I stood there alone, staring out at the grey water after he left. Who was Elliot? Why did I feel so displaced, like I didn't belong anywhere? His apartment felt both strange and familiar, and when I walked back down the stairs and out onto the street, even my own place seemed different, too cluttered, too noisy. Later that evening, I kept thinking about the empty apartment and Elliot's eyes. I still don't know exactly what happened that morning or how I ended up where I did. Sometimes when I look in the mirror, I catch a glimpse of someone else, a face that's almost mine, but not quite. And late at night, my phone occasionally lights up with a mysterious message from an unknown number, simply asking, "Do you remember yet?" It was at the local farmer's market on a Saturday afternoon where I met Harper. The market was small, nothing fancy, mostly filled with regulars buying vegetables and baked goods. It was part of a weekend ritual I'd started just to get out of the house and see some people. I didn't expect to meet anyone new. There she was, standing by the apple stand, carefully examining a bunch of Granny Smiths. Something about the way she held the apples, as if trying to determine the perfect one, made me approach her. I offered a recommendation, and she responded with a soft, polite smile. She was new in town, having moved just a few weeks earlier. Over the next few weeks, we met up several times, sometimes at the market, sometimes at a nearby coffee shop. Harper was quiet but comfortable to be around, never pushing too hard to talk about herself. She seemed genuinely interested in whatever I was saying, yet there was an odd distance to her, like she wasn't quite part of this place. One unsettling thing I noticed early on was that Harper never appeared in any photos we took together. No shadow, no blur, nothing. It was as if she was completely invisible to the camera. The first time I realized this, we had been sitting together in the town's small park. I was trying to capture a picture of the trees with sunlight filtering through, and Harper was sitting right next to me on the bench. But when I scrolled through the photos later, the bench was empty. At first, I thought it was just a technical glitch. Noticing something strange each time during a local library craft fair, I snapped a picture of us sitting on a picnic blanket. When I checked the image, Harper was missing, even though she'd been smiling right beside me moments before. At first, I thought it might be a camera issue. I switched to my DSLR, believing a higher quality camera wouldn't simply miss someone standing right there. But the result was the same. She was there in person, laughing and talking, but completely absent from every photograph. I started testing this deliberately. Group photos, candid shots, pictures when she wasn't looking. Harper consistently vanished. When I showed her the images, she'd just grin and say things like, "Maybe I'm a ghost." Her casual attitude didn't sit right with me. Other strange things began happening. Her reflections were barely visible, just a faint blur in windows and mirrors. People would sometimes give her odd looks, as if sensing something was different. Once, a child stared at her before running away in tears. During one rainy evening, walk home from a diner, I finally confronted her directly. "Harper, what are you?" I asked quietly. Street lights reflected off the wet pavement as she looked at me carefully. "I'm not sure I know," she responded. Her answer left me unsettled. I wanted to believe she was just someone with an unusual condition, but something deeper felt wrong. Being around her was like stepping into an unknown space, not typical fear, but a profound sense of uncertainty about her true nature. After months of hanging out, I invited Harper to my small, cluttered apartment one night. I wanted to understand what was happening, but I wasn't sure I wanted to know the full truth. While watching a movie on the couch, I decided to take a picture of us. When the flash went off, something strange happened. Looking at my phone screen, I realized she wasn't in the photo. I held the phone up to her face. "Try this," I said. She smiled softly and put her hand over the lens, but nothing changed. I took the phone back and took several pictures in quick succession. Not a single one showed her. Her calm demeanor didn't shift. She seemed almost tired when I asked, "I need to know what you are. Why can't I take your picture?" She looked down, then back up at me. "I'm not like you, but I'm here. At least I try to be." I didn't press further. I wasn't sure what I wanted to know or what I could handle. Our visits became less frequent after that night. Harper said she had to leave town, and I didn't argue. Before she left, she handed me a small notebook. Inside, I found pages filled with drawings of unfamiliar places, strange symbols, and sketches of people who looked almost human but had features that didn't quite add up. I kept the notebook on my shelf, hoping for answers that never came. Months passed. I returned to my old routines, the market, the park. But sometimes when I look through photos from those days, I catch a glimpse of a shadow where Harper should be. a flicker of something almost there, but not quite. Sometimes, in the corner of my eye, I swear I see her watching, calm, quiet, waiting for me to understand. I don't know what she was or why she never showed up in pictures. All I know is that meeting her changed something in how I see the world, and maybe that's enough. Late one evening after a long shift at the restaurant, I called a taxi. Just past midnight, the neighborhood felt eerily quiet, with every small sound amplified. Damp streets reflected the earlier rain, and the air carried a mix of wet asphalt and distant fireplace smoke. An older sedan with a faded yellow paint job pulled up. The driver, a man in his 50s or early 60s, had thinning grey hair and deep lines around his eyes. He exuded a calm, steady presence as I gave him my address. A small street on the edge of town. The cab ride started off like any other after a long shift. I settled into the seat, expecting the usual 10-minute trip back to my cramped apartment. The driver had nodded when I gave him my address, but something felt different from the start. Within minutes, I realized we weren't heading the right way. At first, I thought maybe there was road work or a detour, but as familiar blocks slipped past and the driver remained silent, a sense of unease began to grow. After 10 minutes, I spoke up, asking if he was going the right direction. His response was cryptic. "Sometimes the path isn't what it seems," he said, his eyes fixed ahead. When I pressed him, he spoke about taking the road less traveled, as if each word was carefully chosen. His calm was unsettling, an unnerving certainty that suggested he knew something I didn't. The landscape changed. Streets became older, streetlights flickered weakly, and the air turned cooler. My phone showed no signal, unusual for this area. We kept circling through neighborhoods I knew, yet nothing felt right. An hour passed and I was still in this cab, nowhere near home. Something about the driver was off. In the dim light, his eyes seemed too clear, almost glassy. His expression was unnaturally steady, like he was following a predetermined script. When I asked why he was doing this, he smiled, a slow, deliberate gesture that sent chills down my spine. Rain began to fall, first lightly, then heavier. Windshield wipers created a rhythmic blur, transforming the outside world into a muted, slow-motion landscape. We passed a familiar park, but it was deserted, playground dark and shadows hanging heavily. Everything felt slightly wrong, just enough to make me question reality itself. I sat in the booth, zoning out at this quiet 24-hour diner off Route 11, a place almost empty except for a guy nursing coffee at the counter and a tired waitress restocking sugar jars. It was just after 9 on a Thursday night, and I'd stopped in because lunch felt like ages ago. I ordered a grilled cheese and fries, sliding into a booth midway down the row. The streets had felt strange earlier. Older car models lined the road, and street signs looked worn in a way I hadn't seen before. It was like stepping into a parallel version of my neighborhood. The driver's face remained unchanged. That same calm smile, those unreadable eyes. When I'd asked where we were, he just kept driving. Little details caught my attention. A bird perched motionless on a street lamp. A shadow in a second-story window vanished the moment I blinked. No pedestrians were anywhere. Then the radio, which had been off, clicked on by itself, soft static playing like a distorted lullaby. When our eyes met, something felt intensely controlled, unnatural. "Please, just take me home," I'd said. He nodded, and the streets gradually became familiar again. Recognizable trees, cracked sidewalks, the faint glow from my apartment windows. At the destination, the driver refused payment. "Sometimes the path isn't what it seems," he said with that slow smile. I watched the cab fade into the street's misty haze. Back in my apartment, my phone signal returned. No missed calls, no messages. Later that night, catching my reflection, I saw something unexpected. A flash of that same calm, empty smile behind my own eyes. The guy in the booth behind me must have arrived right after I did. I hadn't noticed him until I heard talking, and at first I thought nothing of it. No, he was on the phone, talking in a low, steady voice. But something felt off. There was no pause, no rhythm you'd expect from someone in conversation, just a flat, methodical recitation. At first, I didn't catch the beginning, but then I started hearing street names. Not local streets, but ones that rang a strange bell. Briarwood and Tanner Lane, places from my hometown. Then Bellamy Square, that tiny strip where the old bakery used to stand before its fiery end in the 80s. My brain did a double take. This town was 8 hours from where I grew up. I'd never met anyone here who knew these places. Yet he spoke them like a road map, listing locations in a precise, mechanical order. Not how someone reminisces about home, but like he was walking an invisible path. And then the hardware store with red siding. Across from it, the pharmacy, not the new one but the old one with a green awning. The cobbler's shop, 2 doors down from Mrs. Hedover, shop 2 doors down from Mrs. Ennedy. Albright's sewing store. Mrs. and Mrs. Me. Albright was gone before my mum was born. I only knew her from a black and white library archive photo. I twisted subtly, trying to glimpse him without being obvious. Just the back of a head, neat brown hair, perfectly combed. A crisp white shirt collar above a grey jacket, no visible phone. He continued, street by street, storefront by storefront, describing a town from decades past as if it still existed. The train depot on Pine, demolished in the 70s. The park fountain, removed after cracking one winter. I leaned back, straining to listen. Then, without warning, you lived on Fern Street. I froze. Fern Street, my childhood home. He didn't say it like a guess, but a simple fact. Just like mentioning the hardware store or park fountain. Slowly, I turned, pretending to adjust my seat. A glimpse of his profile. Pale, clean-shaven, neither young nor old, no defining lines. A waitress brought my grilled cheese and lingered just a second too long before hurrying off to refill coffee at the counter. When I looked back, he sat quietly, hands folded on the table, staring straight ahead. No visible blemishes around his eyes. His gaze wasn't on me. His plate was empty. I hadn't even seen him eat. Curiosity got the better of me. I slid out, took my check to the counter, and on the way back, walked past his booth slowly enough to glance in. Nothing was there, no coffee cup, no plate, just an empty tabletop. I looked around. He wasn't at the register, in the bathroom hallway, or walking out the door. The guy at the counter remained hunched over his mug, the waitress topping off the sugar jar. I hadn't heard the door chime once. "Did the man who was sitting back here leave already?" I asked her. She looked at me like I'd mentioned someone from weeks ago. "You were the only one in the booth," she said. I insisted there was a guy in the booth right behind me, wearing a grey jacket and white shirt. She frowned, explaining she hadn't served anyone else all night. Sitting in my car with the engine idling, I stared at the diner through the glass. From my angle, both my old booth and the one behind it were empty. During my drive back to the motel, his voice kept replaying in my head. "You lived on Fern Street," he'd said, like it wasn't strange at all, as if he knew me, known me even before I was born. That Thursday morning, a steady misty rain fell, the kind that seeps into your clothes no matter how fast you walk. Missing my earlier bus, I ended up on the 7:20 into the city, a route I almost never take. The bus smelled of wet coats and cheap coffee. Sliding into an empty aisle seat near the middle, I tried shaking rain off my hood without hitting the person next to me. I was already pulling out my earbuds when I noticed the man 2 rows ahead by the window. At first I noticed him for no particular reason, just another passenger, maybe mid-30s, with short dark hair, wearing a grey jacket. No, he wore a windbreaker and jeans with a small scar just above his right eyebrow, a faint crescent shape. My eyes caught it almost unconsciously before I looked away. The bus lurched forward, and I settled in, gazing out the rain-streaked window. A few minutes later, another passenger boarded. My stomach clenched before my brain fully processed what was happening. This new passenger wore identical clothing. Same grey windbreaker, same jeans, same short dark hair. When he turned down the aisle, the resemblance was uncanny. This wasn't just 2 people who could pass as brothers. They were practically identical. The scar matched exactly. Same faint line above the eyebrow. The nose, jaw, even their posture, shoulders slightly hunched forward, were mirror images. I glanced between the first guy 2 rows ahead and the newcomer now standing in the aisle. Neither showed any sign of recognition. The second man eventually sat toward the back, a few seats behind me. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'm seeing things. Maybe I looked too quickly. But each time I subtly checked, pretending to adjust my hair or casually look around, the similarity remained absolute. The only difference was their gaze. The one near the front kept his eyes on the window, while the one behind me stared straight ahead most of the ride. At one point, I stood to let someone pass and caught the back passenger in my peripheral vision. Our eyes met, Same exact light brown shade. He blinked slowly, maintaining eye contact, then looked away as if nothing unusual had occurred. A woman across the aisle seemed to notice my repeated glances and gave me a suspicious frown, but I couldn't help watching. I hoped for some sign, a shared smirk or nod suggesting they were in on something. Yet they never acknowledged each other. On the highway stretch, the bus grew quiet except for tire noise on wet pavement. I put in my earbuds but didn't play music, hoping to hear if they might speak. They didn't. A few stops later, the front passenger stood and walked to the exit. As he passed my row, I caught a sharp scent, like overheated electronics or metallic something. He stepped into the drizzle without looking back. The second man remained seated. For a moment, I thought maybe now I could relax. No. I first noticed them on my morning commute. One guy was sitting across from me, completely still. Then at the next stop, he got up and went to a totally different part of the bus. I figured that was the end of it. But when I got off at my stop, I saw him again. He was standing across the street under an awning, hands in his pockets, staring down the block. I froze, hoping he wouldn't see me. Then he slowly turned, and our eyes met. No expression, just watching. I tried to walk normally toward my office, telling myself to calm down. Halfway down the block, a shop window reflection made me look back. The other guy was crossing the street behind me. I picked up my pace and cut down a side street, reaching my building without looking around. At lunch, I saw a figure in a grey windbreaker pass by outside. That evening, I took a different bus home, keeping my head down. At one point, we stopped at a light, and I glanced out. Across the intersection, someone stood watching the bus. Same grey windbreaker, a small crescent scar over his eyebrow. I was driving alone through the New Mexico desert, GPS signal lost, relying on memory. Late afternoon cast long shadows across the empty landscape. After not seeing another car for miles, I spotted a pull-off with a rusted picnic table and a highway trash can. A man stood beside it, facing the road. Tall, maybe in his late 50s, wearing a brown windbreaker and pressed khaki pants. No hat, no sunglasses. His hair perfectly combed, despite the breeze. I slowed down and pulled onto the gravel, thinking I'd ask directions to Los Cerrios. I rolled down the passenger window. "Hey," I said, leaning over, "do you know how to get to Los Cerrios from here?" Without hesitation, without asking where I'd come from, he started reciting directions. Miles east on the road, I turned left at the white post marked 28B. That's a 43-degree angle turn. The encounter still felt strange. He'd given me precise directions with zero hesitation, 22.6 miles to the second cattle guard, arriving in exactly 53 minutes and 19 seconds. His eyes never left mine, body completely still, except for his speaking mouth. When he finished, he gave a single nod, signaling the conversation's end. I put the car in gear and merged back onto the highway. Glancing in the mirror, I saw him standing in the exact same spot, facing the road, hands at his sides. About a mile down, something unsettling dawned on me. I'd never told him my starting point. How could he provide such exact mileage and timing without knowing my route or direction? I tried brushing it off. Maybe there was only one logical path to Los Cerrios, but I knew I could have arrived from two completely different highways depending on my morning's journey. Driving, I constantly checked my odometer against his instructions. At precisely 17.4 miles, the white post marked 28B appeared. I turned left to verify his directions. The road was narrow, almost like a private ranch route. Scrub brush lined both sides with no other traffic. Shadows stretched longer as the sun dipped low, making the landscape look flat and empty. At 22.6 miles, I encountered a cattle guard. I slowed, wondering if this was the turn, but only a faint dirt track disappeared into a dry wash. I assumed he meant somewhere further ahead. Then I noticed my dashboard clock. From the moment I'd left him, the minutes and seconds aligned perfectly with his prediction. Every time I checked, his estimate remained dead on, even when I slowed for turns. I told myself it was coincidence, but it felt too precise. I even stopped briefly for water, thinking it would disrupt the timing. It didn't. The remaining time simply continued exactly as he forecast. As I approached the supposed destination, I began scanning the horizon for any signs of buildings or lights. Something wasn't right, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something extraordinary was unfolding. The landscape was nothing more than low hills and a single wire fence running alongside the road. With just a minute left on the clock, I approached another cattle guard with a dirt road branching off to the right. No signs, no mailboxes, marked the way. I slowed to a crawl, and for reasons I couldn't explain, glanced in the rearview mirror. A man in a brown windbreaker stood about 50 yards back. He wore pressed khaki pants and had perfectly combed hair. He wasn't walking, just standing there facing me. Initially, I thought I'd somehow looped around, but I hadn't taken any turns since the last marker. Feeling uneasy, I pressed the gas and turned onto the dirt road, not wanting to see if he'd follow. The road went maybe half a mile before ending at a chained gate. Beyond it was nothing but open land. I sat with the engine idling, feeling like I'd been sent somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. When I turned around to head back, the stretch where I'd seen him was empty. No car, no person, no footprints in the dust by the road. I returned to the highway just as the sun dipped below the horizon. A few miles later, my GPS flickered back to life, rerouting me to Los Cerritos by a completely different route than before. I didn't see another person till I hit the lights of the next town. It was just after midnight when I pulled off the interstate. Hours of driving east from Boise toward a client meeting in Wyoming had worn down the last of my caffeine boost. My legs were stiff, my eyes blurring with fatigue. The Blue Rest Area sign looked like a welcome relief. The place was deserted except for one flickering overhead light. It cast an industrial orange glow, struggling to stay alive, on, off, on again. Beneath it stood a man in a grey business suit, perfectly still, briefcase in his right hand. I slowed at the lot entrance, wondering if he needed help, but he didn't move. His gaze was unusual. He didn't look at my car in any normal way, his head turned slightly, but it felt like he'd already been watching me before I arrived. Something was off about his stance. Feet too close together, shoulders squared, like a school photo pose, staring straight ahead with wide-open eyes. No blinking. A briefcase hung perfectly still from his hand, motionless even in the light breeze. At the far end of the parking lot, 8 or 9 spaces away, I parked and turned off my engine. The radio continued playing softly, just static in a late-night talk station fading in and out. An announcer reading traffic updates from Nevada caught my attention. That's when I noticed his lips moving. Initially, I thought he might be rehearsing something, but the timing was too precise. For about 10 seconds, I watched, hoping it was a coincidence. It wasn't. His mouth opened and closed in perfect synchronization with the broadcaster, even during brief station interruptions. When the announcer mentioned construction delays expected through the weekend, the man's lips matched every word exactly. My stomach knotted. I stayed in the car longer than intended, gripping the steering wheel and pretending to search the glove box. The overhead light buzzed and flickered, casting jumping shadows, yet he remained completely unresponsive to these changes. Telling myself I was being paranoid, I exited and locked the car, heading toward the bathroom. The air felt unusually heavy and cold for July. Keeping my eyes down, I couldn't help occasional glances. He stared in my direction, but not truly seeing, his pupils never shifting or focusing. Approaching closer, I heard soft, almost inaudible murmuring perfectly timed with the radio announcer. My chest tightened. I continued walking, entering the bathroom without slowing down. Inside, the space smelled of industrial cleaner. Fluorescent lights hummed louder than normal, or perhaps my ears were ringing. After splashing water on my face, I tried to shake the feeling he might be standing right outside. When I stepped out, he had subtly turned, no longer facing me directly. His body was now angled as if preparing to walk. His lips had stopped moving. The briefcase remained suspended identically, but both shoes now pointed toward my car. I walked faster. My keys were already in hand, but as I approached, I froze. My driver's side door was unlocked. I knew I'd locked it and heard the confirmation beep when I walked away. The radio was slightly louder, just enough to notice. The announcer continued his report. Now I was on the Tuesday evening train home, heading out of Tacoma after finishing up a project at the office. The commuter rush had already thinned, and the station lights cast that familiar buzzing sodium yellow hue. Rain from earlier left a wet metal scent in the air. The train car was almost empty with just a few passengers scattered around. I settled into a window seat about halfway down, dropping my bag between my feet. Across from me sat a man in his mid-40s, wearing a navy overcoat and holding a leather satchel. He sat stiffly, hands clasped on top of the bag, looking slightly left toward the aisle instead of at me. He seemed like any other commuter heading home after work. Nothing struck me as unusual. I leaned my head against the window, letting my eyes drift across the typical nighttime train scene. Reflections blurred the dim interior, with the city lights sliding past outside. Later, after driving from the train station, I stopped at a rest stop. I should have just driven on, but when I glanced back through the rearview mirror, a man was standing at the edge of the lot where the sidewalk met the pavement, facing the road. A flickering light behind him cast his face in shadow, but I could still see his mouth moving in sync with the radio announcer's voice. As I drove back onto the interstate, the rest stop disappeared into darkness. I tried convincing myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe he had an earpiece. But something didn't feel right. 10 minutes later, the radio's static vanished. The same announcer now sounded crystal clear, as if broadcasting right next to me. When I reached to turn it off, movement in the rear view caught my eye. Far back on the shoulder, under another street light, stood a man in a business suit. Same height, same stance, same briefcase. I kept my eyes on the road after that. I didn't check again until near the next exit, where I finally switched the radio off. The silence felt wrong, but I didn't turn it back on. I didn't stop driving until I reached my destination. When I parked outside the motel, I noticed my driver's side door was unlocked again. The reflection in the window caught my attention. At first, something seemed off about the man sitting across from me. His reflection wasn't behaving quite right. While his physical body appeared casually positioned, facing away from the aisle, the reflection told a different story. His mirrored image was staring directly at me, unblinking and intense. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a trick of the light or the train's movement. But as the train jolted slightly, his actual head turned marginally, and the reflection mimicked the movement precisely. Yet his reflected eyes remained fixed on me. My pulse quickened. I blinked repeatedly, trying to clear my vision, but the unsettling image persisted. The real person seemed completely unaware, his body angled as if watching something in the distance. Meanwhile, the reflection's gaze never wavered. Curiosity overcame my initial unease. I subtly tilted my head, catching both the man and his reflection in my peripheral vision. At that moment, his hand lifted to adjust his cuff. The reflection performed the exact same motion simultaneously, but its head remained motionless, eyes locked on mine. Something was fundamentally wrong. The reflection's irises were an unnatural pale gray, and its pupils didn't react to the changing station lights. I pressed my palm against the glass, hoping to break the spell. Instead, the reflection tracked my every movement with eerie precision. Other passengers seemed oblivious. College students chatted in the back. A woman in a red scarf sat further ahead. None noticed anything unusual. When the overhead lights flickered momentarily, I saw only my own faint reflection. But as they returned, a strange figure was back, watching intently. The train slowed. People boarded and moved past. The man across from me remained completely still, showing no awareness of my growing unease. His reflection, however, continued its relentless, unblinking stare. But I couldn't help but glance back as I stepped off the train, my legs unsteady. The man remained seated, but in the window behind him, his reflection was different. Its head had turned fully toward me, palms flat against the glass, fingers spread as if leaning closer. I didn't see him follow me onto the platform. As the train pulled away, I caught one last glimpse of the car window. The seat where he'd been sitting was now empty, yet the reflection lingered. My heart was thundering in my throat. I had tried to stay calm, reaching into my bag and pretending to rummage for something while keeping an eye on the window. In the reflection, his head moved slowly, deliberately, as if carefully forming each syllable. His real self remained motionless, lips never moving. The train's announcer spoke, their voice muffled and distorted. Strangely, the reflection's mouth moved perfectly in sync, like a precise lip-sync performance. My stop was still 4 stations away, and though I considered standing, my legs felt heavy. I stared at the floor, counting seconds until the next station. It was a long drive back from visiting my cousin in Eastern Oregon, traveling those endless 2-lane highways that slice through what seemed like absolute nowhere. Late afternoon brought an overcast sky that flattened the light, making it impossible to tell if evening was approaching. Watching my gas gauge drop for the last 20 miles, I was relieved to spot a faded station sign ahead. The place looked old but not abandoned. A single pump island, a small shop with one front window, and a tall sign with half its letters missing. Gravel crunched under my tires as I pulled in. Before I could fully park, a man emerged from around the building's side. He wore a blue work shirt with a Martin patch over the pocket and a tan cap. And I pulled into the gas station, my car's thermometer reading 74 degrees. The pump was pulled low, and I noticed a man walking up, already smiling. "Evening," he said cheerfully. "Fill it up." I nodded, rolled down my window halfway, and handed him my card. As he swiped it on a small handheld reader, he glanced at the clouds. "Bit of a cold snap coming in tonight," he mentioned. "It's going to be down to the high 20s after sunset." I blinked, surprised, since I'd been driving all day in short sleeves with the windows cracked. "Really?" I said. "Feels pretty warm right now." Martin chuckled, as if I'd made a joke. "Not for long. Last night it was barely over 30 by the time the moon was up." Something about his tone made me check my watch. It was 4:42 p.m. He continued chatting, asking where I was headed and if I'd passed the road construction near Oko. His voice was easy and calm, like we were old neighbors catching up. I found myself answering without much thought, occasionally glancing at my dashboard thermometer. When the pump clicked off, he handed back my card and thanked me as if I'd done him a favor. I got out to stretch my legs, and he walked toward the far side of the building, seemingly to check something. I decided to grab a drink before heading out. The shop door had a small bell that rang when I opened it, and the inside smelled faintly of motor oil and old candy. A woman in her late 50s stood behind the counter, flipping through a magazine. "Hey there," I said, setting a bottle of water down. "You got a good guy working the pumps out here?" She looked up, puzzled. "Working the pumps?" I smiled, thinking she was joking. "Yeah, Martin. Blue shirt, cap." He filled me up. Her brow furrowed. "Honey, we haven't had a pump attendant in. Oh, must be 6-7 years now. It's self-serve." I just stared for a second. No, he was just out here. He took my card and everything. She shook her head slowly, unsure if I was messing with her. "I'm the only one here. Has been all day." I didn't know what to say. I pulled out my wallet, slid a 20 across for the water, and stepped back outside without pushing it. The pump island was empty. No sign of Martin. The gravel lot stretched out on all sides, flat and open. No cars but mine. Now I was late fall, driving back from visiting a friend in Pueblo, Colorado. The highway stretched empty, miles of scrub land and barbed wire fences on either side. Darkness had fallen, with just a faint orange line lingering under a heavy sky. The air felt cold in that dry, high-altitude way where your breath seems sharper than usual. About an hour into my drive, a figure caught my eye standing on the shoulder ahead, facing the road. This wasn't a place you'd expect to see a hitchhiker. No nearby gas station, no town, just a ranch road half a mile back. He wore a long, dusty brown coat that looked like it had been through hell. The hem was frayed and darker at the bottom, as if dragged through mud. He wasn't holding out his thumb, just standing perfectly still. As I got closer, he raised his arm and waved once. It wasn't a frantic wave, more like he already knew I was going to stop. And I did stop, though I can't explain why. I rolled down the passenger window just a few inches, keeping my seatbelt on. "Evening," I said, trying to sound casual. He stepped closer, stopping just outside arm's reach. His face was pale, almost grayish, and the first thing I noticed were his eyes. Later, I would reflect on the strange encounter at the gas station, replaying his voice in my mind. The way he'd smiled like we were sharing some casual, harmless talk. The weather he described didn't match reality, but it also hadn't sounded like a guess. He'd said it like it was a certainty, like it was already happening. At the next rest stop, I checked my banking app. There was no charge from the station, nothing from anywhere in that town. I glanced toward the side of the building where he'd walked earlier. Nothing. I climbed back into my car, shut the door, and sat there with the engine off for a minute. The temperature reading on my dash still said 74. The air coming through the cracked window was mild, the kind of early fall warmth that sinks slow. When I backed out, I drove past the far side of the building just to see. There was only a stack of old tires, a rusty dumpster, and weeds pushing through the gravel. No footprints, no sign anyone had been here at all. I got back on the highway. About 10 minutes later, I realized I was gripping the steering wheel too tight. Maybe 30 minutes down the road, I noticed something else. My car thermometer had dropped to 52, and I hadn't crossed into any higher elevation. The sun was still an hour from setting. Naidea's pupils were solid black, like ink had replaced his irises completely. He wasn't blinking, not even once. "Have you seen the craft?" Every word felt deliberate, as if carefully rehearsed. I laughed awkwardly, trying to lighten the tension. No accent I could place. The craft seemed like an airplane to me. His head tilted slightly, not comprehending my attempt at humor. "I'm following it," he said, something in his tone making my stomach twist. I glanced at the empty highway, nothing ahead or behind us. "Haven't seen anything?" I mumbled. He didn't move, his hands deep in his coat pockets. A faint twitch in the fabric suggested his fingers were shifting slowly, methodically. "You would know if you had seen it," he finally said. His mouth formed a smile, but his eyes remained unchanged. The silence stretched uncomfortably. As I started to roll up the window, he leaned closer and whispered, "I left something here. It isn't safe." I didn't wait to respond. I put the car in gear and pulled away. In the rearview mirror, I expected him to walk back to wherever he'd come from. Instead, he stood motionless in the exact same spot, watching me. About 10 minutes later, I passed a side road with dark farm buildings and a single-yard light buzzing in the distance. A figure stood at the road's edge, same coat, same stance. When my headlights briefly illuminated his face, his pupils were still impossibly wide. My heart raced. I knew he couldn't have gotten there ahead of me. No car, no bike, no way to cut across the scrubland. Yet there he was, standing as if waiting. I kept driving, trying to convince myself it was impossible, maybe just someone in a similar coat. But the way he watched my car, slowly turning his head to track me until I was out of view, felt too intentional. 20 minutes later, I reached the small town where I'd planned to stop for gas, one of those places where the station doubles as a convenience store, with nothing else open after 9. I went out to pump gas and immediately felt a chill run down my spine. Standing across the street under a dim street lamp was a motionless figure in a dusty coat. As traffic lights cycled from green to yellow to red, the person didn't move an inch. My hands trembled so badly I could barely manage the gas cap. Inside the convenience store, I approached the young clerk, leaning over his phone. I described the mysterious man in detail, his coat, his stance, his unsettling presence. The clerk glanced up briefly and said he hadn't seen anyone like that. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, "But you're not the first person to mention him." That was enough to send me running. I skipped my usual road trip snacks and hit the highway out of town. About 30 miles later, driving through a narrow forest road where trees pressed close to the pavement, my high beams caught a glimpse of movement. A figure stood just on the shoulder, wearing that same dusty coat. This time, I didn't slow down. I kept my eyes straight ahead, but I could feel an intense gaze following me. After midnight, I pulled into my driveway. The motion sensor light flooded the yard with white light. Sitting in the car, I tried to calm my racing heart. Then I saw something strange on the hood, a perfect circular mark about the size of a dinner plate traced in fine grey dust. This wasn't road grime or something that had been there before. It looked deliberate, almost placed. I didn't touch it. I went inside and locked every door. The next morning, the circle was gone. Not smudged, not washed away, just completely vanished as if it had never existed. A few weeks earlier, in late January, I had been hiking a section of the Timberline Trail near Mount Hood. Despite the cold around 25 degrees and clear, I enjoy getting out even in winter. The trail was remote, with snow crusted over, and my boots crunching with each step. I didn't expect to encounter anyone. Most hikers avoid these higher elevations during winter. About 3 miles in, near a ridgeline overlooking a frozen creek, I spotted a figurehead on the trail. At first, it looked like a stump or rock, but then it moved. As I got closer, I realized it was a man, probably in his mid-30s, dressed in a faded red t-shirt, light pants, and old running shoes. No hat, no gloves. His skin was so pale, almost like he hadn't seen sunlight in years. Something felt off right away. It wasn't just his clothing, which was totally inappropriate for the freezing temperature. The way he stood was eerie. Perfectly still, arms hanging loosely, staring straight ahead as if waiting for something. When I was about 20 feet away, he slowly turned his head toward me, not in a jerky way, but deliberately. I tried to sound friendly when I asked, "Hey, aren't you freezing?" He tilted his head slightly, like a dog hearing an unfamiliar sound. His eyes didn't blink. "It's 73 deg," he said in a flat, precise voice. I laughed nervously. "No, it's definitely below freezing." He just stared, unblinking, and repeated, "It's 73 deg." The exact same words, the same rhythm, as if reciting a memorized line. Something inside me wanted to keep moving, so I said, "All right, stay warm," and walked past him. I could feel his eyes on my back the entire time. I didn't look back until I was about 50 yards down the trail. He was still in the same spot, facing me, arms at his sides. As I continued walking, a strange sensation crept over me. I felt like someone was following me, though I couldn't hear any footsteps. It was more like an electric awareness of not being alone. At a trail fork leading down to the creek, I stopped to drink some water. While unscrewing the cap, a voice from the woods said, "You're going the wrong way." I spun around, but the trees were dense and the snow muffled everything. I saw nothing. The voice didn't seem to come from the trail, but from deeper in the forest. I called out, "Hello," but only the wind rustling through branches answered. I took the main trail and walked faster, trying to convince myself it was just another hiker playing games. But it didn't feel that way. When I reached the overlook where I'd planned to turn around, the view was breathtaking. A frozen creek winding through snow-covered trees. Yet an uneasiness lingered, and I couldn't stop glancing around nervously. I was flying home from a work trip to Denver, stuck on one of those weird midweek flights with a long layover in Salt Lake City. My connection wasn't until late evening, and when I got to the concourse, the place was almost empty. Most gates were dark, display screens either blank or looping ads. I picked a seat in the middle of a quiet row near the windows. The carpet smelled faintly like disinfectant, and the only sound was the distant beeping of electric carts used to move people around. A few minutes after sitting down, I noticed a man walking toward me. He looked to be in his late 30s or early 40s, wearing a perfectly tailored grey suit, crisp white shirt, dark tie, and polished shoes. No luggage, no roller bag, no backpack, not even a phone in his hand. He sat down. Later, I was hiking a trail, scanning both sides for movement. Suddenly, I saw him again, standing on the far side of the creek, maybe 100 yards away, just beyond the ice. Same clothes, same posture. There were no bridges nearby, no obvious way he could have gotten here since I'd last seen him. I stared for a good 30 seconds trying to make sense of it. He didn't move. Finally, I turned to head back, figuring I could reach my car before dark. The trail felt different going back. Quieter, like even the normal forest sounds had pulled away. At one point I heard crunching snow behind me, but when I stopped, it stopped too. I waited, listening, but the sound didn't come again. About halfway back to the trailhead, there's a sharp bend where you can see a long stretch of path behind you. As I rounded it, I looked back and there he was, maybe 50 yards away, walking, not fast, but steady. I turned forward and kept moving, forcing myself not to break into a run. Every minute or so, I'd glance over my shoulder. He was still there, always the same distance behind, always walking. When I finally reached the parking lot, my car was the only one there. I unlocked it, got in, and started it immediately. Looking once more toward the trail, he wasn't there. I pulled out onto the road and drove about a quarter mile before curiosity got the better of me. There's a spot where the road curves and you can see the trail head through the trees. I slowed down and looked. He was standing at the edge of the lot facing the road, still in that same posture, arms loose at his sides. I didn't stop again. When I got home, I checked the weather for that day just to confirm the high had been 27°, 1°C away from me, not directly next to me, but close enough to feel intentional. A man asked, "Where you headed?" His voice was steady, almost rehearsed, as he looked straight ahead toward the darkened gate area. "Castle," I replied. "You connecting?" he said. In a bit. The gate sign we sat beside had a blank screen. No destination listed. Behind the empty counter, the only movement was the slow spin of the baggage carousel visible through the distant window. We chatted briefly about typical travel frustrations and Denver's weather. His suit appeared pristine, as if freshly hung with hair neatly parted and not a single strand out of place. For just a moment, I turned to grab my water bottle. When I looked back, he had vanished. Not walking away, not down the hall, simply gone. The seat beside me was empty and the entire concourse stretch in both directions remained clear. I could see a good 50 yards, yet no trace of him existed. I wondered if he might have ducked into the bathroom across the hall, but the door was directly in my line of sight. No one had entered or exited. Suddenly, I noticed the gate wasn't just dark. The entire area looked abandoned. Boarding lane stanchions were pushed aside, the podium unplugged, with not even a stack of plastic carry-on bin bags. After scanning the area for several minutes, I eventually stood and walked to verify the gate number, C14. I didn't think much of it until boarding my actual flight an hour later. Glancing at my email, I saw an upcoming trip itinerary booked weeks earlier for a family visit in early March. The departure gate matched exactly. C14. I didn't mention this to anyone. Upon landing in Seattle, I double-checked the details, thinking I might have misremembered. But the itinerary remained unchanged. To this day, I have no idea what flight he was supposedly waiting for that night, as the screens never activated and no one ever approached the desk. This encounter happened during a weekend flea market just outside Asheville, North Carolina. It was one of those gray, late November days where the low sky and damp chill seemed to penetrate every layer of clothing. While not raining, the atmosphere suggested imminent precipitation, keeping the crowd sparse. The flea market was quiet, filled mostly with locals and a few tourists like me looking to pass time. I'm not usually into browsing these places, but something caught my eye. Old things have a way of drawing my attention. Stuff that survived longer than I have, once held by strangers with stories I'll never know. Weaving between stalls with the scent of fried dough and coffee, I spotted a small booth tucked near the back. It stood out, more organized and neat compared to the surrounding tables cluttered with rusty tools and faded postcards. Behind the table sat an elderly man who seemed as ancient as the pocket watches he was selling. Thin white hair combed straight back, pale skin marked with age spots, and deep-set eyes that caught the light but revealed little. His brown cardigan was buttoned all the way up, despite the temperature. About a dozen pocket watches were laid out on a velvet cloth, different shapes and sizes, brass, silver, gold-toned, plain. But what truly mesmerized me was how they all ticked in perfect synchronization. Exactly the same rhythm. Not just close, but precisely in unison. When I reached out to tap one watch, the others seemed to respond as if connected. I'm not a watch collector, but this was intriguing enough to draw me closer. The old man smiled with a gentle, tired patience. They all tick the same, I observed. How is that possible? They're different brands, he nodded slowly. Yes, different times, different makers. But they're all set to the same place. His calm voice carried no hint of humor. Same place? I was confused. When I looked down, I noticed something else strange. Every watch's second hand was frozen at the exact same spot. The minute and hour hands all pointed to 3:16. The ticking wasn't a typical watch sound, but more like a deep, steady heartbeat. When I asked where he acquired these watches, he didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached under the table and pulled out a faded, grainy black and white photograph showing a group of men standing in front of an old factory or warehouse. One man stood slightly apart, holding a worn photo of a pocket watch to the camera. His face was clear, strikingly similar to the vendor himself. They're all set to the same place, he muttered almost to himself. Time is strange. It can stop, move, yet remain fundamentally unchanged. When I asked if he could fix watches, he said he preferred selling them. Fixing time is complicated, he added with a wink that didn't quite land right. His hands moved with an odd stiffness as he spoke, almost as if mimicking natural human gestures. The booth was eerily quiet, no other vendors nearby. A light rain started, darkening the sky, minute by minute. Do you get strange customers? I asked, breaking the silence. His pale, almost too clear eyes met mine. Strange is relative, he replied. I've seen many things that don't always make sense. He tapped one of the watches. They're all keeping time together. That's what matters. I nodded, feeling unnerved but curious. When I asked if the watches ever stopped, he said sometimes they do, but they always start again. A sharp chill ran down my neck. Though the rain outside remained gentle, the booth's air had grown suddenly colder. I asked the time. He glanced at a cracked wall clock and said 316. I thought I heard a faint echo, like he was reading from memory. Then I noticed all the watches on the table pointed exactly to 316. Uneasiness crept in. Before I could ask if he ever felt out of place, he interrupted. Sometimes I wonder where time really goes when it leaves us, he said. But that's a question for another day. I smiled weakly and decided to leave. The rain was intensifying. He carefully wrapped a watch in a small velvet pouch, presenting it as a gift. Hesitant, I accepted. Outside, damp earth and rain filled the air. The market was closing down. I slipped the watch into my pocket. It was a Friday night and I was tired, but something made me decide to go. Maybe it would be a chance to meet new people outside the office. The gathering was small, just a handful of co-workers and their friends at Matt Sanders' apartment. The place was on the third floor of an old brick building in southeast Portland, with a warm, lived-in feel. Mismatched furniture and plants were scattered everywhere, creating an atmosphere where you could easily settle in for a quiet evening. Outside, the typical early November rain made everything feel chilly. Inside, a faint scent of cedar and something sweet, maybe cinnamon or vanilla, hung in the air. I was standing near the kitchen, nursing a beer, when a guy approached me. Mid-30s, clean-cut, wearing a plain grey sweater and dark jeans. He looked familiar, yet I was certain we'd never met. He smiled and said, "Hey, you must be Rachel Lynn Peterson." I blinked, stunned. That was my full name, middle name, and all something I typically keep to myself in casual settings. "Yeah, that's me," I responded cautiously, trying to place him. "Do we know each other?" I asked. He shook his head, still smiling with an unsettling confidence. "No, we haven't met. I'm Mark, a friend of Matt's." Matt was nowhere nearby, so I had no reason to doubt him. But something felt off about the way Mark said my name, not just formally, but as if he'd spoken it many times before. Before I could question how he knew my full name, Mark caught me completely off guard. "How have you been dealing with that accident you had when you were 7? The one at the lake?" I froze. The accident. I hadn't told anyone about it. Not co-workers, not friends, not even family, beyond my parents. Weeks later, I'd find myself thinking about that strange encounter. My pocket held a watch that still ticks, always in rhythm, always on 316. Sometimes when I'm alone, I swear I can hear other watches ticking, just faint enough to hear if I listen hard. But no matter what, they never changed time. At the booth where I'd met an old man weeks earlier, nothing remained. He was gone, the velvet cloth neatly folded, no sign he'd ever been there. Yet the watch continues, a constant reminder of something I can't quite understand. And I'd always kept this part of my past locked away, something messy and weird I didn't want to talk about. At the party, Mark smiled and casually mentioned the day I fell through the ice at Silver Creek. My mom almost lost me back then. It was serious. I blinked, trying to make sense of it. That happened years ago and no one here knew about it. Mark nodded like it was obvious. Ma was talking nearby, looking completely normal and unaware. "Ma told you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Ma just, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Doesn't matter much," he said. Then, almost offhandedly, he added, "It's a miracle you're still here." The room suddenly felt colder. I tried to shake off the unease, telling myself he was just weirdly nosy. But his calm, steady eyes that didn't quite blink like a normal person's made my skin crawl. I quickly changed the subject. "So, how do you know Ma?" His smile shifted, seeming He's a good friend, Mark replied. I kept glancing back at Mark throughout the night. Every time our eyes met, he seemed to be studying me, searching for something deeper. Later, outside for some fresh air, I noticed the rain had stopped. Streetlights cast long shadows on the wet pavement. When I went back inside, Mark was gone. I asked Ma where he'd gone, but Ma just shrugged, claiming he didn't know anyone by that name. The next day at work, I brought it up casually. "Hey, who was that guy at your party? Mark something?" Ma looked confused. No one remembered anyone matching Mark's description. The grey sweater, the distinctive smile. I started doubting myself, wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing. But Mark, knowing my full name and details about the accident, felt too specific to be a coincidence. A few days later, something even stranger happened. I found a voicemail on my phone. I was at the grocery store just after 6 in the evening. on one of those dull weekday trips where you only want to grab a few things and head home. The sky outside was overcast, that low grey typical of Seattle in early March. Inside, the air smelled like bleach and cold vegetables. I wasn't really paying attention, just trying to get my usual stuff: milk, bread, eggs, nothing special. When I turned down the cereal aisle, I noticed a little girl standing about 10 feet away by the soup cans. She was probably 6 or 7, wearing a bright yellow raincoat with the hood up, even though it wasn't raining inside. She didn't say anything or move. Our eyes met, and she just stared silently, like she was waiting for something. I blinked and looked away, thinking she might be lost or curious about something else. But when I glanced back, she was still there, still watching. Then something strange happened. I moved a step to the left, and she stepped exactly the same way. I stopped. She stopped. I took 2 steps back. She took 2 steps back. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just a coincidence, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. To be sure I wasn't imagining things, I made a sudden, exaggerated step forward, as if I was going to rush past her. She mirrored my move perfectly. That's when a little spike of panic hit me, not the kind that makes you want to run, but the kind that makes your skin prickle and your mouth go dry. I glanced around the aisle, half expecting someone to notice or do something. No one did. I tried to look at her face for any hint of a smile or a joke, but it was blank. Her eyes were too steady, too calm, like she wasn't a kid at all, but something else. Pretending. Earlier that night, I thought I heard a faint voice saying my full name, Rachel Lynn Peterson, over and over, slow and deliberate. I called Mom, but she didn't pick up. No one did. I kept checking my phone, waiting for another call or message, but there was nothing. Just silence. I don't know who that guy was or how he knew things about me. I never told anyone. Sometimes I wonder if I was just tired and imagining things, but the watch on my wrist ticked the same way those old clocks did at that flea market, steady and unchanging. And that feeling of being watched didn't leave me for days. Maybe some things are just too quiet to explain. 95, about 50 miles south of Reno, late September, just after dusk. The air had that dry, slightly chilly edge you get when fall sneaks into the desert. I tried a quick pivot, spinning almost, and she did the same without hesitation. It was like watching my reflection in a mirror that wasn't made of glass. Her yellow coat was almost too bright, almost glowing under the fluorescent lights. Her hood covered most of her hair, but I thought I saw something that didn't look quite right. Like her skin was too smooth, almost plastic. Every time I blinked, it seemed normal again. Before I could say anything, a woman's voice came from behind me. "Are you okay?" I turned and saw a cashier near the end of the aisle, an older woman with kind eyes and a name tag that said Joan. I gave a quick nod and tried to smile. "Yeah, just a little distracted," I said. Joan looked toward the girl. "That's Claire. She's a bit shy, doesn't talk much. You're okay, right?" she said. I added, "Yeah, she's just standing here," though I felt uneasy. Joan smiled, but there was something off in the way she looked at me, like she was watching more than just observing. She likes to watch people quite like that. "Don't mind her," she said. I nodded, but the feeling didn't go away. When I tried to move past the girl, she moved to keep pace like she was glued to me. When I slowed, she slowed. When I looked away, she kept her eyes on me. I abandoned the aisle and headed to the checkout line, hoping to lose her in the crowd. But as I waited, I saw her again, standing just outside the produce section, still watching. I told the cashier Joan I had to get going. Outside, the rain had started, light and steady. I pulled up my hood and started walking to my car in the parking lot. Glancing back once more, the girl was standing just by the entrance. Now alone, no one else was near her. I got in my car and locked the doors. During the drive home, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see her following at the next stoplight or lurking near my house. Nothing. At home, I told my roommate about it, and she just laughed, saying maybe the girl was bored or had a weird sense of humor. But I didn't laugh. A few nights later, lying in bed, I heard the faint sound of footsteps outside my window. I looked, but there was no one there. Just the empty streets and the glow from a street lamp. The next morning, I found a single yellow raincoat hanging on the fence outside my house. I never saw Claire again, and I'd been driving through endless highway stretches, racing against nightfall. The sun had slipped behind distant hills, its orange glow fading quickly into darkness. Exhausted and tense, I pulled into a rest stop. I needed more than just a bathroom break. I needed to shake off the mental weight that builds during long, solitary drives. The restroom was nearly empty, a bit grimy, but functional. As I approached the sinks, I noticed a man standing at the far end, washing his hands. Something felt unusual about him. He wasn't just washing, he was standing there far longer than normal, hands under the running water, staring intensely into the mirror. When our eyes met, he offered a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. It was a tight, unsettling expression that made my stomach twist. I said nothing, not wanting to create an awkward scene. As I dried my hands and prepared to leave, something struck me as odd. The water was still running. Typically, someone would turn off the faucet after washing, but this man remained motionless, water streaming steadily. I gave a brief nod and walked out, feeling uneasy. Outside, I lit a cigarette and surveyed the empty highway. Distant headlights flickered occasionally, and the sky deepened to a navy blue with emerging stars. My mind kept returning to the man. There was something strange about him, not just his prolonged hand-washing or unsettling smile, but the way he looked at me, at himself in the mirror, as if searching for something invisible. Back in my car, an inexplicable feeling of being watched persisted. I scanned the parking lot, completely empty. The next day at work, I tried to push the encounter from my mind, but the memory lingered, refusing to fade. And after leaving the restroom, I started noticing details I'd missed before. His clothes were oddly pristine, looking like he'd just stepped out of a store rather than off a road trip. He had an almost generic appearance, brown hair, average height, no tattoos or distinguishing marks, but his eyes were different, sharp and unnervingly calm. They suggested something more than just an ordinary man standing in a restroom. A few nights later, I returned to the same highway rest stop just after sunset. The place was deserted. I went inside, checked the sinks, washed my hands quickly, and left. As I walked back to my car, movement caught my eye at the far edge of the parking lot. Someone stood behind the dumpsters, too distant to see clearly, but their posture was deliberately still. I watched until they vanished around the building's corner. Strange things began happening around town. Shadows appeared in odd places. Lights flickered as I passed. I felt watched from a distance. One afternoon, in a coffee shop, I saw a man who looked exactly like the restroom guy. He sat alone, staring out the window. When our eyes met, he gave a faint, knowing smile. I blinked, and he was gone. My friends laughed when I tried to explain, saying I was tired or imagining things. Maybe they were right, but something nagged at me. The last time I visited that rest stop, the faucet where he had stood was broken. It wouldn't turn on at all. So how had he been washing his hands for so long? I met Darren at the bar that Saturday night. The place was nearly empty, with just a few regulars and him sitting alone at the counter. He looked like a newcomer to town, clean-cut but with an underlying nervousness. We started talking about the weather, and the conversation felt strangely comfortable. Eventually, we decided to walk somewhere quieter. He mentioned his place was nearby, and I thought a walk might help clear my head. The night was crisp and cool, with that distinct fall air-carrying sense of wet leaves and wood smoke. Empty streets hummed softly with distant car sounds and occasional dog barks. The night air felt strange as Darren and I walked together. Something about the town seemed off, but he couldn't quite explain it. I laughed, yet I noticed how he looked at the streetlights differently, as if they were somehow wrong or out of place. Suddenly, about 10 minutes into our walk, he stopped and tilted his head toward the sky. "It's smaller here," he muttered softly, more to himself than to me. I looked up, expecting to see something unusual with the moon, but it appeared normal, full and bright, hanging low over the jam. "Rooftops smaller?" I asked. He nodded with a peaceful smile. "Yeah, like compressed, tighter." I felt uneasy. What did he mean? He just shrugged and continued walking. The street lights seemed dimmer than usual, steady but low. When Darren glanced at one, I caught a glimpse of what looked like relief on his face. "This place feels different," he said quietly. "Smaller." Throughout the rest of our walk, strange details caught my attention. Shadows appeared too sharp. Sounds would stop abruptly when I turned my head. Once I thought I heard footsteps behind us, but turning back revealed only an empty sidewalk and dark windows. Darren remained calm, almost as if he expected these odd occurrences. We reached his street, a narrow road lined with old trees and mostly dark houses. "I'm just a few houses down," he said, pointing to a small porch light. As I was about to say goodbye, something struck me as odd. The street sign said Maplewood, but the letters looked too crisp, like freshly painted. The sign itself seemed newer than I remembered. "Have you lived here long?" He looked at me as if the answer was obvious. Not really, not exactly. His house looked unnaturally perfect. The lawn was flawless, the porch light glowing steadily, windows spotless. A cold unease swept over me. "I'm going to head home," I said, stepping back. Darren smiled that same calm, knowing smile and nodded. "Safe travels," he said. Walking away, I turned back after a few steps, half expecting him to call out or wave, but he was gone. I blinked, suddenly uncertain of everything I'd just experienced. Not scanning the street, but the porch was empty. The light still glowed, but no sign of him. I was sure he'd just gone inside. When I checked the windows, the curtains were tightly closed. I started walking faster, heading toward the busier part of town. On my way, I kept glancing at the sky. The moon hung there, still normal, full and bright. Something about the whole scene felt compressed smaller, like Darren said, like the space around me had shrunk just a bit. Everything felt too close, too contained. When I finally got home, I locked the door and sat on the couch, trying to shake the feeling. I thought about Darren and how he talked about the place like it was some kind of pocket, a smaller version of the world. I tried to tell myself it was just the night, the empty streets, and my imagination. Later, when I looked out the window, the moon seemed just a little too distant, a little too cold, and maybe a little too small. I was driving back from a weekend camping trip in the Sierra Nevada. It was late October. The air was crisp but clear, the kind of cold that makes your breath visible in the early morning but fades quickly once the sun's up. I left my campsite before dawn to get an early start on the road. About an hour into the drive, I decided to stop at an overlook I'd passed a few times but never checked out. It was just off a winding mountain road, a small gravel pullout with a few picnic tables and a view stretching over a dense forest of pines and firs. The sun was still low, casting long shadows over the valley below. Barely anyone was there, just me and the quiet morning. I grabbed my phone and stepped out of the car, stretching my legs. The air smelled like pine needles and damp earth. It was the kind of quiet that felt heavy, like the world was holding its breath. Walking around the edge of the overlook, I noticed an older couple sitting on a bench near the guardrail. They looked to be in their late 70s or early 80s, both wearing heavy jackets from tourist shops with the town's name in big letters. The man had a grey beard and wire-rimmed glasses. The woman wore a knitted hat pulled low over her ears, caught my eye and smiled. The man waved and asked if I could take their picture. Surprised, since the spot wasn't crowded, I said yes. They stood up and moved closer together, the woman resting her head lightly on his shoulder. I pulled out my phone and snapped a photo of the couple on the man's shoulder. I'd check it right away, knowing how early morning light can mess with cameras. That's when things started to feel strange. Looking down at my screen, I tapped to open the photo. But the couple wasn't there. Not even a blur or shadow, nothing at all where they had been standing just seconds ago. The bench and trees behind it were perfectly clear, yet they were completely missing from the image. Maybe the camera glitched, I thought. So I took another picture of the same spot. Again, the bench was empty, with no sign of them anywhere in the frame. I looked up at the overlook. The couple had vanished. Scanning the area around the bench and then farther out along the hilltop, I found no trace of them. No footprints in the gravel, no nearby parked cars besides mine, no voices, no movement. I stood there confused, half expecting them to emerge from behind a tree, perhaps playing a trick. But nothing happened. Sitting on the bench, I tried convincing myself they must have left quietly while I was fumbling with my phone. Then I noticed a change in the air. It wasn't just the cool mountain breeze anymore. Something felt different, an almost imperceptible weight, as if the atmosphere had grown thicker and harder to breathe. The valley's trees looked subtly altered, though I couldn't quite explain how. After a few minutes, I got back in the car and continued driving, but the feeling lingered. It was as if the hilltop had absorbed something I wasn't meant to witness. That afternoon, reviewing the trip photos at home, everything else looked normal finds around the tour. Campfire, my tent, the river. But that overlook image kept nagging at me, the spot clear and bench empty, exactly as I remembered. Days later, I mentioned the incident to my sister during dinner. She laughed, suggesting the couple might have been ghosts. I didn't elaborate. Since then, I've returned to that overlook several times, hoping to understand what happened. Each visit is quiet and unchanged, except for that same heavy feeling in the air, like the place remembers more than it reveals. No, a quiet fall afternoon with the sun low, but not quite dusk, led me back home from a weekend at my sister's place in Vermont. The roads were slick from an early rain, and the air carried the scent of wet leaves and wood smoke. On a whim, I stopped at a roadside diner that looked like it had been frozen in time since the 50s, faded sign, vinyl booths, and all. Only a few customers were scattered inside, creating a low hum of chatter and clinking dishes. I settled into a booth near the window and ordered coffee and apple pie. An older woman, probably around 70, with thin white hair pulled back in a bun, sat down next to me. Her eyes seemed unusually sharp, and she smiled as if we knew each other. "Excuse me, dear, could you help me with something?" she asked in a soft, slightly shaky voice. When I nodded, she pulled out a folded photograph from her purse. "This is from a family picnic years ago," she explained. "My family used to come here often." The photo was a faded, yellowed, black and white print typical of old scrapbooks. In the foreground, a small group sat on a blanket under some oak trees. But something in the background caught my eye. A figure standing alone near the tree line, wearing exactly what I had on that day, my jeans, dark green jacket and light blue shirt I'd bought just a week earlier. "How is this possible?" I asked, holding the photo up. She smiled, faintly, almost sadly. I looked down at myself, then back at the photo. The jacket, shirt, and jeans matched perfectly. There was no way that was me in the picture. I hadn't even owned these clothes back then. Sometimes I wonder if I actually saw them at all, or if it was just my mind playing tricks. The photo remains on my phone, plain and unaltered, except for the missing figures. The weight in the air at that overlook tells me otherwise. I'm found at a party thrown by my friend Ellie in Seattle, one of those casual gatherings that happen every few months. It was a Saturday evening in early October, damp and cool, with a steady drizzle that made the city feel wrapped in grey velvet. I didn't know many people there, mostly friends of friends, so I stuck close to the room's edges, nursing a beer and trying not to look like I was counting down the minutes. That's when I noticed her. She wasn't standing with any group, just by herself near the kitchen, looking unsure where to go next. A few days later, she showed me an old photo that would change everything. The photo was strange. A figure stood among family members, completely out of place. The person's face was blurry, too distant to make out, but their posture was oddly stiff, almost like a mannequin. "I've kept this photo for decades," she told me. "We never could figure out who the person was." After that initial conversation, strange things started happening. I began noticing people on the street who seemed vaguely familiar, but when I looked again, nothing was there. Footsteps echoed behind me when no one was around. Lights in my apartment flickered at odd hours. One night, hoping to clear my head, I went for a walk. The streets were empty, the moon low behind thin clouds. As I passed the small park, I thought I caught a glimpse of someone standing just beyond the tree line, tall, still, wearing a green jacket. I blinked, and they were gone. The most unsettling part? The person in the photo was wearing clothes just like mine, a jacket I knew I'd bought recently. How could someone be wearing my clothes so long ago? I don't know what it all means. Maybe it's nothing, or maybe there's something I'm missing. But that photo sticks with me like a reminder that something about this world isn't quite right, and maybe never will be. Now I met Claire at a party where Ellie was hosting. She stood out, mid-30s, with short dark hair and eyes that seemed to take in every detail carefully. "Hi, I'm Mark," I said, extending my hand. She smiled, a small, measured smile. "Claire," she replied. We started chatting about typical party topics, how we knew Ellie, our work, the usual small talk. But something about her voice caught my attention. Soft yet distinct, it triggered a memory I couldn't shake. It was exactly like Jamie's voice. Jamie was my closest friend in college. We were inseparable for years until he died suddenly in a car accident about 6 years ago. I thought I had processed his loss, but hearing a voice so similar was disorienting. It was like stepping into a familiar yet strange fog. I wanted to ask her about her voice, where she was from, but the words never came. Instead, we discussed music, movies, and Seattle's weird weather. I kept studying her face, searching for some explanation for the uncanny vocal resemblance. A calm, almost blank expression revealed nothing. The party continued around us, but time seemed to slow whenever she spoke. I noticed Ellie hadn't introduced us, though the crowded apartment made such oversights understandable. When Claire went to get another drink, I remained by the kitchen, wondering if I should say something more. Ellie approached me. "Ah, that's Claire. She just moved here from Portland," she said, smiling as if this were completely normal. I nodded, but my mind was racing. Portland wasn't far, yet I'd never heard Jamie's voice outside of memories and old recordings. Something felt off. After the party, I tried to forget about it, but her voice haunted me. The way she pronounced words, her subtle pauses, even her laugh, they were all so like Jamie's. Yet Claire wasn't Jamie. I searched for her online, but found almost nothing. No posts, no photos, no mutual friends, except Ellie. When I asked Ellie about Claire, she described her as quiet and private, someone who rarely discussed her past. One evening, I decided to investigate further. I met Claire a few times, and something about her voice kept nagging at me. After talking with Ellie, I learned Claire was quiet and kept mostly to herself. When I first mentioned the strange voice to Ellie, we laughed it off, but I wasn't fully convinced. A few nights later, I ran into Claire at a nearly empty coffee shop near my apartment. She sat alone, staring out the window and sipping black coffee. I hesitated before sitting across from her. Our conversation drifted to deeper topics, life and loss. She listened intently as I shared just enough to hint at why her voice unsettled me. "I know loss changes how we hear things," she said. "Sometimes voices come back when we least expect." Her words were simple, but her eyes held something more profound that I couldn't quite understand. Maybe it was respect, or maybe some questions simply don't have answers. Walking home that rainy night, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting her to follow. The empty streets were slick with rain, but Claire was nowhere to be seen. After that night, she disappeared. Ellie mentioned Claire had moved out of town for work. Her voice continued to haunt me. It was familiar yet strange, shaking something loose inside me and making me question what I thought I knew about memory and reality. Certain sounds can pull you back to places you believed you'd left behind, and Claire's voice was exactly like that. A ghost I couldn't ignore. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined it all, or if there was something not quite human about her. Something that looked and sounded right but wasn't. Whatever it was, it stayed with me longer than I expected. This happened while I was working the late shift at the small bookstore I manage in Moss Bay, a coastal town where everyone knows each other and life moves slower than the city. That night, a cold, salty mist from the ocean mixed with the streetlight's glow, and I was tired. The bookstore was quiet as closing time approached. With just a few minutes left, the door chimed, and a man entered. There was something immediately different about him. His beige coat was buttoned all the way up, as if shielding himself from the damp air. His face was calm but unnervingly blank, with eyes that seemed older than his years. A subtle oddness radiated from him. He looked at me like he was trying to solve a puzzle while simultaneously hiding something. Slowly, he walked to the counter and asked in a hushed voice, "What year is it?" Caught off guard, I responded, "It's 2023. A wave of relief washed across his face. He nodded slowly, as if I'd just confirmed something critically important. Then, without another word, he turned and walked out. The bell jingled behind him, and he was gone. I stood there, a strange feeling settling in my gut. It was 9:50 p.m., and closing time was typically quiet, but this encounter was different. The way he moved suggested he wasn't comfortable in the store, or perhaps anywhere at all. The next day, his appearance consumed my thoughts. I asked around, but no one else had seen him. It was as if he'd materialized out of thin air, asked his cryptic question, and vanished just as quickly. When I told my sister, she jokingly suggested he might be a time traveler. I laughed, but something about the idea didn't feel entirely impossible. That night, a faint tapping sound came from my apartment window. Living on the second floor, I was surprised. Looking outside, I saw only the wet street and a flickering streetlight. The tapping continued, soft, deliberate, with a rhythm too precise to be natural. As I stepped closer, I caught a glimpse of a shadow beyond the glass. The rain tapped steadily against the windows, creating a rhythm that usually invites stillness. But my mind kept circling back to that man's strange question, "What year is it? What year is it?" Not on the light was empty. My phone battery drained faster than normal. One morning, I found my keys in the fridge. Footsteps seemed to follow me even when no one was around. At night, I'd look out the window and catch a glimpse of someone standing under a street lamp across the street, motionless, always just standing. One rainy evening, I was closing up the bookstore. The streets were empty and wet. The air felt heavy, pressing down on me, making breathing difficult. Suddenly, the door chimed. The man in the beige coat appeared, calm and quiet as before. This time, he didn't speak immediately. He looked around the shop like he was seeing it for the first time. Then he turned to me and asked, "Is everything as you remember?" Confused, I asked what he meant. He seemed to struggle finding the right words, then questioned, "Do you feel like time is right?" Before I could respond, he nodded at the clock and said, "You're running out of time." Then he vanished into the wet night. That phrase haunted me, running out of time. It didn't make sense, but felt urgent, like a warning. Afterward, I tried maintaining my routine, but sometimes catching my reflection, I thought I saw something different in my eyes. Late at night, footsteps on the apartment stairs seemed to echo. I never saw the man in the beige coat again, yet sometimes, when the rain blurs street lights and the mist hangs just right, I feel like he's watching. It was a Tuesday evening in early April, about an hour before sunset. Portland's sky was a dull grey, heavy with clouds, but not raining. The air smelled of wet pavement and belting weekend snow. After a long day at the bookstore, I was eager to get home. The bus stop sits between an old coffee shop and a small park, quiet this time of year. When I arrived, another person was already waiting, a guy in his mid-30s, dressed plainly in a black jacket and jeans. Dark-haired and unremarkable. He stood near the sidewalk's edge. He gave me a quick nod but didn't speak. Not at the bus stop in Portland. The sky looked heavy with rain. I stood waiting, nothing to distract me, no phone, no book. The silence stretched between us, broken when he turned and commented on the approaching storm. "Looks like rain soon. Typical Portland spring?" I smiled, surprised by the conversation. His observation seemed accurate. The clouds hung low, the air cool and expectant. When I looked at him, I noticed something strange about his eyes. His blinking wasn't normal. It was mechanical, almost calculated. 5 or 6 rapid blinks would suddenly give way to long, unnatural pauses. He'd stopped blinking entirely for what felt like minutes. I tried not to stare, but the pattern was mesmerizing and unsettling. Each sequence felt deliberate, like a coded message transmitted through eye movement. Something felt off, though he looked completely ordinary. Was it a nervous condition, a medical issue? But no, this was too precise, too controlled. I attempted casual conversation. "Do your eyes ever get dry?" His response was measured. "I don't need to blink as much as you. It's different for me." The way he said it suggested he'd explained this before, to people who wouldn't understand. His smile seemed forced, his voice unnaturally steady. The waiting area felt increasingly uncomfortable. His gaze didn't focus on anything specific. Instead, it seemed to look through me, watching something far away. "So, do you live around here?" I asked, wanting to break the tension. "Nearby," he answered vaguely. "I like to come here. The waiting is peaceful." This struck me as odd. Most people complain about delayed buses or distract themselves with phones. Not him. He stood perfectly still, those strange blinks the only movement. The first raindrops began falling, soft then steady. He didn't react, didn't adjust his jacket or seek shelter. When the bus arrived, cutting through the grey evening with its headlights, we both boarded. Inside the nearly empty bus, he sat a few rows ahead. Glancing back, I caught him staring out the window, that rhythmic, mechanical blinking continuing its unnerving pattern. 9 Yule, a bus ride that felt longer than usual. The guy never looked at anyone, didn't make a sound, just stared ahead. Halfway through the trip, the driver announced the next stop, mine. As I got ready to leave, I noticed the man wasn't getting off. I watched him through the window until the bus pulled away, then went inside my apartment. That night, something kept nagging at me. His blinking was strange, not quite human. He talked about waiting being peaceful, like the bus stop was more than just a place to wait. Sleep didn't come easy. The next day, I returned to the bus stop around the same time, hoping to understand what I'd experienced. But there was nothing, no sign of him, just the usual city sounds, and a faint smell of rain on the pavement. I asked a nearby woman if she'd seen anyone unusual. She looked at me like I was crazy. Just regular people, sometimes a homeless guy, but no one matching my description. I left feeling unsettled. Something wasn't right. A week later, I spotted a similar-looking man at a different downtown bus stop. This time, I just watched. The blinking pattern was exactly the same. I still don't know who he was or what he wanted. It felt like a glitch in reality, something just beneath the surface I couldn't quite grasp. These days, I avoid taking the bus. Later, I was on the downtown subway during rush hour. The train was packed, people squished together, tired faces, earbuds blaring. Fresh from my graphic design studio, I was looking forward to going home and switching off. Standing near the door, I held my backpack tight against the noisy background of conversations, screeching rails, and announcements. That's when I saw him, sitting by the window, maybe in his late 30s. Neat brown hair, glasses reflecting the flickering lights, clean but unremarkable clothes, a grey jacket, blue jeans. What caught my attention was his smile. It wasn't a normal smile. Fixed and calm, empty, like it was painted on, never reaching his eyes, never changing. He stood there, smile fixed and unmoving, amid the chaos of the crowded train, while everyone around him seemed tired or distracted. Scrolling through phones or staring blankly, he remained perfectly still. I couldn't help but watch him, trying to understand what felt so unsettling. His expression never shifted, not when the train rocked or when people bumped into him. The smile remained exactly the same, unnaturally consistent. No muscle moved, no eyes blinked. It was like looking at a perfectly crafted mask rather than a living person. Subtle changes began to catch my attention. During a brief flicker of the train's lights, something about his smile seemed to change. The edges looked sharper, the skin around his mouth impossibly smooth. I blinked, and for a moment, everything seemed normal again. As the train approached another station and people started pushing to get on and off, he stood up slowly. His movements were different, almost floating, not quite touching the ground like everyone else. When he moved past me, I caught a glimpse of his reflection in the window. His eyes were what truly terrified me. They weren't human. They were too clear, too bright, with a faint blue glow like polished glass. Something unnatural resided behind that unchanging smile. Despite the crowded train, no one else seemed to notice anything strange. My heart raced. Why was I the only one seeing this? The man continued standing near the doors, that same impossible smile never wavering, watching something only he could see. The train pulled away from the station, and I was frozen in place, unable to move after losing sight of him momentarily in the crowd. The doors had opened after the rain stopped, but he hadn't gotten off. Instead, he stood calmly in the middle of the car, that unnerving smile fixed on his face. Over the next few days, I kept seeing him on the same train, at the same time, always sitting in the same spot near the window. His smile never changed, no matter what was happening around him. Eventually, I worked up the courage to speak to him. "Hey," I said quietly. He wore headphones but didn't seem to be listening. "Do you take this train every day?" When he turned, his smile widened slightly. "I try to," he responded softly, his voice calm and even, "but I don't always make it." Confused, I asked what he meant. He gazed out the window, looking at something far away. "Sometimes I get off, sometimes I don't," he said. His eyes bright blue, like a mirror that didn't quite reflect reality. When I asked if he lived nearby, he simply shook his head and smiled that same empty, calm smile before turning away. I walked faster than usual after getting off that day. The city felt colder, more distant. His smile and those otherworldly eyes haunted me. That night, I checked the news, but found nothing unusual, just routine reports about traffic and weather. I continued riding the subway, hoping to understand what was happening. Some days he wasn't there. Other days he'd be sitting in his usual spot, watching the world pass by with that unsettling expression. One evening, as we traveled through a long tunnel and the lights flickered, I thought I saw his smile become sharper. as if carefully painted on. When I looked into his eyes, I felt dizzy, like falling backwards. But the train kept moving, and around me, people continued talking and laughing. I hurried off at my stop without looking back. Weeks later, I told my friend Mark about the encounter. He laughed it off, suggesting it was just someone with facial tics or anxiety. But I knew it was something more, something different, something I couldn't explain. The last stop near an old industrial area, curiosity got the better of me, and I followed him down a side street as he disappeared between two warehouses. The street was empty and silent, with only my footsteps and distant traffic breaking the quiet. At the corner where he vanished, I stopped and looked around. Nothing. No sign of anyone else. But something felt off. I had this intense sensation of being watched, not in a normal way, but like something was observing me from just out of sight. I waited a while, but no one appeared. When I finally turned to leave, a flicker of movement caught my eye in the shadows. I thought it might be a cat or a stray dog, but when I looked again, nothing was there. After that moment, I stopped following him, yet the feeling remained that something wasn't quite right about that man. His smile, those eyes. Sometimes on late-night subway rides, I notice people staring or the lights flickering just before someone steps on or off the train. But the man with the smile, I haven't seen him in a while. I don't know who he was or what he wanted. Maybe he was just someone lost in the city. Or maybe something else entirely. All I know is that his smile never changed. Not once. I'm Wes Harper, a crop duster from Amarillo, Texas. For a decade, I've been flying over the Panhandle's flatlands, watching fields stretch out like a green and gold quilt beneath me. Nothing fancy, just routine work during planting and spraying seasons. That morning began like any other. I woke before dawn, brewed strong coffee, gathered my gear, and headed to the airstrip on the town's edge. The sky was clear, the air crisp but quickly warming under the early sun. My scheduled job was spraying wheat near Canyon, about 20 miles southwest of Amarillo. It wasn't a complicated task, but it demanded focus, flying low and steady, avoiding sudden movements. I climbed into the cockpit, checked the duster's instruments, and taxied out. The runway was short, requiring precise takeoff. As I lifted off and leveled around 100 feet above the fields, everything felt normal. The radio occasionally crackled with updates from Amarillo approach, routine weather reports, no other traffic expected, and reminders about altitude restrictions. I usually keep it on but don't say much, just acknowledge and keep my eyes on the ground. Something caught my eye during my third wheat field pass. A quick flash, a glint of sunlight below. At first, I thought it might be a bird or some shiny farm equipment reflecting light. But then it happened. Again, closer this time. Glancing down, I saw something moving at an impossible speed. It was a silvery oval shape, sleek and smooth, darting beneath me low over the field. Too fast to be a vehicle, too low to be a plane, and completely silent. I swear it passed right under the duster's belly in less than a second. My grip tightened on the controls as my heart rate picked up. The object wasn't large, maybe 10 or 15 feet long, but incredibly shiny, like polished metal. No wings, no propellers, no exhaust, no engine noise. Just a blur of bright silver moving so fast it made my head spin. I tried calling Amarillo Approach on the radio, my voice slightly shaky. Amarillo Approach, this is Dust 47. Do you copy? I just had an object pass underneath me at low altitude. No idea what it was. Requesting any traffic info. Static. Then a calm voice responded. Dust 47. We have no other aircraft in your area. No traffic reported near your altitude or coordinates. Repeat. No known aircraft. That didn't help calm me down. I circled the field a few more times, trying to catch another glimpse, but nothing. The sky remained empty except for wispy clouds on the horizon. An eerie quietness settled in. The world seemed to slow down, and usual sounds like the engine and wind grew distant. When I landed, I told the folks at the hangar what happened. Most laughed it off, suggesting I'd seen a trick of light or an unseen drone. I wasn't convinced. Over the next few days, I kept replaying the incident in my mind. The way that thing moved, no plane I'd ever seen or heard of could perform like that at such speed and altitude. It didn't behave like any bird or kite. At night I'd wake up thinking about it. Sometimes I'd catch a faint glow outside the window or hear a strange hum on the wind, but every time I looked, nothing was there. I flew the same route the following week, but the test of following week. Sky was empty and the fields lay quiet under the Texas sun. I haven't seen that silvery shape again. I don't know what it was or what it wanted, but every time I'm up here over those wide fields, I can't help but remember. Here's a rewritten version. Highway 67 was quiet when I pulled off onto the gravel shoulder near Brownwood. My rig had been coughing, and I needed to make a call. My name's Hank Lawson, a flatbed driver out of Abilene, 2 runs into a 13-hour shift that was wearing me down. The little marathon station felt eerily still. Neon lights hummed like a wasp, and the night air smelled of diesel and cut mosquito. I killed the engine and cracked the door open, then checked my phone out of habit. No service. The screen mocked me with big letters where signal bars should have been. Walking to the pump, I noticed something off. The card reader blinked, and the digital display's numbers looked smudged, like someone had run a greasy thumb across them. A dog started barking behind the store, sharp and insistent, then stopped so abruptly it left an unnatural silence hanging in the air. The crickets went quiet. Tires hummed distantly on blacktop, and the pump lights buzzed overhead. Something felt strange. The parking lot's glow shifted, not brighter, but whiter and softer. Stars shrank to pale pinpricks. My phone remained dead. Both my wristwatch and phone screen showed 12:17. A big double-axle truck rolled up and stopped across the pumps, its engine cut out. Someone stepped out, boots hitting gravel with a heavy thud. I heard a muffled curse, like words spoken through cotton. I'd been on the road long enough to know when something didn't feel right, and right then, something definitely didn't feel right. A white light hung there like it had a shape we weren't seeing. I stood next to another driver, a kid not yet 40. Our skin, the kind of cold you only get when you're trying to decide whether to keep moving. You all right? My voice came out flat and small. He came around the back of the truck in a hurry, flashlight bobbing. "Phone's dead," he said, too bright-eyed. "Ain't nothing on the screen." That look people get when the world stops answering them crossed his face. One I'd recognize later if you told me 10 years from now. The pump's clock ticked like nothing had happened. I tried the card reader, which flashed an error. The little LCD went blank for a breath and then spit back a number that didn't match the gallons I'd pumped. I knew I hadn't pumped a drop, but I'd said I filled the rig anyway. The pump clicked like a clock and then stopped. The kid next to me sounded nervous, the way men who grew up on ranches sound when they're about to confess they're scared. We looked up at the sky, and I wished for the stupidest things. Rain. A cop car. An AM DJ's voice on the radio. Instead, the glow stretched a little lower, like someone had lowered a lampshade. It shone through the rig's windshield with a soft white that shows something's wrong. My truck's telemetry screen blinked and came back with nonsense numbers. The tack read 0, though the keys were in my hand. The console clock flickered between times, like it wasn't sure what to do. It wasn't a dramatic effect. No buildings lit up. No thunder rolled. It was more like the world misplacing a page in a book and then finding it again. A dog barked once or twice, then folded back to sleep. A tractor far off in a field coughed and went still. That quiet became a pressure sitting against my ears. The kid started to joke about failing satellites and space junk, because jokes are easier than other things. But his laugh sounded thin. I kept checking my phone and my Timex, and both clocks held little differences like a lie. My phone stuck at 12:17, the watch wavering into 12:36 for a breath before snapping back. Finally, the glow thinned at the edges and pulled up in a way like fog. The sky slid back to its regular black with its usual handful of stars. The neon over the pumps blinked like nothing had happened. My phone came back to life, network bars crawling along the top of the screen. A kid's voice suddenly broke through the quiet on the other side of the pump. I checked the pump again. Everything matched. The total, the gallons, the numbers lined up perfectly. The receipt printed, and I tucked it into my pocket like it might be evidence. With a cough that stirred the dust, the kid walked to his rig and tested his radio. He waved at me slow, the way people wave when the wind returns. Back in my truck, I pulled the keys to my knee and started the engine. Clocks told different stories. The dash read 12:38, my Timex showed 12:17, and my phone displayed a dispatch text from 12:37 but I couldn't remember receiving. The receipt claimed I'd filled up at 12:18. I sat with my head between my hands. I don't chase ghosts or write for papers or think in science fiction terms. I write logs, keep receipts, and sleep when possible. But I knew something wasn't right. 20 minutes is significant. Long enough to cross a county, long enough for a country boy to witness a calf's birth, long enough for someone to disappear. Driving off, the rig felt heavier than usual, as if the load had decided to take a nap. When I hit the black top, I called dispatch. The operator's voice was matter-of-fact. "You good, Hank? You missed the check-in," I explained the pump delay. She asked for the receipt number, then calmly noted, "You logged 20 minutes late on that last check. You sure you didn't stop somewhere else?" Her tone was flat and professional. I confirmed I was at the Brownwood pump. After a brief hold, she returned with a statement. No one else reported outages. She didn't sound surprised. By the time I rejoined the highway, the West Texas sky looked cold and indifferent. My Timex stubbornly ticked at 12:17 while my phone loaded backed-up texts. An hour later, everything synchronized. My watch, phone, and dispatch log showed I'd been offline for 20 minutes. The receipt and dashboard clock told different stories. I tried to file this away under tired, under static, under marsh wiring. I didn't want to investigate further. No. Here's the rewritten text. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Unexplained Diaries. This channel is all about sharing real-life encounters with beings beyond our world, helping you unwind and drift off to sleep. Drop a comment and let me know where you're tuning in from. Get comfortable, and let's dive in. One evening in late spring, after a long, hectic day, I left the office building to find the sky had opened up into a sudden, heavy downpour. This wasn't like the light drizzle from earlier in the week, the kind of rain that soaks you in seconds if you're not prepared. Without an umbrella, I pulled my jacket tighter and quickened my pace down the slick sidewalk. The streets were loud with rain hammering the pavement and bouncing off car roofs. Most people hurried past, heads down, collars up, trying to escape the wet as quickly as possible. I was doing the same, wishing I'd left my umbrella in the car instead of the office. About halfway through my walk, near a corner store with a flickering neon sign, something caught my eye. A man stood on the sidewalk under a street lamp, dressed in a dark suit that looked out of place. What struck me was how completely dry he was. Not a single drop on his jacket or hair, despite the rain falling hard all around him. I slowed down, more out of curiosity than anything else. The man looked straight at me, his eyebrows raised as if trying to figure something out. Then he spoke, his voice calm but with a faint edge of confusion. "Is this normal?" he asked. I blinked, caught off guard. "What do you mean?" "The rain," he said, glancing up at the sky as if seeing it properly for the first time. "Is this normal?" I kept the receipt in my logbook, folded 3 times. My buddy nodded when I told him about the yard the next day. He laughed and mentioned something about weird power lines. I filed the conversation away with other strange encounters. Mirrors on the side of the road that didn't look quite right. A fog that smelled faintly of metal. Now, when I cross that part of the highway, I find myself scanning the sky before I stop, like I might catch the air before it rearranges itself again. The rain kept coming down hard, thick clouds hanging low in the sky. I'd heard the man ask something about the weather, but I couldn't tell if he was serious or just messing around. "Yeah, spring storms happen," I said, trying to sound casual. He nodded slowly, almost like he was carefully processing something. It was strange. Where he came from, things were different. His tone seemed off, as if he was struggling to find the right words or didn't quite understand how to talk about something everyone else knew. He seemed harmless, but something felt weird. The way he looked at me was unsettling, like a scientist examining a new specimen. As I kept walking, I passed people rushing by with umbrellas and jackets. Oddly, no one seemed to notice the man in the suit standing right in the middle of the sidewalk. When I glanced back, he was still there, perfectly dry. No one bumped into him or even looked his way. A street lamp flickered, its yellow light blinking erratically before returning to normal. Suddenly, I felt watched. Not by the man, he wasn't moving, but by something unseen. I picked up my pace, but the street felt longer than it should be. City sounds became muffled, like I was underwater. The rain, which moments ago had been loud, now seemed quieter. I stopped and pulled my jacket tighter. The man was gone. I scanned the block. Nothing. The street was empty except for me and the rain. Was I imagining things? Tired, stressed, maybe my mind was playing tricks. Then I saw something strange on the sidewalk. A small, wet imprint. It looked like a footprint, but unlike any human shoe. Perfectly oval, no tread, no pattern. Just a smooth, damp mark pressed into the concrete. I bent down and touched it. Cold and wet from the rain, but the shape was wrong. It didn't quite belong. And I was out for my usual evening jog through a quiet cul-de-sac in Portland's suburbs. Cool autumn air carried hints of wet leaves and wood smoke from nearby chimneys. The street was calm and peaceful, with houses spaced out and big trees making the neighborhood feel almost like a park. As I rounded the corner near the end of Cedar Lane, something unusual happened. A man was running toward me, which was strange given the late hour. What caught my attention wasn't just his timing, but how precisely he matched my pace, step for step, as if he were a perfect reflection or shadow. He looked ordinary enough, mid-30s, average build, wearing plain dark running clothes. His hair was slicked back, and even though the dim light made his face slightly blurry, his sharp jawline was distinct. Nothing seemed overtly suspicious, yet something felt off. We passed each other without a word. He maintained his stride, never breaking rhythm, which only heightened my unease. I kept glancing back, trying to make sense of the encounter. Suddenly, I realized I'd lost track of time. The sun had almost set, and light rain was starting. Street lights flickered on one by one, casting long shadows. Across the pavement, every time I looked over my shoulder, I thought I saw a shadowy figure slipping between buildings, just at the edge of my vision. But when I turned to look directly, nothing was there. When I finally got home, I locked the door and sat down, still feeling unsettled. Checking my phone, I was stunned to see I'd been walking for nearly twice my usual time, about 45 minutes, when the route from my office typically takes only 20. The mysterious footprint and the man's haunting question, "Is this normal?" lingered in my mind. I've walked that route several times since, during different weather conditions, but I haven't seen him again. No strange footprints either. Yet on rainy nights, a nagging feeling persists. I wonder if I'm being watched, or if that man is out there somewhere, waiting to ask the same cryptic question once more. Someone was matching my pace exactly, like we were connected by an invisible rhythm. Each time I slowed down or sped up, he did the same. It felt deliberate, calculated. I stopped right there on the sidewalk, catching my breath and trying to understand what was happening. He didn't stop. Instead, he kept running, maintaining that same perfect rhythm as he passed me. What struck me as truly bizarre was the complete silence. No footsteps, no rustling of clothes, nothing. It was as if he was gliding or floating. The street was quiet except for a distant car hum. I blinked, and he was halfway down the block. Another blink, and he had vanished completely. No shadow, no sign of entering a driveway or hiding behind a tree, just gone. I stared down the street, but there was no evidence he had ever been there. When I got home, I told Sarah about the encounter. She gave me her usual, "You're imagining things" look, which I understood. It did sound crazy out loud. The next day, at work, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I checked the neighborhood security camera at the corner, but the footage showed only me jogging alone. That night, I went out running again, hoping to see him or find some explanation. Nothing. My smartwatch started acting strange. It kept freezing and showing incorrect times, jumping ahead randomly even after I reset it twice. I thought maybe the cold weather was affecting it. Scout, my dog who normally sleeps through everything, was also acting weird, whining at the window, ears perked, tail stiff. I couldn't see anything outside, but he was intensely focused. A nagging feeling persisted. Something wasn't right. During my runs, I'd become hyper-aware after my initial strange encounter. The neighborhood felt eerily silent. No cars, no children playing, no distant sounds of life. An unsettling quiet hung over everything. Near Cedar Lane, I'd occasionally catch a faint humming noise, soft and drone-like. But each time I stopped to listen, it would instantly disappear. The street remained empty, with trees gently swaying and leaves brushing against each other. Sometimes I'd notice weird flickering lights between houses, a bluish glow that would vanish the moment I looked directly at it. My skin would prickle with an unexplained tension. Turning quickly, I'd find nothing behind me. My pace would involuntarily quicken, neck hairs standing on end. Back home, with Sarah already asleep, I'd sit on the couch trying to calm my racing heart. In subsequent nights, I kept running the same route, hoping to understand or encounter the mysterious figure again. But instead of answers, more strange occurrences emerged, shadows moving just beyond the trees, unusual footprints on sidewalks, elongated and claw-like, definitely not human. About a week after the first encounter, I saw him again near the park at dusk. The sky was a dull orange, heavy with approaching rain. This time he stood waiting, not running. As I approached cautiously, our eyes met. His face was pale, unnaturally smooth, with empty eyes that seemed soulless. I demanded, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" His response was a thin, emotionless smile. Then he simply turned and disappeared down a side street. Since then, I've been trying to make sense of it all. The perfect silence. The vanishing. The strange lights. The inexplicable footprints. Nothing fits together logically. Some nights I still run that route, half hoping and half dreading another encounter. None Wednesday started like any other day at our small hardware store. Just one floor packed with tools, paint, and garden supplies. Nothing unusual. I've worked here almost 3 years, knowing the regulars and inventory inside out. Dan was supposed to open with me, but he called in sick. Management said they'd send a replacement. Around 8:30, after unlocking the doors, a guy showed up looking slightly out of place. His black jacket, dark jeans, and suspiciously clean boots didn't quite fit the hardware store vibe. He nodded at me and pulled out a name tag, though he never actually clipped it on. "Hey, you must be the replacement." "I'm Mark," I said. He just nodded. "Yeah, I'm here for Dan's shift." Something felt off from the start. He didn't smile or make small talk. With customers, he was quick and quiet, barely speaking more than a few words. His eyes seemed to constantly scan the store, watching but not really seeing. What really struck me was how perfectly he knew the work. When customers asked for parts or advice, he answered exactly like Dan would, but even better. It was as if he had a mental cheat sheet, but it went beyond just store knowledge. When I mentioned my personal projects, the deck I was building, the new lawnmower I'd been considering, he knew intimate details. He understood how long I'd been working on the deck, the mower brand I preferred, even that I was thinking about switching to organic fertilizers because of my daughter's worsening allergies. I blinked, trying to make sense of it. I hadn't spoken to Dan in weeks and hadn't shared these details with anyone. During a quiet moment near the paint aisle, I finally asked, "Where did you learn all this?" He shifted, looking at me, or maybe through me. His eyes seemed empty, not quite human. "I've been trained," he said in a flat, low voice. "Trained by who?" I pressed. He didn't answer. He just turned away and started organizing boxes on a shelf. And he was never quite normal. A replacement worker who didn't seem like any typical employee. Every time I tried asking about his background or hobbies, he dodged the questions with that same high smile, saying he didn't carry ID or a work badge. Our store had clear security rules, but somehow no manager seemed bothered by his presence. He moved like a shadow through the space, precise yet unnaturally smooth. His skin looked oddly flat, almost like plastic, and his movements were too calculated. During lunch, I caught him standing by the front door, watching the parking lot intently. When our eyes met, he turned away instantly, as if nothing had happened. Throughout the day, strange details kept catching my attention. His voice sounded hollow, like an imperfect human imitation. When a kid accidentally knocked over some boxes, he didn't react with surprise or urgency, just quietly bent down to help without a word. By mid-afternoon, I was feeling increasingly uneasy. Other employees barely engaged with him, offering only curious glances. The manager's response was frustratingly vague, just a dismissive, "He's filling in," when I tried discussing my concerns. Then old Mr. Steid, then old Mr. Spetter, Harper, the friendly hardware store owner, approached the replacement. I expected awkward small talk, but instead, the guy launched into a detailed discussion about a rare tool, listing specifications, alternative brands, and purchase locations with remarkable precision. Mr. Harper looked shocked, almost spooked. He muttered something and left without buying anything. The replacement simply retreated to the back room, closing the door behind him. During the final hour, I was alone at the counter when my phone buzzed. A text from Dan read, "You sure that's the replacement? Doesn't sound like me." I kept watching the back room door, the store silent around me. When closing time arrived, I locked up and stepped outside into the quiet parking lot, my mind still spinning with questions about the mysterious worker. My neighborhood is quiet, sitting on Portland's edge. Mostly families and retirees fill the streets. Nothing flashy. Just regular houses with occasional barking dogs. I've lived here 4 years, the kind of place where neighbors are barely noticed unless you're chatting on the sidewalk or borrowing sugar. 2 doors down, Martin's house used to stand. He wasn't super friendly, but always polite. We'd exchange brief nods or hellos when our paths crossed. Late last fall, he moved out, saying something about relocating for work. No big deal. Afterward, the house sat empty. Mail would pile up, but no signs of life. One evening about 2 months ago, walking my dog just after sunset, the sky, that dull grey typical of early spring and streetlights, flickering on, I noticed a figure in Martin's driveway, messing with the mailbox. Initially, I thought someone had moved in. Then I realized it was Martin himself, looking exactly as I remembered, maybe slightly paler. He saw me and waved. "Hey," he said, smiling like nothing had changed. "Martin, I thought you moved out months ago," I said, stopping a few feet away. He blinked, looking confused, then laughed it off. "No, I've been here the whole time. The store lot was empty except for one car, the replacements. Walking past, I could have sworn I saw him standing just inside the tinted windows, watching me with those empty eyes. I shook it off and got in my car. Driving home, I kept thinking about how much this guy knew, about me, the store, even people I hadn't mentioned in years. He never gave a real answer about himself like a ghost wearing a mask. I told a few friends, but they just laughed. Said I was tired, maybe overthinking. The next day, Dan showed up at work acting completely normal. I asked if anyone had covered his shift, but he looked confused. He'd called in sick, but heard nothing about another replacement. No one mentioned this person. The replacement didn't exist in any official record. Managers were silent, and no one at the store seemed to remember. I checked the security cameras. The footage was mysteriously corrupted during those hours. I still don't know who or what he was, but I know one thing: I never want to see him again. And I noticed something odd about Martin from the start. When I mentioned picking up his mail during the winter when the house seemed empty, he looked confused, staring down the street like he was trying to understand what I was talking about. "That can't be right," he said. "I've been around. Maybe you're thinking of someone else." The next day, I invited him over for coffee, thinking he might just be messing with me. When I visited his place the following afternoon, something felt strange. The house looked lived in, but not in a natural way. It was clean, almost sterile, like a staged set for a TV show. No personal touches, no clutter, nothing that made it feel like a real home. Martin greeted me at the door, but his behavior was off. His smile didn't reach his eyes, and his movements were too precise, as if he was consciously trying to act normal. During our conversation, he seemed distant. When I asked how he'd been, he simply said, "Good," and mentioned working mostly. I kept bringing up the empty house and his apparent absence, but he consistently deflected or looked genuinely puzzled. "I haven't left," he would say. "I'm not sure why you'd think that." Over the next few days, I saw him doing ordinary things. Walking a dog I'd never seen before, doing yard work, reading on his porch. Yet whenever I tried to discuss his mysterious absence, he would change the subject. Then came the moment everything shifted. At the grocery store, I overheard neighbors discussing Martin. "He hasn't lived here for months," one of them said when I asked about him. I was stunned. I told them I'd seen him almost every day, but they just shook their heads. Something wasn't right. That evening, I went to Martin's house to confront him directly. He opened the door quickly, as if he'd been waiting. His voice was quieter, more controlled. "Neighbors say you moved months ago," I said. "You've been here." But my words trailed off, the mystery hanging between us. But I knew different. I'd been there, watched him, and something felt off. From our first encounter, his presence seemed strange. His eyes didn't quite focus, flicking past me like he wasn't fully present. We walked around the block one day, and I noticed his speech was unusual. Words would pause oddly, sometimes repeating themselves. When I tried asking about the neighborhood or past events, he'd grow uncomfortable and change the subject. Once, looking at a maple tree, he asked its type as if seeing it for the first time. Small details started accumulating. His shadow moved differently, slightly out of sync with his body. I'd catch him staring at walls for unnaturally long periods, unblinking. Conversations about work or hobbies yielded only vague, inconsistent responses. A photo on his mantel caught my attention. It showed a younger Martin, smiling, relaxed. But something felt wrong. The colors seemed washed out, and in the corner I spotted a weird symbol. A triangle with 3 dots. When I asked about it, he brushed it off, claiming it was just an old frame. The most unsettling moment came late one night. I saw Martin on his porch, moving mechanically, like a glitching video. His voice when he spoke was flat, inhuman, "I'm right here," sounding more like a recording than a person. Then suddenly he was normal again, smiling faintly. I stopped asking questions. Martin remained in the neighborhood, acting as if nothing was amiss. No one else seemed to notice or acknowledge the strangeness surrounding him. He continued living there, a potential mystery hidden in plain sight. Night after night, I catch glimpses of him in the shadows, always watching yet vanishing the moment I try to approach. He remains an enigma. A man who never truly left, but never quite belonged either. My life seemed ordinary enough. I'm Ethan, a software engineer living in a small house just outside Flagstaff, Arizona, where the desert meets the forest and the night sky reveals every star. No weird past, no enemies at least. That's what I believed. Everything changed with a phone call. Precisely at 3:33 a.m., my phone rang. No caller ID, just a calm, unrecognizable voice asking one haunting question. "Do you remember who you really are?" I sat up, heart racing. Before I could respond, the line went dead. Attempts to call back were futile. The number was blocked. In the days that followed, similar calls kept coming. Always at strange hours, always the same voice, always that single question. I didn't tell anyone. Who would believe me? Instead, I started paying closer attention to myself. Strange details emerged. Not just ordinary forgetfulness, but entire memory gaps, like missing film clips. During a hike near Kendrick Peak, something felt off. Footsteps echoed behind me, yet no one was there. The shadows among the trees seemed distorted, stretching unnaturally. That voice haunted me. What started as a seemingly random prank call began feeling like something more sinister. When I checked my phone logs, the calls weren't coming through normal networks. The data showed weird scrambling unlike anything I'd seen before. Each day, the question echoed in my mind, who am I really? Now a week after the first strange call, I was lying in bed with my eyes closed when the phone buzzed again. I didn't answer, instead staring at the ceiling and trying to push the voice out of my head. Suddenly, something caught my attention outside my window. A figure stood just beyond the porch light, tall, slender, wearing a dark jacket and a baseball cap pulled low over their face. When I blinked, they vanished. I told myself it was probably a neighbor or a jogger, but the feeling didn't go away. It was like they were waiting, watching, but not quite human. Work became increasingly strange that week. I'd sit at my desk and momentarily lose track of what I was doing. My co-workers noticed I seemed distracted, though I couldn't explain why. My computer screen would flicker with static-like interference, returning to normal when I blinked. My boss pulled me aside, asking if I was okay. I lied, saying I was just tired. Driving home, the setting sun cast long orange shadows across the highway. A pickup truck parked by the roadside caught my eye, its door open, but no one inside. As I passed, I thought I glimpsed the same figure from my porch standing in a nearby field. I shook my head, trying to clear my mind. At home, I started a journal, documenting every strange occurrence. The calls, the mysterious figure, the memory glitches. I needed to make sense of it all. 2 weeks after the first call, a knock came at my door around 1 a.m., unexpected and unsettling. Looking through the peephole revealed nothing. When I opened the door, no one was there. Just a small folded piece of paper on the doorstep. The neat handwriting read, "Do you remember who you really are?" Shaking, I dropped the paper and shut the door. The next morning, I called my best friend Mark, telling him everything. He was skeptical at first, thinking I was stressed or losing my mind. But when I described the paper and the figure, his tone changed. "Okay, that's weird," he said. "Want me to come over?" Mark did come over. We spent the entire night reviewing my phone records, examining the mysterious paper, and checking my doorbell camera's security footage. Nothing unusual appeared. No figure, no footsteps, yet the calls kept coming, always the same. It was late October, with a steady drizzle making everything feel damp and grey. I was settling into my new neighborhood, unpacking boxes and getting used to the unfamiliar streets and my new job. The street corner at 9th and Alder seemed unremarkable, just an ordinary intersection with old houses and small businesses. Yet something strange caught my attention. Every day, almost like clockwork, a man would appear between 4:15 and 4:20 in the afternoon. Whether I was driving home or walking my dog, he'd be there, crouched down, adjusting his camera lens, photographing the cracked pavement, street sign, and faded crosswalk lines. Most people didn't seem to notice him, but I found his behavior peculiar. Initially, I assumed he was a hobbyist photographer or working on some sort of project, but something felt off. Then the calls started. They came with the same question each time, the paper appearing twice more in different places, my mailbox, my car dashboard. Soon, I began seeing a figure during the day, just at the edge of my vision. Whenever I tried to look directly, it vanished. Its movement was unsettling, smooth and deliberate, like someone awkwardly imitating human walking. I became cautious. I stopped hiking alone and started locking all doors and windows, but the calls continued. About a month later, something changed. "Home alone in the kitchen," I answered the phone immediately when it rang. "Do you remember who you really are?" the voice asked. Before I could respond, a soft buzzing filled the room. The lights flickered. The temperature dropped. Then, almost like a whisper, the voice said, "You're closer than you think." The line went dead. After that night, the call stopped. The figure outside never returned. Yet sometimes I still feel watched, followed. The missing pieces in my memory remain. And occasionally, I wonder if I'm truly the person I believe myself to be. I noticed him at the same corner every single day, and after about a week, something felt off. A cloudy, cold Tuesday afternoon with a steady drizzle. I parked my car a little down the street and walked over with my dog on a leash. When I approached, he was standing there with his camera pointed at the street corner. I tried to sound casual. "Hey," I said. He didn't seem startled, just looked up slowly, neither surprised nor displeased. "Hi," he replied in a calm, low voice. "I see you here a lot, taking pictures of this corner every day." I mentioned. He nodded, keeping his eyes on the camera. "Yes. It's important to document," he said. When I asked what made this corner special, he paused and then responded, "I don't know why anyone else would find it interesting. It's just a corner." His answer caught me off guard. I asked if he lived in the neighborhood, and he shook his head. No, he didn't usually come this way and didn't know many people in the area. I found it strange that he was here every day at the same time. Something about Simon felt unusual. His mannerisms were too precise, too careful. When he spoke, it seemed like he was meticulously choosing each word. We shook hands, and his grip was cool, almost mechanical. He explained his focus on the empty street corner. It's important to record places where little happens. Sometimes the most ordinary spots hold the most significance. It sounded like a line from an art project, but I didn't press further. Over the next week, I kept an eye out for him. He was always at the corner, camera ready, and I started noticing odd details. He never had a phone or other equipment, just the camera. He never talked to anyone, and no one seemed to acknowledge his presence. When I mentioned him to co-workers who lived nearby, they looked at me like I was joking. "There's nobody like that around here," one said, "especially not hanging out on 9th and Alder every day." Late that afternoon, I took a different route home and found myself near a familiar corner. Simon was there, crouched by the curb, camera in hand. When I approached, I asked about the street's foot traffic. His response was puzzling. "People walk here," he said with genuine confusion. I explained about neighborhood potlucks, children playing, and the local bakery's morning lines. Simon listened, but his bewilderment only grew. He claimed he'd never seen any of these things. Something felt off. I realized I knew nothing about Simon's origins. He wasn't on the neighborhood Facebook page, and no one seemed to remember him before I did. I pressed him directly about where he lived. His answers were vague, not far, and I don't stay in one place long. A few days later, I decided to follow him after his usual photo session. He walked slowly down the street, then suddenly vanished into a narrow alley between two houses. When I checked, the alley was completely empty. No doors were open, no sign of entry. Back home, I reviewed my recently installed security camera footage. Simon appeared at the corner at 4:17 p.m. taking photos. The camera tracked him entering the alley, but then nothing. No movement, no exit, no trace. I rewound, fast-forwarded, slowed the footage. Absolutely nothing. The next day, I searched nearby alleys and streets. Simon was gone. The phone number I'd once texted him didn't exist. Neighbors had mixed memories. Some recalled seeing him, others thought I was imagining things. An elderly woman was particularly skeptical. The more I investigated, the stranger things became. Simon seemed to exist in a liminal space, present, yet not quite there. Something fundamental about his presence didn't make sense, and that uncertainty gnawed at me. Not at me, not I work at the public library in a small Vermont college town. It's the kind of place where everyone knows each other, and the pace slows down in late afternoons after classes end, but before most people return home. As the assistant librarian for about 3 years, my main job involves helping people find research materials, primarily in environmental science and forestry, my field of study and passion. One afternoon just before closing, I noticed a man sitting in the back corner of the reading room. This was unusual because that area is typically empty and faces away from the main floor. He wore a simple dark jacket and jeans with neatly combed hair, but his posture seemed stiff, almost unnatural. He had a notebook and pen with no laptop or phone. What first caught my attention was the stack of books on the table. They were all on very specific topics. Botany, old forestry techniques, and plant ecology, exactly the kind of materials I usually help students find. Something seemed off, though. None of the books had due dates stamped, and they didn't appear to be checked out at all. I thought he might just be reading them there, which I'd seen before. But his behavior was strange. Whenever I glanced over, he was looking down at the table, never at the books. When I turned back to the computer or helped someone else, he'd quietly reach for a book, flip a page, then look away. Weeks later, I started noticing him around the corner for a few days. Then one evening around dusk, I caught a glimpse of him standing across the street from my house. He wasn't taking pictures, just standing and staring up at my window. I blinked and he was gone. After that, I didn't see him for weeks. Then, one night, around 11:30 p.m., while getting ready for bed, I heard a soft tapping at my front window. Looking over, there he was, standing outside and looking in. I didn't open the window or door. He gave a small nod, turned, and walked away down the street. The next day, I asked around again. No one had seen him. No one remembered a man like that. Weeks passed. The corners stayed empty. I never saw him again. But sometimes when walking my dog around sunset, I catch a shadow out of the corner of my eye, just standing still at the edge of the street, watching. And I wonder who he really was and why he was so interested in a corner where nothing happens. Here's the rewritten text. Something was off about this guy from the start. He'd sit in the same spot every single day, surrounded by a stack of academic books that never moved. No one seemed to notice him, and he never interacted with anyone. I tried talking to him multiple times, casual approaches, friendly offers of help, but he just kept scribbling in his notebook, head down, never making eye contact. His routine was eerily precise. Day after day, he'd arrive at the same time, occupy the same area, and maintain absolute silence. The notebooks were filled with neat, methodical writing, numbers, charts, symbols, but nothing ever seemed to leave the library with him. Even when other patrons dwindled and the space grew quiet, he'd remain facing the wall, almost as if trying to remain invisible. Strange occurrences began to accumulate. One afternoon during a brief power flicker, he vanished completely. When the lights returned, he was gone, yet his books remained untouched exactly where he'd left them. The next day, he reappeared as if nothing had happened. When I asked other staff and students about him, no one recalled seeing him before. The real mystery emerged when I found one of his books in the environmental science section, a location far from where he usually sat. Examining the book, I discovered an unusual mark inside the cover. a triangle with 3 dots. None of the other copies bore this symbol. The cataloging librarian was puzzled, suggesting it might be from a previous owner, but these were new library books. Then came the moment that truly unnerved me. While shelving new arrivals, I caught him looking directly at me. Our eyes met briefly. His were a striking pale grey, and in that instant, something felt fundamentally wrong. Empty somehow, like there was nothing behind him. A chill ran down my spine as I quickly looked away. When I glanced back, he was pretending to write in his notebook again. I stopped shelving and watched closely. He didn't move for a long time. The next day, something strange occurred. The books he'd been reading had vanished from the table. I searched everywhere, checking checkout logs, searching through stacks and asking other librarians. No one had moved them. I even questioned the cleaning crew, but they hadn't touched that area. I told Sarah, my girlfriend, about the incident that evening. She suggested I was making myself paranoid, but I wasn't convinced. Over the following week, I observed him more carefully. Sometimes he'd stare blankly at the wall for minutes. Other times, he'd flip through book pages without actually reading. One afternoon, I discovered a book in his stack that shouldn't have been in our library. An obscure forestry manual from the 40s that we'd never acquired. It wasn't in our catalogue. Once, I tried following him after he left. He walked slowly down the street before disappearing into the thick woods behind the library. I waited, but he never emerged. That night, I returned home to find my front door unlocked. Something I was certain I'd secured. Nothing was missing, but one of those old forestry manuals sat on my kitchen table. I hadn't brought it home, and Sarah denied any involvement. I placed the book in my car, planning to return it the next day. Back at the library, he sat in his usual corner. I wanted to approach him, to ask who he was, but I couldn't. He never spoke, never met my eyes. I left the book near him and walked away. He glanced at it once, then resumed staring at the wall. Afterward, I noticed peculiar details. Papers on my desk moved. My computer clock shifted slightly. Once, late at night, I glimpsed a figure outside my window, something not quite human, standing motionless under the porch light before vanishing. I never saw the man again after that day. The books he left behind gradually returned to the shelves, with no indication of who had moved them. The old manual disappeared as mysteriously as it had appeared. I woke up in a small, minimalist apartment that wasn't mine. The room was dim, with soft morning light filtering through partially drawn curtains. I was fully dressed in jeans and a black t-shirt, my worn sneakers still on, but something felt off immediately. I couldn't remember how I got here. A faint but distinct smell of old wood and lavender hung in the air, definitely not something from my place. My head throbbed slightly as I sat up and surveyed the space. A narrow kitchen with clean dishes, a cheap couch, a small TV mounted on the wall. The pale grey walls seemed to hold a strange, heavy silence. I tried to recall the night before. Nothing. No memories, no text messages, no phone calls. My phone wasn't even on the bedside table where I always left it. In fact, I couldn't find a phone anywhere. When I checked my pockets, I found my usual items: wallet, keys, lighter. But there was also a small folded piece of paper with neat handwriting. Meet me at 7:30 tonight, 213 Harbour Stat. No name, no clue who left it. I attempted to call my own number from the kitchen landline. It rang and rang, no voicemail. This wasn't normal for me. I don't party, I don't black out, I don't wake up in unfamiliar places that somehow feel familiar. The apartment walls were decorated with landscapes, abstract paintings and beach photos, none featuring people I recognized. No family photos, no books, no clutter. It felt like a staged version of my life, or like I'd stepped into an alternate reality. The door was unlocked. When I stepped into the hallway, an unnatural quietness surrounded me. No other doors were open, no voices, no sounds. From my car, sometimes I still wonder who he was, why he chose those books and what he wanted from me. But I never got any answers. Just the quiet library, the empty chair in the corner, and the feeling that something was watching from the shadows. The street looked residential, near the water. Faded signs hung on, small shops, a cafe, a florist with wilted flowers, overcast sky, a chill in the air. I pulled out a phone that wasn't mine. The lock screen showed today's date, but the device felt completely unfamiliar. Swiping through, I saw photos of a man who looked oddly like a distorted version of myself. A name caught my eye. Elliot. The last text message asked, "Are you coming tonight?" I pocketed the phone and walked toward 213 Haast, an old apartment building near the docks. Peeling paint, rusty mailboxes, the kind of place that seems forgotten. A strange pull drew me to the door. I buzzed the apartment and it clicked open. Inside, a dark hallway carried the same lavender scent from before. My heart raced as I climbed to the third floor, finding apartment 7B with its door slightly ajar. Pushing it open, I peeked inside. The room was empty except for a single chair facing the window. Grey water and swaying boats filled the view outside. Suddenly, a voice behind me. "Did you find the note?" I spun around. A man in his early 30s stood there. Dark hair, green eyes, calm but intense. Simple, clean clothes, dark jeans, light jacket. "Who are you?" I asked. He smiled faintly. "I'm someone you need to talk to. I've been waiting for you." "Waiting? I don't know you." "I don't know how I got here." He nodded, as if expecting my confusion. "That's because you don't remember everything. But you're close." "Close to what?" I asked. "Do you remember who you really are?" His voice was quiet but firm. I shook my head. He stepped closer, and for a moment, something felt unnatural. His eyes were too steady, too sharp. "I don't expect you to understand now," he said. "But you've been elsewhere. You've been somewhere you don't belong." I stood there alone, staring out at the grey water, trying to make sense of what just happened. Elliot, with his calm yet unreadable eyes, had just walked out, leaving me with more questions than answers. Who was? Why did I feel like I didn't belong anywhere? This apartment felt both strange and familiar. "That place is trying to pull you back," he had said, causing my throat to tighten. I couldn't understand what he meant. When I asked what place he was talking about, he glanced toward the window, saying, "Not here. Not here either." His cryptic words left me unsettled. I called out to him as he was leaving, "Wait, how do I get home? How do I get back to my life?" He stopped, turned back, and simply said, "You already are home. You just don't realize it." Then he was gone, the door closing softly behind him. Later that evening, when I returned to my own apartment, everything felt different, too cluttered, too noisy. I kept thinking about the empty apartment, about Elliot's eyes. Sometimes when I look in the mirror, I catch a glimpse of someone else, a face that's almost mine, but not quite. And late at night, my phone occasionally lights up with a mysterious message, "Do you remember yet?" It was a typical Saturday at the local farmers' market when I met Harper. The small place was filled with regulars buying vegetables and baked goods, a weekend ritual I'd started to get out of the house. I didn't expect to meet anyone new. She was standing by the apple stand, carefully examining a bunch of Granny Smiths. Something about the way she held the apples, as if trying to find the perfect one, made me approach her. I offered a recommendation, and she smiled softly, explaining she was new in town, having moved just a few weeks ago. Over the next few weeks, we met a few times, sometimes at the market, sometimes at a nearby coffee shop. Harper was quiet but comfortable to be around. She never pushed too hard to talk about herself and seemed genuinely interested in what I was saying. Yet, there was an odd distance to her, as if she wasn't quite part of this place. Each encounter left me with a sense of something undefined, something just beyond my understanding. The messages, Elliot, Harper, they all seemed connected somehow, pieces of a puzzle I couldn't quite put together. Not here's the rewritten text. Something strange was happening with Harper and photographs. Every time I tried to capture her image, she simply vanished. No shadow, no blur, nothing. It was as if the camera couldn't detect her presence at all. The first instance occurred at the town's small park. I was photographing sunlit trees, with Harper sitting right beside me on the bench. But when I later checked my phone, the bench appeared completely empty. Initially, I dismissed it as a camera glitch. To test my theory, I brought my DSLR next time. We were at a library craft fair, sitting on a picnic blanket. I snapped a photo of us together, with Harper smiling directly at me. Upon immediate review, she was nowhere to be seen. The blanket, trees, and I were there, but Harper had disappeared. When I showed her the picture, she laughed it off. "Maybe I'm a ghost," she said with a grin. But I wasn't amused. From that point on, I deliberately tested the phenomenon. Group photos, candid shots, pictures when she was looking away. Each time, The result was the same. Harper was present, talking and moving, but the camera captured only empty space. Our conversations about this were never conclusive. She claimed ignorance, always changing the subject with a dismissive, "Some things are better left unexplained." My unease grew beyond just photographic anomalies. I noticed her reflections were unusually faint, barely a blur in shop windows. Stranger still were people's reactions to her. Passers-by would give her odd, uncomfortable looks. Once, a child stared at her intently before bursting into tears, running away. These incidents accumulated, building a sense of otherworldly. One rainy evening, walking home from a small diner, I finally confronted her directly. "Harper, what are you?" I asked, quietly. She stopped and turned. Harper entered my life during a light rain, the streetlights reflecting off wet pavement. Something about her was different, though I couldn't immediately explain why. We'd been acquainted for months, and gradually I began sensing something unusual about her presence. One evening, she came to my small, cluttered apartment. We were sitting on the couch watching a movie when I decided to take a picture. The moment I tried, something strange happened. When I looked at the screen, she was completely absent from the photo. I held the phone up, asking her to try, but she simply smiled and covered the lens. I took several more pictures in quick succession. Not a single one captured her image. Her reaction was unsettlingly calm, almost tired, as if this was a familiar occurrence. "I need to know what you are," I said. "Why can't I take your picture?" She responded quietly. "I'm not like you, but I'm here. At least I try to be." I didn't press further, uncertain how much of the truth I could handle. After that night, our meetings became less frequent. Harper mentioned she needed to leave town, and I didn't argue. Before departing, she gave me a small notebook filled with intricate drawings, strange symbols and sketches of almost human figures with slightly off-kilter features. Months passed. I returned to my normal routines, but something had fundamentally changed. Sometimes when reviewing old photos, I'd catch a shadow where she should be, a fleeting glimpse of something almost present. Occasionally, in my peripheral vision, I'd sense her watching, calm and patient. I never discovered exactly what Harper was, but our encounter altered my perception of the world, and perhaps that unexplained mystery is enough. I was leaving the restaurant after a long shift. The night stretched out quiet and still. Every little sound seemed to echo in the darkness. Damp streets glistened from earlier rain, and a faint hint of fireplace smoke mixed with the wet asphalt smell. The cab that pulled up was an older sedan with faded yellow paint. The driver appeared to be in his 50s or early 60s, with thinning grey hair and deep lines etched around his eyes. He had a calm, steady presence as I gave him my address, a small street on the neighborhood's edge where I lived alone in a cramped apartment. He nodded and responded with a brief, "Got it." But something felt different from the start. Usually, my ride home was a straightforward 10-minute trip. This time, he turned in the opposite direction. At first, I thought it might be a detour or roadwork. Watching familiar blocks pass by through the window, the driver remained silent, his eyes fixed ahead. After 10 minutes, I spoke up. "This isn't the way to my place. Are you sure you're going the right way?" He didn't look at me, just continued driving. Then he said, almost matter-of-factly, "Sometimes the path isn't what it seems." "What do you mean?" I asked, confused. He shrugged lightly. "The shortest way isn't always the true way. You get where you're supposed to go by following the road less traveled." As we drove deeper into the neighborhood, the surroundings changed. Older houses lined the streets, flickering streetlights cast strange shadows, and the air grew cooler. My phone showed no signal. Unusual for this area. We kept circling blocks I recognized, but nothing matched my route home. An hour passed. I was still in the cab, nowhere near my apartment. "Are you lost?" I asked, growing anxious. "No lost here." Ha! Something felt off. In the dim cab light, his eyes were too clear, almost like glass. His expression was unreadable, not reflecting the streetlights like a normal person's would. I was getting seriously freaked out. In calm, steady, like he knew exactly what was happening, even if I didn't. The rain started again, light at first, then heavier. Windshield wipers slapped back and forth, blurring the street outside. The world looked strange, more muted, like a film playing in slow motion. I asked, "Why are you doing this?" He glanced at me briefly, and his smile was slow, almost deliberate. Sometimes you have to take a longer route to see what's really here. I wanted to say something else, but the words caught in my throat. We passed a park I recognized, but the playground was empty and dark, shadows hanging heavy over the swings. After a while, I noticed the other cars on the street seemed older, the models from years ago. The street signs looked worn, faded in a way I hadn't seen before. I felt like I'd stepped back in time, or maybe sideways into some parallel version of the neighborhood. I rubbed my eyes. When I looked again, the driver's face hadn't changed. The same calm smile, the same unreadable eyes. "Where exactly are we?" I asked. He didn't answer, just kept. I started to notice little things. A bird perched on a street lamp that didn't fly away when we passed. A shadow in a second-story window that vanished as soon as I blinked. The absence of any other pedestrians. Then I realized the radio had been off the whole time, but now it clicked on by itself, playing a soft static-filled tune I couldn't place. I felt like a lullaby, but distorted, stretched out. I looked at the driver again, and his eyes caught mine for a moment. There was a strange intensity here, something that felt too controlled to be natural. I swallowed hard and said, "Please just take me home." He nodded, and the car turned again. This time, the street started to feel familiar again. The trees, the cracked sidewalks, the faint glow from my apartment building's windows. When the cab finally stopped in front of my building, I reached for my wallet. The driver shook his head. "No charge." I blinked, confused. "What?" He smiled, that same slow smile, and said, "Sometimes the path isn't what it seems." I got out and closed the door behind me, watching as the cab pulled away, slowly fading into the mist that had settled over the street. Back inside my apartment, I checked my phone again. Signal was back. No missed calls, no messages. But when I looked in the mirror later that night, I caught something in my reflection. A flash of that calm, empty smile behind my own eyes. And I still don't know what that meant. The quiet 24-hour diner off Route 11 was nearly deserted that Thursday night after 9. A lone guy nursed coffee at the counter while a tired waitress restocked sugar jars. I slid into a booth, ordered a grilled cheese and fries, and zoned out. The voice started behind me, low and steady, almost like a monologue. At first I thought someone was on a phone call, but there were no pauses you'd expect during a conversation. Street names caught my attention: Briarwood, Tanner Lane, Bellamy Square. These were from my hometown, a place 8 hours away. Something felt strange. He wasn't talking about the town like someone reminiscing. Instead, he methodically listed locations as if walking through them in a precise mental sequence. He described the hardware store with red siding, the old pharmacy with a green awning, the cobbler shop near Mrs. Albright's sewing store, a place that existed before my mother was born. I subtly tried to glimpse the speaker. All I could see was the back of a head with neat brown hair, wearing a crisp white shirt collar and grey jacket. No phone was visible on the table. He continued describing this town in the present tense, detailing storefronts and streets from decades before my time, speaking as if everything still existed exactly as it once had. The diner was quiet that night. A guy sat behind me, completely unremarkable, except for what he said. Without warning or hesitation, he spoke. "You lived on Fern Street." Those words stopped me cold. He didn't say it like a guess, but like a simple fact, as casual as mentioning the hardware store or the park fountain that was removed after cracking one winter. I turned slowly, pretending to adjust in my seat. His face was pale, clean-shaven, neither young nor old. No lines, no blemishes. He stared straight ahead at an empty booth, lips moving in a steady rhythm I couldn't quite hear. My grilled cheese arrived, and the waitress lingered oddly before leaving. I considered asking her about him, but she seemed distracted and rushed back to the counter. When I looked again, he was silent, hands folded on the table, gazing forward. His plate was mysteriously empty. I hadn't even seen him eat. I told myself to just pay and leave, but curiosity won. Walking to the counter, I glanced back. His booth was completely bare. No coffee cup, no plate, nothing. I searched around. He wasn't at the register, not in the bathroom, not walking out the door. The other customers remained unchanged. I asked the waitress about him. Her response was strange. "You were the only one in a booth," she said, frowning when I insisted there was a man in a grey jacket right behind me. She was certain she hadn't served anyone else all evening. In my car, I sat with the engine running, staring through the diner's glass. From my angle, both booths were empty. During the drive back to my motel, his voice echoed in my mind. "You lived on Fern Street." He'd said it so naturally, as if he'd known me forever, even before I existed. That Thursday morning, a misty rain was falling, the kind that seeps slowly into your clothes. I was on the 7:20 bus into the city, a route I almost never take. It wasn't my usual bus. I'd missed my earlier ride, which meant dealing with a more crowded journey. The bus interior was thick with the smell of wet coats and cheap coffee. I slid into an empty aisle seat near the middle, trying to shake rain from my hood without bumping the person next to me. At first, I noticed the man 2 rows ahead by the window, without really thinking about it. Just another passenger, maybe mid-30s, with short dark hair, wearing a grey windbreaker and jeans. There was a small scar above his right eyebrow, a faint crescent shape. I don't know why my eyes caught that detail, but they did. When the next stop came and another passenger boarded, something felt immediately wrong. He was wearing exactly the same outfit, grey windbreaker, jeans, same short dark hair. But it wasn't just similar, it was identical. When he turned down the aisle, I realized he had the exact same face. Same scar, same position, same nose, same jaw, even the way he held his shoulders. Neither man seemed to notice the other. The new passenger sat toward the back, on the opposite side of the bus. I kept telling myself I was imagining things, that I'd just glanced too quickly. But every time I checked, pretending to adjust my hair or look around, the similarity remained unchanged. The only difference was their gaze. The man near the front kept his eyes on the window, while the one behind me stared straight ahead. At one point, when I got up to let someone out, I caught the back one in my peripheral vision. Our eyes met, same exact light brown shade. He blinked slowly, never breaking eye contact, then looked away as if nothing had happened. A woman across from me seemed to notice my repeated glances and gave me a suspicious frown, but I couldn't stop looking. I wanted some sign, a hint of recognition, a shared joke, but there was nothing. Just 2 identical men, completely unacknowledging of each other's existence. I put in my earbuds but didn't play anything, wanting to hear if anyone spoke. They didn't. A few stops later, the first guy stood up and walked toward the door. As he passed my row, I caught a sharp smell like metal or overheated electronics. He stepped into the drizzle without looking back. The second passenger remained seated. I thought maybe I could finally relax. Perhaps it was just a weird coincidence. But 2 stops later, he also got off at a completely different part of town. That should have been the end of it. However, when I reached my stop and disembarked, I saw him again. Across the street, under an awning without an umbrella, hands in pockets, he stared down the block. I froze, hoping he wouldn't see me. Then his head slowly turned, and his eyes locked onto mine. No smile, no nod, just watching. I started walking toward my office, telling myself to stop being paranoid. Halfway down the block, a shop window's reflection made me glance back. The second passenger was crossing the street behind me. I walked faster, cutting down a side street, and didn't look around again when I reached my building. I badged in, took the elevator, and tried to focus on work. At lunch, a figure in a grey windbreaker passed by outside. I didn't leave the office until after dark and took a different bus home. Throughout the ride, I kept my head down, barely looking at anyone. At one point, when we stopped at a light, I glanced out. Across the intersection, someone stood leaning against a lamppost in the drizzle. Grey windbreaker, small crescent scar over the eyebrow. I was driving alone to a client job in northern New Mexico, traveling through that desert stretch where roads extend straight for miles, and the horizon seemed impossibly distant. My GPS had lost signal about an hour earlier, and I was navigating by memory, expecting to recognize the turnoff. Late afternoon brought that pale yellow light that elongates every shadow. I hadn't passed another vehicle in at least 20 minutes when I spotted a pull-off with a single rusted picnic table and a green highway trash can. A man stood beside it, facing the road as if he'd been waiting. 90 stood there, perfectly still. A man in his late 50s wearing a crisp brown windbreaker and pressed khaki pants. No hat, no sunglasses, no bag. Even with the breeze, his hair remained immaculately combed. I slowed down and pulled onto the gravel, thinking I'd ask about directions to Los Cerrios, my job site location. Rolling down the passenger window, I leaned out. "Hey," I called. "Do you know how to get to Los Cerritos from here?" His response was instantaneous. Without hesitation or asking my origin, he began reciting precise directions. 17.4 miles east on this road. Turn left at the white post marked 28B. That's a 43D angle turn. Continue for 22.6 miles, then turn right at the second cattle guard. You'll arrive in exactly 53 minutes and 19 seconds given your current speed. He delivered this like reading from a memorized list. No pauses, no I think or about, just exact numbers to decimal points. I stared, wondering if I'd misheard. Okay, thanks, I said. He gave a single, curt nod, signaling the conversation's end. His eyes never left mine, and he hadn't moved except to speak. As I put the car in gear and merged back onto the highway, I glanced in the mirror. He remained in the exact same spot, facing the road, hands at his sides. A mile down the road, something unsettling occurred to me. I'd never told him my starting point. How could he provide such precise mileage and timing without knowing my route or direction? I tried dismissing the thought. Maybe there was only one logical route to Los Cerritos, but I knew I could have approached from two completely different highways. Driving, I continuously checked my odometer against his directions. At precisely 17.4 miles, the white post marked 28B appeared. Curiosity led me to turn left and verify the rest of his instructions. The road was narrow, almost like a private ranch route, with scrub brush on both sides and no other traffic. As shadows lengthened and the sun dipped low, the landscape looked flat and empty. At 22.6 miles, I encountered a cattle guard. I slowed, wondering if this was the turn, but saw only a faint dirt track disappearing into a dry wash. Then I noticed something chilling on my dashboard clock. From the moment I'd left him, the minutes and seconds were aligning exactly with the numbers he'd given. Every detail of the route seemed eerily precise, even when I slowed for turns. Something felt too exact to be coincidence. I'd stopped briefly, grabbing a water bottle, taking a quick drink, thinking it might disrupt the timing. But no, the estimated travel time continued exactly as if I'd never paused. As I approached my supposed destination, the landscape remained unchanging, low hills and a single wire fence running alongside the road. With minutes left, I reached another cattle guard where a dirt road branched off to the right. No signs, no mailboxes marked the way. Slowing down, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw something strange. A man in a brown windbreaker stood about 50 yards back, wearing pressed khaki pants and perfectly combed hair. He wasn't moving, just standing facing me. I wondered if I'd somehow looped around, but I hadn't taken any turns since the last marker. I turned onto the dirt road, avoiding looking back. The path ended at a chained gate with open land beyond. Sitting with the engine idling, I felt like I'd been directed somewhere forbidden. When I turned around, the spot where I'd seen the man was now empty. No car, no person, no footprints in the dust. I returned to the highway just as the sun disappeared. Miles later, my GPS suddenly rerouted me to Los Cerritos by a completely different path. I saw no one until reaching the next town's lights. It was just after midnight when I pulled off the interstate. Hours of driving east from Boise toward a Wyoming client meeting had worn down my last caffeine boost. Stiff legs and blurring eyes made the blue rest area sign welcome. The lot was deserted, except for one flickering overhead, light and industrial orange glow struggling to stay lit. Beneath it stood a man in a grey business suit, perfectly still, briefcase in hand. As I passed the entrance, I considered stopping to offer help, but something held me back. And he stood completely still, like a statue positioned just so. No normal movement, no casual glance. Something was off about his stance. Feet unusually close together, shoulders perfectly squared, as if posing for a school photo, eyes wide and unblinking. His stare seemed fixed even before I arrived. A flickering light cast jumping shadows above him while he remained utterly motionless. A briefcase hung rigidly from his hand, not swinging even with a light breeze. I parked far away, maybe 8 or 9 spaces distant, and immediately noticed my car radio playing static from a late-night talk station. That's when I realized his lips were moving in perfect synchronization with the radio announcer. Each word matched precisely. At first, I thought it might be coincidence, but the timing was too exact. Even when the station briefly faded and returned with traffic updates about weekend construction delays, his mouth opened and closed in flawless alignment. My stomach tightened. I lingered in the car longer than intended, pretending to search the glove box while watching him. The air felt unnaturally cold for July, heavy and strange. As I walked toward the bathroom, I tried not to look directly at him, but couldn't help occasional glances. He continued staring in my direction, but not really seeing me. His pupils didn't shift or focus. Soft, almost inaudible murmuring drifted from him, perfectly timed with my car radio's distant broadcast. I walked straight into the bathroom without slowing, finding it smelling of industrial cleaner with an unusually loud fluorescent light hum. After splashing water on my face, I stepped outside. He had turned slightly, no longer facing me directly, but now angled differently. I was working late on a Tuesday evening in Tacoma. By the time I reached the platform, the sky had darkened and sodium yellow station lights buzzed overhead. The rain carried a faint wet metal scent from earlier showers. My nearly empty car had just a few scattered passengers. I settled into a window seat, my bag resting between my feet. Across from me sat a man in his mid-40s, wearing a navy overcoat and holding a briefcase. Something felt off about him. His lips seemed to be moving, but no sound came out. As I watched, his shoes slowly shifted to point toward my car. I quickened my pace, keys already in hand. When I got close, I stopped cold. My driver's side door was unlocked, and I knew I'd heard the lock beep earlier. The radio crackled to life, slightly louder than before. An announcer droned on about a weather report for some unfamiliar city. I climbed in, slammed the door, relocked it, and started the engine. I should have just driven away, but a glance in the rearview mirror changed everything. The man now stood at the lot's edge where sidewalk meets pavement, facing the road. Street light flickering behind him cast his face in shadow, yet I could still see his mouth moving, perfectly synced with the radio announcer's voice. On the interstate, the rest stop vanished into darkness. I tried convincing myself it was a coincidence. Maybe he had an earpiece, was mouthing along to something. But the more I thought about it, the less sense it made. 10 minutes later, the radio static disappeared completely. The same announcer now sounded crystal clear, as if broadcasting right beside me. When I reached to turn it off, movement in the mirror caught my eye. Far back on the shoulder, under another streetlight, stood a man in a business suit. Same height, same stance, same briefcase. I kept my eyes forward after that. I didn't look back until near the next exit, where I finally switched off the radio. The silence felt wrong, but I didn't turn it back on. I didn't stop driving until I reached my destination. Arcing outside my motel, I noticed something chilling. My driver's side door was unlocked again. A man sat across from me on the train, his leather satchel clutched tightly in his hands. From the outside, everything seemed normal. Just another commuter heading home after a long day. My gaze drifted to the window, catching our reflection in the dark glass. At first, nothing seemed unusual, but then something caught my attention. In the reflection, he wasn't looking toward the aisle as his actual body suggested. Instead, his eyes were fixed directly on me. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a trick of angle or light. The train jolted slightly, and his physical head turned a bit toward the aisle. Yet in the reflection, his head moved differently. His eyes remained locked on mine, unblinking. My pulse quickened. I blinked several times, wondering if I was imagining things. Was I overtired? Would the train's window be distorting my perception? I broke the moment by looking down at my phone, trying to dismiss the strange observation. But curiosity won out. I tilted my head slightly, keeping both him and his reflection in my peripheral vision. The timing was uncanny. When his real hand lifted to adjust his cuff, the reflection mimicked the exact movement. Yet the reflection's head remained still, its gaze never leaving mine. The train's wheels seemed to rumble louder. I glanced around. 2 college students near the back, a woman in a red scarf further up. Nobody else seemed aware of anything strange. When I tried looking directly at him, his actual eyes were hidden. His head turned just enough to obscure his full face. Studying the reflection more closely, something felt deeply wrong. The irises were unnaturally pale, almost gray. The pupils didn't react to the changing station lights. I pressed my palm against the glass, hoping to somehow make the reflection behave normally. It didn't. His eyes followed the exact line of my head as I moved, but the real man didn't shift at all. Rain slowed as we approached the next station. Overhead lights flickered briefly when we pulled in. During those brief moments when they went out, I caught only my own faint reflection in the black window, no other faces. When the lights returned, he was watching again. A few passengers boarded and shuffled past. The man across from me remained completely still, not even glancing up. I considered changing cars, but didn't want to make my discomfort obvious. Instead, I tried something different. Pretending to search my bag, I kept the corner of my eye fixed on the window. In the reflection, his body shifted slightly as the train turned. His head moved incrementally, and his mouth opened as if speaking. No sound came out. The movement was slow and deliberate, each syllable seemingly formed with careful precision. His actual body remained motionless, lips unchanged. I straightened up, my heart racing so hard I could feel its pulse in my throat. 4 stations remained before my stop. Standing seemed impossible. My legs felt heavy as lead. The announcer's voice crackled over the intercom, muffled and distorted. Eerily, the reflection's mouth moved perfectly in sync, like a precise lip-sync performance. The real man continued sitting, looking away. I stopped watching the window, instead staring at the floor and counting seconds until the next station. When we arrived, I forced myself to stand. My knees wobbled, but I managed to sling my bag over my shoulder and move toward the doors. Glancing back as they opened, I saw something impossible. The man still sat in his seat, but his reflection had turned fully towards me. Both reflection hands pressed against the glass, palms flat, fingers spread, as if leaning closer from the other side. I stepped off the train without looking back. I didn't see him follow me onto the platform, but as the train pulled away, I caught one last glimpse through the window. The seat where he'd been sitting was now empty, yet the reflection remained. This happened during a drive back from visiting my cousin in eastern Oregon, traveling those long 2-lane highways that slice through seemingly endless nowhere. It was late afternoon with an overcast sky that flattened the light, making it impossible to tell whether evening was approaching. A faded sign for a station caught my eye, and I decided to pull in. The place looked old but not abandoned. One pump island, a small shop with a single front window, and a tall sign with half its letters missing. Gravel crunched under my tires as I parked. Before I could fully settle, a man emerged from around the building's side. He wore a blue work shirt with a martin patch over the pocket and a tan cap pulled low. With a cheerful smile, he walked up and reached for the pump handle. "Evening," he said. "Fill it up." I nodded, rolled down my window halfway, and handed over my card. He swiped it on a handheld reader and began pumping gas. Glancing at the clouds, he mentioned a cold snap coming in. "Going to be down to the high 20s after sunset," he said. I blinked, surprised. I'd been driving all day in short sleeves with windows cracked, and my car's thermometer had read 74 when I pulled in. "Really?" I responded. "Feels pretty warm right now." Martin chuckled as if I'd made a joke. "Not for long. Last night it was barely over 30 by the time the moon was up." Something in his tone made me check my watch. 4:42 p.m. He continued chatting, asking about my destination and whether I'd passed road construction near Oko. His voice was calm and easy, like we were old neighbors catching up. I found myself answering without much thought, though I kept glancing at my dashboard thermometer. When the pump clicked off, he returned my card and thanked me as if I'd done him a favor. As I got out to stretch, he walked toward the far side of the building, seemingly to check something. I decided to grab a drink before leaving. The shop door's bell rang as I entered, and the interior smelled of motor oil and old candy. A woman in her late 50s stood behind the counter, flipping through a magazine. "Hey there," I said, setting down a water bottle. "You've got a good guy working the pumps out here." She looked up, confused. "Working the pumps?" I smiled, thinking she was joking. "Yeah, Martin, blue shirt, cap. He filled me up." Her brow furrowed. "Honey, we haven't. Had a pump attendant in? Oh, must be 6-7 years now. But driving back from visiting a friend in Pueblo, Colorado, late fall with the sun already set. A faint orange line lingered under a heavy dark sky, and the highway stretched out nearly empty, just miles of scrub land and barbed wire fences on either side. The air felt cold in that dry, high-altitude way where your breath seems sharper than usual. About an hour into my drive, I spotted a figure standing on the shoulder ahead, facing the road. This wasn't the kind of place you'd expect to see a hitchhiker. No nearby gas station, no town, nothing but a ranch road about half a mile back. He wore a long, dusty brown coat. At a small gas station earlier, something strange had happened. A guy named Martin had approached me, talked about the weather, and seemed completely casual. When I went inside to pay, the attendant insisted she was the only one there all day. She looked at me like I might be joking. I checked my banking app at the next rest stop. No charge from the station, nothing from that town. Later down the road, I noticed my car thermometer had dropped to 52, and I hadn't crossed into any higher elevation. The sun was still an hour from setting. My mind kept replaying his voice. The way he'd smiled like we were sharing some casual, harmless talk. The weather he described didn't match reality, but it also hadn't sounded like a guess. He'd said it like it was a certainty, like it was already happening. When I left the station, the pump island was empty. No sign of Martin. The gravel lot stretched out on all sides, flat and open, with no cars but mine. I glanced toward the side of the building where he'd walked earlier. Nothing. Just a stack of old tires, a rusty dumpster, and weeds pushing through the gravel. No footprints, no sign anyone had been there at all. The guy looked rough, like he'd been through something terrible. His clothing was worn, the bottom edge darker, and frayed as if he'd been dragged through mud. He wasn't reaching out or making any dramatic gesture, just standing completely motionless. As I approached, he raised his arm and gave a single wave. It wasn't urgent or desperate, more like he already knew I would stop. Which I did, though I couldn't explain why. I rolled down the passenger window just a bit, keeping my seatbelt fastened. "Evening," I said, trying to sound casual. He stepped closer, stopping just outside arm's reach. His complexion was pale, almost grayish, and his eyes immediately struck me. The pupils were so dilated there was no visible color, just solid black, like someone had replaced his irises with ink. Stranger still, he wasn't blinking. Not once. "Have you seen The Craft?" he asked. His voice was unnervingly calm. Every word felt deliberate, spoken with an even spacing that suggested rehearsal. His accent was impossible to place, but definitely not local. When I laughed awkwardly and mentioned something about an airplane, he tilted his head slightly, not seeming to understand. I passed over here, low to the ground. "I'm following it," he continued. Something about how he said following made my stomach twist. I glanced up and down the empty highway. "Haven't seen anything?" Sorry. He remained motionless. His hands were deep in his coat pockets, but I could see the faintest movement in the fabric, his fingers shifting slowly, methodically. "You would know if you had seen it," he said finally. His mouth formed a smile, but his eyes didn't change at all. The silence stretched uncomfortably. As I started to roll up the window, he leaned slightly toward the opening. "I left something here. It isn't safe," he said. I didn't wait to respond. I put the car in gear and pulled away. In the rearview mirror, I expected to see him walking back to wherever he'd come from. Instead, he stood in the exact same spot watching me. About 10 minutes later, I passed a side road with some dark farm buildings and a single yard light buzzing faintly in the distance. A figure stood at the road's edge where it met the highway, same coat, same stance. When my headlights briefly illuminated his face, his pupils were still impossibly wide. My heart started pounding so hard I had to take my foot off the gas. No vehicles around, no signs of life cutting across the scrub. Yet there he stood, waiting. As I passed, he watched my car intently, slowly turning his head to track me until I disappeared from view. Something about his deliberate movement felt unsettling. 30 miles later, I reached a small town with just one open business, a combination gas station and convenience store. As I pulled up to the pump, that familiar neck-prickling sensation returned. Across the street, under a dim street light, a figure stood motionless, wearing a dusty coat. He remained completely still as traffic lights changed colors. My hands trembled while I fumbled with the gas cap. Inside the store, a young clerk was hunched over his phone. I described the mysterious man, hoping for some insight. He barely looked up, claiming no one matching that description had been around. But then he added something chilling. "You're not the first person to mention him." Spooked, I skipped my usual road trip snacks and hit the highway. About 30 miles from home, I encountered him again. The road narrowed through a dense state forest, trees pressing close to the edges. My high beams caught a figure stepping onto the shoulder. Same dusty coat. This time, I didn't slow down. I kept my eyes forward, but could feel his gaze burning into me. After midnight, I pulled into my driveway. The motion sensor light flooded the yard with white light. Sitting in my car, I tried to calm down. That's when I noticed something strange on the hood. A perfect grey circle, about the size of a dinner plate. This wasn't road dust or grime. It looked deliberate, as if carefully placed. I didn't touch it. I went inside and locked every door. The next morning, the circle was completely gone. Not smudged and not washed away, just vanished, as if it had never existed at all. Late January found me hiking a section of the Timberline Trail near Mount Hood, living about an hour away. I often venture out even in winter, when the weather allows. That day was grey but clear, temperatures hovering around 25 with no wind. My boots crunched through the crusted snow with each step. Most people avoid these remote winter trails, sticking to lower elevations, so I didn't expect to encounter anyone. About 3 miles in, near a ridgeline overlooking a frozen creek, I spotted a figure ahead. Initially mistaking it for a stump or rock, I realized it was moving when it shifted to the side. As I approached, details emerged. A man in his mid-30s stood wearing a faded red t-shirt, light pants, and old running shoes. No hat, no gloves. His skin was unnaturally pale, as if untouched by sunlight for years. Something felt off immediately. It wasn't just his inappropriate clothing for the freezing temperatures. His posture was strange, perfectly still, arms hanging loosely, staring straight ahead, like waiting for something. When I was about 20 feet away, he turned toward me slowly, deliberately. "Hey, aren't you freezing?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He tilted his head slightly, dog-like, eyes unblinking. "It's 73 deg," he said in a flat, careful voice. I laughed nervously. "No, it's below freezing." He stared, then repeated, "It's 73 deg," exactly the same way, like a memorized script. Something told me to keep moving. "All right, stay warm," I muttered, walking past. I could feel his gaze on my back. Only when I was 50 yards away did I look back. He remained in the exact same spot, facing me, arms at his sides. For the next mile, an electric sensation of being followed haunted me. No footsteps, just an overwhelming awareness of not being alone. Occasional glances revealed nothing. At a trail fork near the creek, I stopped to drink water. Suddenly, a voice from the right said, "You're going the wrong way." I spun around, but dense trees and muffling snow obscured everything. I was on a hiking trail, expecting a quiet day in the woods. The trail was empty, and an unsettling feeling crept over me early on. When I first heard something, it didn't sound like a typical hiker. The voice seemed to come from deep within the forest. I reached the overlook after walking about 1.5 miles. The landscape was breathtaking, a frozen creek winding through snow-covered trees, but something felt off. I kept scanning the tree lines, searching for any movement. That's when I saw him again, standing across the creek, maybe 100 yards away, completely still. There was no logical way he could have gotten there so quickly. No bridges, no clear path. I stared, trying to understand. He didn't move an inch. Eventually, I decided to head back to my car before darkness fell. The return trip felt different. The forest sounds seemed muted, almost withdrawn. At one point I heard snow crunching behind me, but when I stopped, the sound stopped too. About halfway back, I rounded a sharp bend and glanced behind me. He was there, roughly 50 yards back, walking steadily. I kept moving, forcing myself not to run. Every minute, I'd look back. He remained the same distance behind, always walking. When I finally reached the parking lot, my car was the only vehicle present. After driving a short distance, curiosity overwhelmed me. I slowed down at a curve where I could see the trailhead through the trees. He was standing at the lot's edge, facing the road, in that same unmoving posture. Later, I confirmed the day's temperature was 27 degrees. This wasn't my only strange experience. On a work trip, I had a long layover in Salt Lake City. The airport concourse was eerily empty. Most gates were dark, with display screens either blank or looping advertisements. I picked a seat in the middle of a quiet row near the windows. Silence hung in the air, broken only by the distant beeping of an electric cart moving people around. The carpet carried a faint smell of disinfectant. A few minutes after sitting down, I noticed a man walking toward me down the concourse. He looked to be in his late 30s or early 40s, wearing an immaculate grey suit with a crisp white shirt, dark tie and polished shoes. Strangely, he had no luggage, no roller bag, no backpack, not even a phone in his hand. He sat one seat away from me, a positioning that felt deliberate. "Where you headed?" he asked, his voice steady and calm, almost rehearsed, staring straight ahead at the darkened gate area. "Castle," I replied. "You connecting?" he followed up. "In a bit," I answered. I glanced at the gate sign. The screen was off, showing no destination. The desk behind the counter stood empty. Through the window I could see only the slow spin of a baggage carousel. We made small talk about the weather in Denver and typical travel frustrations. I noticed his suit was wrinkle-free, as if freshly hung, and his hair was perfectly parted. At some point, I turned to grab my water bottle. It took just a second. When I looked back, he was gone. Not walking away, not down the hall, simply vanished. The seat beside me was empty, and the entire concourse stretch in both directions was clear. You could see 50 yards each way with no sign of him. I thought perhaps he'd ducked into the bathroom across the hall, but the door was in my direct line of sight. No one had entered or left. Then I realized the gate wasn't just dark, the entire area looked unused. Boarding lane stanchions were pushed aside, the podium unplugged. There weren't even plastic bags for carry-ons. I sat scanning for him, finding nothing. Eventually I walked over to check the gate number, C14. I didn't think much of it until later, when I boarded my flight and glanced at my next trip's itinerary, a family visit booked weeks earlier. The departure gate matched exactly. Same airport, same terminal, 2 weeks from now. I didn't mention this to anyone. Even after landing in Seattle, I double-checked, wondering if I'd misremembered. A late November in Asheville, North Carolina brought a gray day that chilled to the bone. The weekend flea market was quieter than usual, with only locals and a few tourists like myself browsing the stalls. I wasn't particularly interested in flea markets, but I had time to kill and decided to wander around. Old things have always fascinated me, objects with histories longer than my own, touched by unknown hands. While weaving between stalls filled with the scent of fried dough and coffee, I spotted a small booth tucked away in the back. Unlike the surrounding cluttered tables of rusty tools and faded postcards, this booth stood out, neat and meticulously organized. Behind the table sat an elderly man who seemed as vintage as the pocket watches he was selling. Thin white hair combed straight back, pale skin marked with age spots, and deep-set eyes that caught the light but revealed little. He wore a brown cardigan buttoned to the top, despite the temperature not quite calling for such warmth. About a dozen pocket watches lay spread on a velvet cloth. They varied in shape, size, and tone, brass, silver, gold, but something extraordinary caught my attention. Each watch ticked in perfect synchronization, not just similar, but exactly the same rhythm. When I tapped one watch, the other seemed to respond as if connected. I'm not typically interested in watches, but this was intriguing. I looked up and caught the man's gentle, tired smile. "They all tick the same," I commented, holding up a watch. "How is that possible? They're from different brands." He nodded slowly. "Different times, different makers, but they're all set to the same place." His voice was calm and steady, devoid of humor. "Same place?" I asked, confused. He simply shrugged and smiled, offering no further explanation. The gate was still C14. I still don't know what flight he was supposedly waiting for that night, as the screens never turned on and no one ever came to the desk. No, he didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached under the table and pulled out a small, faded photograph. Black and white, grainy, it showed a group of men standing in front of what looked like an old factory or warehouse. One man stood a little apart from the others, holding a pocket watch up to the camera. The watches around us were strange. Every single second hand was frozen in exactly the same spot. The minute and hour hands all pointed to 316. The ticking I'd been hearing wasn't a normal watch tick. It was almost like a heartbeat, steady and deep. The photo was worn, edges frayed, but the man's face was clear. He looked a lot like the vendor himself. "They're all set to the same place," he repeated, almost to himself. "Time. It's funny, isn't it? Sometimes it stops, sometimes it moves, but it's all still the same place, no matter how it looks." I didn't know how to respond, so I asked if he could fix watches. He said he could, but he preferred to sell them. "Fixing time is a bit more complicated," he added with a wink. That felt like a joke, but it didn't land quite right. Something about the way he spoke was off. The way he held his hands looked human enough, but moved with a stiffness. Like he was used to acting natural, but never quite pulled it off. I glanced around the booth, suddenly aware of how quiet it was back here. No other vendors near us. The rain had started, just a light sprinkle, but the sky was growing darker by the minute. "Do you ever get strange customers?" I asked, partly to fill the silence. He looked up and met my eyes, those pale, almost too clear eyes. "Stranger's relative," he said. "I've seen many things, and not all of them make sense." He paused, then tapped one of the watches. "They're all keeping time together. That's what matters." I nodded slowly, feeling a little unnerved but not quite ready to leave. I asked if the watches ever stop. "Sometimes they do," he said, "but they always start again." I was about to ask more when a sharp chill ran down my neck. I glanced around and noticed that while the rain was still gentle outside, the air in that booth felt suddenly colder. The vendor didn't seem to notice. I asked what time it was. He glanced up at a cracked wall clock behind him, then said, 316. I thought I heard a faint echo in his voice, like he was reading from memory. Then I realized the watches on the table were still all pointing exactly to 316. That's when the uneasiness really began. And I wasn't planning on going on a party. I work with this guy Marsanders, a small marketing firm in Portland. And when he invited me over for his casual gather at his place, I huff about skipping it. I was a Friday night, and honestly, I was hired by, I figured why not. Maybe it'd be a chance to meet some new people outside he office. Ma's apartment was on he heard floor of an old brick building in Soes, Portland. I had kind of warm, lived-in feel with mismatched furniture and plants all over. The kind of place where you feel like you could settle in for a quiet night. The weather outside was chilly, typical early November rain. Though inside he place smelled faintly of cedar and something sweet like cinnamon or vanilla. I was standing near he kitchen nursing a beer when a guy came up on me. He was maybe mid-30s, clean and key dressed in a plain grey sweater and dark jeans. He looked kind of familiar, but no someone I'd ever met before. He smiled and said, "Hey, you must be Rachel Lynn Peterson." I blinked. That's my full name, middle name and all. I hadn't even introduced myself properly or anyone. And here he was saying he exact name I always Rio Kipo. Myself in casual things. "Yeah, has me," I said cautiously. "Rang no place him. Do we know each other?" He shook his head, still smiling, like he already knew he answer. "No, we haven't met. I'm Mark. I'm a friend of someone." Weeks earlier, a different encounter had left me with an odd keepsake. I was a he-Mark when an old man approached me. Some converse's ion started creeping in. I began to ask if he ever felt a place by interrupt me. Time seems to slip away, but has a thought for another moment. I smiled weakly and said I should going. The rain was picking up, and I wanted over he storm. He nodded and wrapped one of he watches carefully in a small velvet pouch, saying, "I was a gift." I hesitated. Okay, anyway. Outside, the air was heavy with damp earth and rain. The mark had started closing down. I slipped he watch into my pocket and started walking backward my car, glancing back once at he booth. The old man was gone. The spot where he'd been sighing was empty, he velvet cloth folded neatly on he able, for no sign he'd ever been here. Weeks have passed, bubble he watch still, always in rhythm, always on 316. Sometimes when I'm alone, I swear I can hear other watches icking, just faint enough to hear if I listen hard. But, no matter what? Hey, never change I'm? No. Here's the rewritten version. I was talking with Mark, a supposed friend of Ma, when something felt off. He knew my full name with an unsettling familiarity, as if he'd spoken it many times before. Then, he dropped a bombshell that stopped me in my tracks. "How have you been dealing with that accident you had when you were 7, the one at the lake?" I went completely still. This wasn't something I shared with anyone. Not my co-workers, not my friends, not even most of my family. The incident was locked away, a memory too messy and uncomfortable to discuss. I'd never told anyone about falling through the ice at Silver Creek where my mom nearly lost me. Mark's smile remained steady as he continued. "Of course, Ma mentioned it once," he said casually. I glanced over at Ma, who was chatting normally with other guests. seemingly unaware of our conversation. When I asked if Ma had told him about the accident, Mark just shrugged. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Doesn't matter much. Then he added something that sent a chill down my spine. It's a miracle you're still here. The room felt suddenly colder. I tried to shake off my unease, telling myself Mark was just being weird and nosy, but his eyes were unsettling. Calm and steady, barely blinking in a way that wasn't quite normal. I quickly changed the subject, asking how he knew Ma. His response was different now, like a rehearsed line. We've known each other a long time. He's a good friend. Throughout the night, I kept catching Mark studying me intensely, as if trying to see something beneath the surface. Later, when I stepped outside for fresh air, I noticed the rain had stopped, and street lights were casting long shadows on the wet pavement. When I returned inside, Mark had vanished. I asked more about him, but Ma just shrugged, claiming no knowledge of anyone by that name. Now I was at the grocery store just after 6 in the evening, doing one of those routine weekday trips where you just want to grab a few things and head home. The sky outside was that low, overcast gray typical of Seattle in early March. Inside, the store smelled like bleach and cold vegetables. I wasn't really paying attention to much, just trying to get my usual stuff. Milk, bread, eggs, nothing special. As I turned down the cereal aisle, I noticed a little girl standing about 10 feet away by the soup cans. She looked around 6 or 7, wearing a bright yellow raincoat with the hood up, even though it wasn't raining inside. She just stood there, silent and staring at me like she was waiting for something. When I caught her eyes, she didn't move or speak. I blinked and looked away, thinking she might be lost or curious about something else. But when I glanced back, she was still there, still watching. Then something strange happened. I moved a step to the left, and she stepped to the left exactly like me. I stopped, and she stopped. I took 2 steps back, and she took 2. Later, I brought it up casually to Matt. Hey, who was that guy at your party? Mark something? Matt looked confused. Mark, I don't think I invited anyone named Mark. Are you sure? I described him down to the grey sweater and the way he smiled. Matt said no one matching that description had been at the party. I checked with co-workers, and no one remembered a Mark. I started doubting myself, wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing. But the way Mark said my full name, the way he knew about the accident that no one else mentioned, it felt too specific to be a coincidence. A few days later, I found a voicemail on my phone. It was mostly static, but underneath, I thought I heard a faint voice saying my full name, Rachel Lynn Peterson, over and over, slow and deliberate. I called Matt, but he didn't pick up. No one did. That night, I kept checking my phone, waiting for another call or message, but there was nothing, just silence. I don't know who that guy was or how he knew things about me. I never told anyone. Sometimes I wonder if I was just tired and imagining things, but the watch on my wrist ticked the same way the old clocks at that flea market did, steady and unchanging, and that feeling of being watched didn't leave me for days. Maybe some things are just too quiet to explain. I made a sudden, exaggerated step forward as if I was about to rush past her. She mirrored my move perfectly. A spike of panic crept up my spine, not the kind that makes you want to run, but the kind that makes your skin prickle and your mouth go dry. I glanced around the aisle, expecting someone to notice. No one did. Her face was blank, her eyes too steady and calm. She didn't look like a kid, but something else, entirely pretending to be one. With each slow, awkward step I took, she followed exactly, matching my every movement. I even tried a quick pivot, spinning almost, and she did the same without hesitation. It was like watching my reflection in a mirror that wasn't made of glass. Her yellow coat glowed under the fluorescent lights, almost too bright. Her hood covered most of her hair, but something seemed off. Her skin looked too smooth, almost plastic. Yet every time I blinked, everything appeared normal again. Just as I was about to say something, a woman's voice came from behind. "Are you okay?" I turned to see a cashier near the end of the aisle. Her name tag read Joan, and she had kind eyes. I nodded and tried to smile. Just a little distracted, I said. Joan looked at the girl. "That's Claire. She's a bit shy, doesn't talk much." Her gaze lingered on me in a way that felt more than casual observation. "She likes to watch people," Joan added. "Don't mind her," I nodded, but the unease remained. When I tried to move past the girl, She stayed right with me, moving in perfect sync. If I slowed, she slowed. If I looked away, her eyes remained fixed on me. Desperate to escape, I abandoned the aisle and headed to the checkout, hoping to lose her in the crowd. But there she was again, standing just outside the produce section, watching. I told Joan I had to go. Outside, a light rain had started. I pulled up my hood and walked to my car in the parking lot. Glancing back one last time, I saw the girl standing alone by the entrance, no one else nearby. I got in my car and locked the doors, checking the rearview mirror, repeatedly half expecting to see her following me. I was driving along Highway 95 about 50 miles south of Reno late in September. The desert air had that dry, slightly chilly feeling of fall creeping in. I'd been on the road all afternoon trying to get home before night fully settled. The sun had already disappeared behind the hills, leaving a fading orange-pink glow that vanished quickly. I pulled into a rest stop needing a break. Not just to use the restroom, but to shake off the tension that had been building all day. That kind of tension that sneaks up when you're alone on long highway stretches and your thoughts start spinning in circles. The restroom was nearly empty and a bit grimy, like most highway bathrooms. I went to the sinks along one wall and noticed a man standing at the far end, washing his hands. Something felt off. He was standing there longer than seemed normal, maybe a minute or two. Not scrubbing or drying, just holding his hands under the water and staring into the shore. Mirror. When our eyes met, he gave a faint, tight smile that didn't reach his eyes. It made my stomach twist a little, though I said nothing. I didn't want to cause a scene. As I dried my hands and moved toward the door, I realized something strange. The water was still running. Normally, someone would turn off the faucet after washing. I turned back briefly. He was still there, hands under the stream, smiling into the mirror. I gave a quick nod and left without a word. Before this, there had been other odd moments. I'd seen a girl lurking near my house, which I mentioned to my roommate. She laughed it off, suggesting the girl was bored or had a weird sense of humor. But I wasn't amused. A few nights later, I heard faint footsteps outside my window. Looking out, I saw nothing, just an empty street and a street lamp's glow. The next morning, a single yellow raincoat hung on the fence outside my house. And Claire, I never saw her again. The night was quiet, the highway stretching out before me, empty except for distant headlights flickering against the deepening navy blue sky. I lit a cigarette and thought about the guy inside the rest stop. Something felt off, not just his smile or how meticulously he washed his hands, but the way he looked at me, and even more strangely at himself in the mirror. There was an intensity in his gaze, like he was searching for something invisible to everyone else. His appearance was unremarkable. Brown hair, average height, no distinguishing marks, yet his eyes were different, sharp and unnervingly calm, as if he were something other than a simple traveler. At first, I tried pushing the encounter out of my mind. At work, I focused on my tasks. But late one night in my apartment, small details began surfacing. His clothes were too pristine, almost like he'd just stepped out of a store rather than off a long road trip. Weeks passed, and I found myself back at the same rest stop. It was just after sunset, the parking lot eerily empty. Inside, I quickly washed my hands and left. But as I walked to my car, movement caught my eye. Someone stood behind the dumpsters, too far to recognize, but standing with an unnatural stillness. Strange occurrences started happening. Shadows seemed to shift unexpectedly. Lights flickered as I walked by. That feeling of being watched became constant. One afternoon in a coffee shop, I saw him again. The same man from the restroom, sitting alone, staring out the window. When our eyes met, he gave that same faint, knowing smile. I blinked, and he vanished. My friends dismissed my story. "You're tired," they said. "You're imagining things." Maybe they were right, but one detail haunted me. The last time I visited that rest stop, the faucet where he had stood was broken. It wouldn't turn on at all. So how had he been washing his hands for... I met Darren at the bar that Saturday night, these thoughts still swirling in my mind. The bar was quiet that night, with just a few regulars and a stranger sitting alone at the counter. Clean-cut but visibly nervous, he started a casual conversation about the weather. Something felt different. After some small talk, we decided to walk somewhere more peaceful. Darren mentioned his place was nearby, and the crisp fall evening seemed perfect for a stroll. Wet leaves and wood smoke hung in the air. Empty streets surrounded us, with only distant car sounds and occasional dog barks breaking the silence. As we walked, he spoke about the town feeling somehow off, a sentiment I laughed off at first, but then I noticed how strangely he looked at the streetlights, as if they were somehow wrong. Suddenly, he stopped and tilted his head skyward. "It's smaller here," he murmured almost to himself. I glanced up, seeing a normal full moon hanging low over the rooftops. "Smaller?" I asked, confused. He nodded with a peaceful smile, saying it felt compressed, tighter. Something felt odd. Little details started catching my attention. Shadows seemed too sharp. Sounds would stop abruptly when I turned. Once, I thought I heard footsteps behind us, but saw only an empty sidewalk when I looked back. Darren remained unnervingly calm, almost as if he expected these strange occurrences. We reached his street, a narrow road lined with old trees and mostly darkened houses. He pointed to a small porch light. "I'm just a few houses down," he said. As I was about to say goodbye, something caught my eye. The street sign across from us read Maplewood, but something felt different. Note: different. I was driving back from a weekend camping trip in the Sierra Nevada during late October. The air was crisp but clear, the kind of cold that makes your breath visible in the early morning but fades quickly once the sun's up. I had left my campsite before dawn to get an early start on the road. About an hour into the drive, I decided to stop at an overlook I'd passed a few times but never really checked out. The overlook was just off a winding mountain road, a small gravel pullout with a few picnic tables and a view that stretched over a dense forest of pines and firs. The sun was still low, casting long shadows over the valley below. There was barely anyone there, just me and a quiet morning. I grabbed my phone and stepped out of the car, stretching my legs. The air smelled like pine needles. That's when I met Darren. The letters were too clear, like they'd been freshly painted. The sign itself looked newer than I remembered. "Have you lived here long?" I asked. He looked at me like I'd asked if the sky was blue. "No, really, not exactly." That was the last thing he said before turning toward a house that looked just a little too perfect. The lawn was flawless, the porch light glowing steady, and the windows were spotless. I felt a sudden cold prick of unease. "I'm going to head home," I said, stepping back. Darren smiled again, the same calm, almost knowing smile, and nodded. "Safe travels." I walked away, but after a few steps, I turned back, half expecting him to call out or wave. He wasn't there. I blinked, scanning the street, but the porch was empty. The light still glowed, but no sign of him. I was sure he'd just gone inside. But when I checked the windows, the curtains were tightly closed. I started walking again, faster this time, heading toward the busier part of town. On the way, I kept glancing at the sky. The moon hung there, still normal, full and bright. But something about the whole scene felt compressed, smaller, like Darren said. Like the space around me had shrunk just a bit, making everything feel too close, too contained. When I finally got home, I locked the door behind me and sat down on the couch, trying to shake the feeling. I thought about Darren and the way he talked about the place like it was some kind of pocket, a smaller version of the world. I tried to tell myself it was just the night, the empty streets, rum, and my imagination. But later, when I looked out the window, the moon seemed just a little too distant, a little too cold, and maybe a little too small. No heavy silence hung over the landscape, the earth damp and still. Walking along the overlook's edge, I spotted an older couple sitting on a bench near the guardrail. They looked to be in their late 70s or early 80s, wearing matching tourist jackets with big town letters emblazoned on them. The man sported a grey beard and wire-rimmed glasses, while the woman wore a knitted hat pulled low over her ears. When they caught my eye and smiled, the man asked if I could take their picture. Surprised but agreeable, I watched as they stood up and moved closer together, the woman gently resting her head on the man's shoulder. I pulled out my phone and snapped the photo, planning to check it immediately since early morning light can sometimes interfere with camera settings. That's when things got strange. Opening the picture, I discovered the couple was completely absent from the image. No blur, no shadow, nothing where they had just been standing. Thinking it might be a camera glitch, I took another picture. Again, the bench was empty, with no trace of the couple. I scanned the overlook, searching for them. No footprints marked the gravel, no cars were parked nearby, and no sounds broke the silence. I stood there confused, half expecting them to emerge from behind a tree, but nothing happened. Sitting on the bench, I tried to rationalize their disappearance, convincing myself they must have left quietly while I was distracted. Something in the air had changed. Beyond the cool mountain breeze, an imperceptible weight seemed to thicken the atmosphere, making breathing feel more difficult. The valley and trees looked subtly different, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly why. An unsettling sensation lingered, as if the hilltop had absorbed something not meant to be witnessed. When I returned home that afternoon, the experience stayed with me, a mysterious encounter that defied explanation. Nye was driving back home from a long weekend at my sister's place in Vermont. The roads were slick from an early rain, and the air smelled like wet leaves and wood smoke. It was one of those quiet fall afternoons where the sun's low, but not quite dusk yet. I stopped at a little roadside diner I'd never been to before. Just the kind of place that looks like it's been around since the 50s, with a faded sign and vinyl booths. Inside, only a few customers were scattered around, and the whole place hummed with low chatter and clinking dishes. After grabbing a booth near the window and ordering coffee and a slice of apple pie, an older woman came in by herself. About 70, maybe older, with thin white hair pulled back in a bun and eyes too sharp for her age. She sat down at the booth next to me and smiled like she knew me, though I didn't recognize her. "Excuse me, dear, could you help me with something?" she asked in a soft, slightly shaky voice. I nodded, unsure what she meant. She pulled a folded photograph from her purse and handed it to me. "This is from a family picnic years ago. My family used to come here often." I carefully unfolded the photo. It was faded, the kind of yellowed black and white print you'd find in an old scrapbook. In the foreground, a small group of people sat on a blanket under some big oak trees. Later, when going through the photos on my phone, I noticed something strange. Most trip pictures were normal. Friends around the campfire, my tent, the river. But one photo from an overlook kept nagging at me. The spot was clear and the bench was empty, just like when I looked up after taking the picture. A few days later, I mentioned it to my sister over dinner. She just laughed and said maybe the couple were ghosts or something. I didn't say much. Since then, I've gone back to that overlook a couple of times, hoping to see something, anything that might explain what happened. But every time it's just me and the quiet. No sign of the couple or anything unusual, except that same heavy feeling in the air, like the place remembers more than it lets on. I don't know what they were doing there, or why they disappeared so completely. The photo is still on my phone, plain and unaltered, except for the missing figures. Sometimes I wonder if I actually saw them at all, or if it was just my mind playing tricks. But the weight in the air at that overlook tells me otherwise. Not a photo of her family caught her eye, but something in the background drew my attention. Off to the right, near the trees, a solitary figure stood. What made me freeze was the figure's clothing, an exact match to my own that day. My dark green jacket, light blue shirt, and jeans were identical. I stared at the woman, bewildered. "How is this possible?" I asked, holding up the photo. She smiled faintly, almost with sadness. "The photo was taken around 15 years ago," she explained. I looked down at myself, then back at the picture. Every detail matched perfectly. These weren't vintage clothes. I had only bought them the week before. "Are you sure this is from years ago?" I asked, feeling unsettled. She was absolutely certain. This photo had been kept for decades, and the person standing there wasn't part of her family. They had never identified who it was. I glanced back at the figure among the trees. The face was blurry, too distant to recognize, yet the posture was unnervingly stiff, almost mannequin-like. The figure stood awkwardly apart from the casual, smiling family members. After returning the photo, I commented on its strangeness. She nodded and tucked it away. "Sometimes things don't make sense," she said. We talked more about the town and local diner. She sat quietly afterward, watching rain outside the window, driving home. I couldn't shake the image. How could someone be wearing my exact outfit from so long ago? The next few days felt off. I started noticing familiar faces on the street that vanished when I looked again. Phantom footsteps followed me. Apartment lights flickered at odd hours. One night, hoping to clear my head, I walked the empty neighborhood. The moon hung low behind thin clouds. Passing the small park, I thought I glimpsed a figure standing beyond the tree line, tall, motionless, just like in the photo. Then I met Claire at a party thrown by my friend Ellie. One of those casual gatherings in her Seattle apartment on a damp, cool Saturday evening in early October. The city outside was wrapped in a steady drizzle that felt like grey velvet. Not knowing many people, I hung back near the living room's edges, nursing a beer and trying not to look like I was counting down the minutes. That's when I noticed her. Standing alone near the kitchen, she seemed out of place, mid-30s, with short dark hair and eyes that were too steady, like she was carefully studying everything around her. Something compelled me to walk over. "Hi, I'm Mark," I said, extending my hand. She smiled. A small, careful gesture. "Claire," she replied. Our conversation started with typical party small talk. How we knew Ellie, our work, the usual, but her voice caught my attention. Soft yet clear, it had a strange quality I couldn't shake. It sounded exactly like Jamie's, my closest college friend who died suddenly in a car accident 6 years ago. Hearing that voice again was like stepping into a familiar but displaced fog. I wanted to ask if she was from somewhere specific or just happened to sound like Jamie, but the words never came. Instead, we talked about music, movies, and Seattle's weird weather. I kept stealing glances, searching her face for some explanation about the voice. Nothing stood out, just a calm, almost blank expression that didn't quite fit. The party continued around us, but time seemed to slow whenever she spoke. I found it strange that Ellie hadn't introduced us, though the apartment was crowded and she was busy catching up with friends. At one point, Claire excused herself and wearing a green jacket. I blinked and she was gone. I don't know what it all means. Maybe it's nothing, or maybe there's something I'm missing. But that moment sticks with me like a reminder that something about this world isn't quite right, and maybe never will be. And I grabbed another drink and stayed by the kitchen trying to figure out if I should say something. Ellie approached, breaking my thoughts. "Oh, that's Claire. She just moved here from Portland. You two should hang out," she said, smiling like this was completely normal. I nodded, but something felt off. Portland wasn't far, yet I'd never heard Jamie's voice outside of memories and old recordings. Something didn't add up. Her voice haunted me, stuck on loop in my head. The way she said certain words, those little pauses, even her laugh. It was so much like Jamie, but Claire wasn't Jamie. Over the next few days, I searched for Claire on social media. Almost nothing existed. No posts, no photos, no mutual friends except Ellie. When I asked Ellie about her, she described Claire as quiet, someone who kept to herself and rarely discussed her past. One evening, I called Ellie. I wanted to understand more about Claire, to determine whether she was real or just a trick of my imagination. "Yeah, Claire's fine," Ellie said. "She's a bit weird, I guess. Keeps to herself mostly." I mentioned the voice, trying to sound casual. "Oh, you mean like Jamie's? That's weird. I never thought about it before." We laughed it off, but I remained unconvinced. A few nights later, I encountered Claire at a nearly empty coffee shop near my apartment. She sat alone, sipping black coffee and staring out the window. I hesitated, then sat across from her. We talked quietly about life and loss. Not everything, but enough to explain why her voice was so unsettling. She listened without interrupting, then offered a cryptic insight. "I know loss changes how we hear things. Sometimes voices come back when we least expect." Her words were simple, but her eyes held something deeper, something I couldn't quite place. I wanted to ask more, where she was really from, why she sounded like Jamie, but something stopped me. Maybe it was respect, or perhaps the sense that some questions simply don't have answers. On my way home that night, I caught myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see her following me, but there was only the empty, rain-slicked streets. After that, Claire disappeared. Ellie mentioned she'd moved out of town for work, and I was left with nothing but memories of that haunting voice. Not closing time at the little bookstore in Moss Bay was always quiet, but this night felt different. The drizzle outside created a cold, salty mist that mixed with the street lights' glow, setting an unusual atmosphere. I was tired and ready to wrap up for the night when the door chimed, and a man walked in. He wasn't like the typical customer. His plain beige coat was buttoned all the way up as if trying to shield himself from the damp air. But what truly caught my attention was his expression, calm yet blank, with eyes that didn't quite match his age. There was a subtle oddness in the way he looked at me, like he was trying to figure me out while simultaneously hiding something. Slowly approaching the counter, he asked in a quiet voice, "What year is it?" I was taken aback, blinking in confusion. "It's 2023, I responded. Relief washed over his face, and he nodded slowly, as if I'd just shared some crucial information he desperately needed to hear. Then, without another word, he turned and walked out. The bell jingled behind him, leaving me standing there with a weird feeling settling in my gut. I couldn't shake the sense that something was off about him. The way he moved suggested he wasn't quite comfortable being here, or perhaps anywhere. As I locked the door and started shutting down the registers, the rain intensified, tapping against the windows with a steady rhythm. My mind kept drifting back to the man's strange question. What year is it? Something about the encounter made me question what I thought I knew about memory and reality. It's strange how certain moments can pull you back into places you thought you'd left behind. I still wonder sometimes if I imagined it all, or if there was something about that man that wasn't quite human. Something that looked and sounded right, but wasn't. Whatever it was, it stayed with me longer than I expected. Now, a strange encounter in a bookstore lingered in my thoughts long after it happened. The man had appeared briefly, asking a cryptic question, then vanished just as quickly. When I called my sister that afternoon, I shared the odd experience. She joked about time travelers, and though I laughed, something about the encounter felt eerily possible. Strange occurrences began to accumulate in the days that followed. My phone battery drained unusually fast. I found my keys in the refrigerator one morning. Phantom footsteps seemed to follow me, always just out of sight. At night, I'd occasionally glimpse a motionless figure standing under a street lamp across from my apartment. One rainy evening, while locking up the bookstore, the atmosphere felt heavy and oppressive. Suddenly, the door chimed. The same man in the beige coat reappeared, his calm face unchanged. He surveyed the shop as if seeing it for the first time, then turned to me and asked, "Is everything as you remember?" When I questioned what he meant, he pressed further, "Do you feel like time is right?" Before I could respond, he cryptically noted that I was running out of time and disappeared into the wet night. The phrase haunted me, feeling like an urgent warning I couldn't quite understand. In quiet moments, I'd catch glimpses of something different in my own reflection. Late at night, faint footsteps on the apartment stairs would make me wonder. I never saw the man in the beige coat again. But on rainy nights, a sense of unease would return, reminding me of that inexplicable encounter that seemed to exist just beyond the edges of normal reality. And here's the rewritten text. Portland evenings in early April have a certain mood. Clouds hang low, grey and heavy, promising rain but not quite delivering. The air carries hints of melted snow and damp pavement, a scent that speaks of transition. I was waiting at my usual bus stop, tucked between an old coffee shop and a quiet park. My long day at the bookstore had left me tired and ready to head home. The street lights were just starting to blur through the misty twilight. Another person stood nearby, a man in his mid-30s wearing a plain black jacket and jeans, dark hair, unremarkable. When I arrived, he gave me a quick nod but didn't speak immediately. Something felt slightly off about him. He wasn't looking at a phone or reading, just standing close to the sidewalk's edge. After a few minutes, he broke the silence. "Looks like we're in for some rain soon. Typical Portland spring." I smiled, welcoming the conversation. We exchanged a few words about the impending weather, and he looked up at the sky. Then I noticed his blinking. It wasn't natural. 5 or 6 rapid blinks, mechanical and precise, followed by an unnaturally long pause, where he didn't blink at all. The pattern repeated with clockwork consistency. I tried not to stare, but it was impossible to ignore. "Do your eyes ever get dry?" I asked, attempting to sound casual. "I mean, you don't blink much," he smiled. But it wasn't quite right, forced. "I don't need to blink as much as you," he said. "It's different for me." His voice was steady, almost too calm, as if he'd explained this before to people who wouldn't understand. I swear I could feel him watching, even when I wasn't looking directly at him. Something wasn't right. I was on the downtown subway during rush hour, packed in with everyone else. Something felt off about this guy standing near me. He wasn't really looking at anything specific. His gaze seemed fixed just beyond me, like he was watching something far away. I struck up a conversation. "Do you live around here?" His response was vague. "Nearby." I like to come here. The waiting is peaceful, That struck me as strange. Most people complain about delays or get buried in their phones. But this guy just stood perfectly still, only his eyes blinking. Minutes passed, the sun dipped lower and soft rain started falling, then became steady. He didn't even adjust his jacket or try to shield himself. Right then, the bus arrived, its headlights cutting through the grey evening. I boarded first, and he followed behind. The bus was mostly empty. He sat a few rows ahead. Glancing back, I caught him staring out the window, blinking rapidly, then stopping completely. The ride felt unusually long. He never looked at anyone, made no sound, just stared ahead. Halfway through the trip, the driver announced my stop. As I prepared to leave, I noticed he wasn't getting off. I watched him through the window until the bus pulled away, then went home. That night, something nagged at me. His blinking didn't seem human. The way he talked about waiting felt like more than just a bus stop. Sleep didn't come easily. The next day, I returned to the same stop, hoping to understand what I'd experienced. But he was gone. No sign of him, just typical city sounds and a faint rain smell on the pavement. I asked a nearby woman if she'd seen anyone unusual. She looked at me like I was crazy. Just regular people, she said. Sometimes a homeless guy, but left unsettled. A week later, I saw a similar-looking man at a different downtown bus stop. This time, I just watched. The blinking pattern was identical. I still don't know who he was or what he wanted. It feels like a reality glitch. Something just beneath the surface I can't quite grasp. These days, I don't take the bus much anymore. The subway car buzzed with noise and tension. People crammed together, faces tight with exhaustion, earbuds blasting. I had just left my graphic design studio and was eager to get home, to switch off and forget about work. Near the door, I stood braced against a pole, backpack clutched tightly. Conversations blended with the screech of rails and crackling announcements. Passengers pushed past each other, desperate to exit at the next stop. That's when I saw him. Seated by the window directly across from me, a man in his late 30s caught my attention. Neat brown hair, glasses reflecting the subway's flickering lights. His clothing was unremarkable. A grey jacket, blue jeans, but his smile was different. Not a natural expression, but something painted on, frozen in place. It didn't shift or change, even as the train rocked and people bumped against him. A kid yelled, a woman shouted into her phone. His smile remained exactly the same. I glanced around. No one else seemed to notice. Passengers looked tired, scrolling through phones or staring blankly. Only this man maintained that unsettling, fixed smile. Something felt wrong. His entire face was completely motionless. No blinking. No expression change. When loud laughs or train jolts occurred, his smile stayed precise, unchanging. His eyes looked distant, watching something invisible. The car's lights flickered briefly. When they returned, his smile seemed subtly different, sharper, with edges that looked just slightly too perfect. A chill ran up my spine. This wasn't normal. This wasn't right. I noticed a man with an unsettling smile. His skin looked oddly smooth, and something felt off. I glanced away briefly, then back again. Everything seemed normal, except for that persistent smile. As the train approached another station, people pushed to exit. The man rose slowly, gripping the pole. His expression never changed. When he moved past me, I caught his reflection in the window. His eyes were unlike anything I'd seen before, too clear, almost glowing, a faint blue like glass. I pretended to look at my phone, heart racing. Why wasn't anyone else noticing him? He stood near the doors, seemingly floating just above the ground. The car was packed tight, with passengers constantly moving. When the rain stopped and doors opened, he didn't get off. The crowd shifted, and I lost sight of him momentarily. Then I spotted him again in the middle of the car, still smiling, eerily calm. Over the next few days, I kept seeing him on the same train, same time, same spot, near the window. That unnerving smile never wavered. One day, I mustered the courage to speak. "Do you take this train?" "I try to," he replied softly, "but I don't always make it." His voice was unnervingly even. When I asked if he lived nearby, he simply shook his head. "No," he said, that same empty smile spreading across his face. After getting off, I walked faster than usual. The city felt colder, more distant. Those strange eyes and that smile haunted me. That night I checked the news. Nothing unusual, no missing person reports, no strange sightings, just the ordinary, everyday world, except for the memory of that man who didn't quite seem human. I kept riding the subway, wanting to understand what was going on. Some days the man wasn't there, but other days he would sit in the same spot, watching the world go by with that empty expression. The subway stories haunted me. One evening, I sat across from him, and as the train went through a long tunnel, the lights flickered off for a few seconds. When they came back on, his smile looked sharper, like someone had painted it with too much care. His eyes made me feel dizzy, as if I was falling backwards, but the train kept moving and people around me continued talking and laughing. I hurried off at my stop without looking back. Weeks later, I told my friend Mark about the encounter. He laughed, suggesting it was just someone with weird facial tics or anxiety, but I knew it wasn't like that. One day, I saw the man get off at the last stop near an old industrial area. He walked down a side street and disappeared between two warehouses. Curiosity got the better of me, and I followed. The street was empty and silent, with only my footsteps and distant traffic breaking the quiet. At the corner where he vanished, I looked around. Nothing. No sign of anyone, but I felt watched. Not in a normal way, but like something was observing me from just out of sight. I waited, and when no one appeared, I turned to leave. A flicker of movement in the shadows caught my eye. I thought maybe it was a cat or a stray dog, but when I looked again, there was nothing. After that, I stopped following him. Yet the feeling remained. Something wasn't quite right about that man. That smile, those eyes. Sometimes on late-night subway rides, I notice people staring or lights flickering just before someone steps on or off the train. But the man with the smile, I haven't seen him in a while. I don't know who he was or what he wanted. Maybe he was just someone lost in the city. Maybe something else. All I know is that his smile never changed. Not once. Not the morning started like any other day. Dawn was just breaking as I brewed a strong coffee and gathered my gear for the flight. The airstrip on the edge of town was quiet, with a clear sky and crisp air warming quickly under the early sun. My job was straightforward. Spray a wheat field about 20 miles southwest of Amarillo. Flying low requires precision and steady nerves. I climbed into the Duster's cockpit, checked the instruments, and taxied out. The short runway demands exact takeoff technique. As I lifted off and leveled out around 100 feet above the fields, everything felt routine. The radio occasionally crackled with updates from Amarillo approach, weather reports, traffic updates, altitude reminders. I listened but rarely responded, keeping my focus on the ground below. 30 minutes into the run, something caught my eye during the third pass over the wheat. A quick flash, a glint in the sunlight. At first, I thought it might be a bird or a piece of farm equipment reflecting light. But then it happened again, closer this time. What I saw defied explanation. The silvery oval shape darting beneath me at an impossible speed. Too fast for a vehicle, too low for a plane, and completely silent. It passed right under the Duster's belly in less than a second. The object was maybe 10 or 15 feet long, looking like polished metal, no wings, no propellers, no exhaust, just a bright silver blur, moving so fast it made my head spin. Slightly shaken, I radioed Amarillo approach. Dus 47 here. I've just had an object pass underneath me at low altitude, requesting traffic information. The calm response came back. Dus 47, we have no other aircraft in your area. No traffic reported near your altitude or coordinates. I circled the field, hoping to catch another glimpse, but the sky remained empty except for wispy clouds on the horizon. A strange quiet settled over the landscape, leaving me with more questions than answers about what I'd just witnessed. In my head, the way that thing moved wasn't like any plane, bird, or kite I'd ever encountered, not at that speed and altitude. When I landed, I told the folks at the hangar what happened, but most just laughed it off, saying I might have seen a trick of light or a distant drone. I wasn't convinced. At night, I'd wake up thinking about it. Sometimes I'd catch a faint glow outside the window, or hear a weird hum on the wind, but every time I looked, nothing was there. The usual sounds seemed to slow down, the engine humming, the wind outside growing distant. It was eerie. I flew again the following week, same route, same time, but the sky was empty and the fields lay quiet under the Texas sun. I haven't seen that silvery shape again, and I don't know what it was or what it wanted. Still, Every time I'm up over those wide-open plains, I keep an eye out for something that doesn't belong and wonder if I'm the only one who ever did. Name's Hank Lawson. I drive flatbed out of Abilene, 2 runs into a 13-hour shift, tired enough to see mirages if the highway offered them. I pulled off Highway 67 onto the gravel shoulder west of Brownwood because my rig was coughing and my phone said I had 3 bars and a job to call in. The neon over the pump hummed like a wasp, and the night smelled like diesel and cut mosquito. I killed the engine, cracked the door for air, and then, as I always do, I checked my phone for messages. The screen read no service in big letters where the bars should have been. I shrugged it off and walked up to the pump. The card reader blinked. The numbers on the digital display were a little soft around the edges, like someone's greasy thumb had smeared them. I hummed at the keypad. "All right," I muttered more to myself than anything else. Behind the store, a dog started barking. Sharp, insistent. Then the barking stopped so fast it left everything in the air, like a held note. The dog didn't pause. I cut off dead. You notice that? A sudden quiet in the country at night. The crickets down the embankment went mute too. The only thing left was the hum of the lights over the pumps and the distant thrum of tires on blacktop. I stood there with my hand on the pump handle and felt a small prickle run up my forearms. The glow over the parking lot changed. It wasn't brighter so much as whiter and softer. The white light spread like the pale glow inside a closed church when sunlight hits a stained glass window just right. Stars shrank to pinpricks across the sky above the station. No sound accompanied this moment. The air remained completely still. I'd been out alone long enough to recognize when something was trying to mess with my head. My phone was dead. The little clock in the corner of the screen stubbornly read 12. My old Timex wristwatch, the one I'd worn since before having a mortgage, showed exactly the same time. A big double-axle truck rolled up and stopped on the other side of the pumps, its engine idling. When the driver cut the engine, everything went quiet. I heard a boot hit the ground, followed by a mumbled curse. His voice sounded like he was talking through cotton. "You all right?" I called back, my voice flat and small in the white light. He hurried around the truck's back, his flashlight bobbing. "Phone's dead," he said. "Too bright-eyed, ain't nothing on the screen." He wore that look people get when the world stops responding. A look I'd recognize even a decade from now. We stood motionless as the pump's clock ticked. The light hung around us with an unseen shape. My skin felt that specific cold you experience when deciding whether to keep moving. I tried the pump. The card reader flashed an error. The small LCD screen went blank momentarily before displaying a number that didn't match the gallons I'd supposedly pumped. The other driver, a guy not yet 40, shook his head. "You see that too?" His nervous tone carried the distinctive sound of ranch-raised men about to admit their fear. We both looked skyward, silently wishing for something. Rain, a passing cop car, even an AM radio DJ's voice. Instead, the glow stretched lower, like someone had adjusted a lampshade. It filtered through the truck's windshield with a soft white light that simultaneously revealed something was wrong and highlighted hidden details. My truck's telemetry screen under the dash, the one that normally shows RPM and temperature, blinked and returned with complete nonsense. The quiet came first. A pressure sat against my ears. The dog barked a time or two, then settled back to sleep. A tractor far off in a field coughed once and went still. I wasn't expecting drama. No thunder rolled, no buildings lit up. It felt more like misplacing and then finding a page in a book. The console clock flickered between numbers, 12217 1236, then back to 1218, like it couldn't decide. The kid next to me started cracking jokes about failing satellites and space junk. Humor was easier than confronting whatever was happening. His laugh sounded thin and strained. I kept checking my phone and Timex, both clocks holding on to different times like they were telling lies. My phone stayed frozen at 1217. The watch wavered into 1236 for a moment, then snapped back like a rubber band. Slowly, the glow thinned at the edges and pulled away like fog. The sky slid back to its usual black, scattered with a few stars. Neon lights over the pumps blinked as if nothing had happened. Network bars crawled back on my phone screen. The kid's voice suddenly broke the silence. "Hey, did y'all just—" I checked the pump. The total matched the gallons. Numbers lined up, and the receipt printed perfectly. I tucked it in my pocket. Maybe evidence of something. He walked to his rig, tested the radio, and started up with a cough that sent dust dancing. He waved slowly, like people do when the wind returns. I climbed back into my truck, pulled the keys to my knee to start the engine. The dash clock read 12:38. My Timex showed 12:17. My phone displayed a dispatch text at 12:37 that I couldn't remember receiving. The receipt said I'd filled up at 12:18. I sat with my head between my hands. I don't chase ghosts or write for science fiction channels. I log miles, keep receipts, and sleep when possible. But I knew how time works. 20 minutes is long enough to cross a county, long enough for a calf to be born, long enough for someone to disappear. I drove off, feeling the rig heavier than usual, as if the load had decided to take a nap. When I hit the blacktop, I called dispatch. The Timex still ticked at 12:17 like a stubborn thing. My phone kept loading texts like it had been backed up with the tide. An hour later, my watch and my phone matched, and my dispatch log showed I'd been offline for 20 minutes. "You good, Hank? You missed the check-in," she said. I told her I'd been delayed at a pump. She asked for the receipt number, then said calmly, "You logged 20 minutes late on that last check. You sure you didn't stop somewhere else?" Her voice was flat, professional. She put me on hold for a second, and then came back. No one else had reported outages. I could hand the receipt to anyone, and it would say one thing while the clock on the dash would say another. By the time I pulled back onto the highway, the sky had the cold look of a bad night over West Texas. Indifferent and clean, my brain tried to file it away under tired, under static, under wiring in the marsh. I didn't want to pick any of them. I told my buddy at the yard the next day. He nodded and said, "That whole stretch has got weird power lines." He laughed a little too loudly. I filed the conversation behind a handful of other strange runs I've had. Mirrors on the side of the road that didn't look like anything you'd see, a fog that smelled faintly of metal. I kept the receipt in my logbook folded 3 times, and when I crossed that part of the highway, now I find myself scanning the sky before I stop, like a donut. He laughed a little too loudly. More might catch the air before it rearranges itself again.